Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana, ejemeje, anamana, wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba dodiri chukuma duku tuba dodiri ndemawo, egumawego. Karatuba dodiri chukuma duku tuba dodiri ndemawo, egumawego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo, yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia.
After one day for your brand yourself when I knew you from Cambodia. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I gonna put on what gonna go that book.
Oh yeah, arrangement for only àyájọ́ ni, orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wá yẹn dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Àkànbí wọn bá lọ gbé fèrè. Wọ́n á fi jòyè ẹnùkú. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí. Wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá. Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà. Ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdá dẹ. Ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ. Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́. Ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé. Àgétì ló máa ń gbé. Àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀.
And there it is right there. Oloma pada lenye, may God never depart from you. I think I've explained that severally. You should all know what that means by now. Oloma pada lenye, may God never depart from you. So I'll be appearing on your screens momentarily. But before I appear on your screens, let me flash up what is happening this Sunday coming. So that will be in 3 days' time. So we'll have the pleasure of Dr. Kenny Adenugba, who will be joining us as a special guest. Is a well-known personality amongst the mainstream television space, often a panelist. So he will be coming to share with us the vastness of his experience around the Nigerian political narrative. So Dr. Kenny Adenugba, he's joining us. Let me send the link into the comment section. Let me spread the link as far and wide as I can. Let me send it into Instagram as well. Let me send it to, should I send it to Twitter as well? Why not? Let's send it to Twitter as well, so that the assembly will be full when the eminent doctor joins us. So Dr. Kenny Adenugba, that's our special guest for Sunday. I am very excited to I am very excited to have him here. I'll be very excited to host him. So for some of you who may have been living under a rock and you don't know who Dr. Kenny Adenugba is, let me give you a little flavor of who our guest will be on Sunday.
I think we are too quick to judge as a people. And like I've said over and over again, I think we must understand the fact that life is about process. And we don't want to, I think our pain threshold is getting thinner every day. And we must understand the place of pain, process, and progress. Because at the end of the day, that's why we say no pain, no gain. I mean, we're coming from somewhere. People must have that understanding that whatever is going on now was not the fault or the handiwork of the president or the current administration. Let us face it and say it for whatever it is.
All right, so that will be our guest for Sunday. So I'm certainly your host for today. So good to see you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So is this thing too heavy in my face? So good to see you, good to be in your company, and how are you? We do it again. We always do it. So we always do it. So why don't we do it again? So we're doing it again as we always do. So good to be in your company. The usual protocol, click on the like button. So do that. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. If you've unsubscribed in a fit of anger, resubscribe in a gush of love. And I don't even pre-rehearse these things, by the way. It's just the peculiar way that my brain works. It just sounds like bullshit, doesn't it? But it probably is bullshit. So, but yes, if you did unsubscribe in a fit of anger, resubscribe in a gush of love. So do all that. Like, subscribe, share the links as widely as you can. Copy the URL. That is the link where you see a house-like icon at the top of your screen. That thing there, if you click on it, it highlights. And then if you hold down the control button on your pad, and then you still holding down the control button, click on the letter C. That copies it, and then you go to your WhatsApp groups or whatever it is you go around on social media, your WhatsApp old school groups, your Facebook old school groups, all of those places that you are a member, but you don't really speak much because you don't really care for them. Just pop the link in there. Let them come here, come see what we do. So share the links near and wide is that invitation. Share the links near and wide. So do all those things. Click on like, make sure you're subscribed. Click on the hyperlink that says, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, of course. If you want to be active participant, if you want to be part of the conversation, click on this hyperlink right here. I'm going to send it now. So it's going to be the first line item in the comment section. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. As soon as I finished fleshing out, I may be long and winding the talking points. So I may end up talking for a couple of hours, but click on the hyperlink. Nevertheless, come into the studio and then come engage one man in a conversation. So that's how it usually works. And that's how it works in this instance as well. So do all those things, and then you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. Subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So, so yes, again, highlighting our guest for Sunday, Dr. Kenny Adenuga. So we're all excited for that. He's ready and primed. Hope you are as well. So yes, so that's that. So those are the administrative stuff. So let's now launch into the main thrust of it. So we launch into the main thrust of it. So now a lot of you would have seen the headline, of course, Part 1, 2027 presidential election, a case for Peter Obi. So a lot of you would have seen that, and a lot of you might come under the misapprehension that it's going to be another Obi bashing session, because that seems to be the sport of this particular platform. There's nothing the platform loves more than a bit of Obi bashing, but it's not really an Obi bashing session. It wouldn't be, no. We're going to actually take a somewhat serious look at the prospects for Peter Obi in 2027. So you'll notice that it says Part 1. So we're going to be, in the course of the next week, 2 weeks, we're going to be looking at the prospects of the main protagonist, who we anticipate will be the main protagonist in 2027. We're going to be looking at their prospects in the mid-term of the Tinubu administration, because we're more or less in the mid-term of the Tinubu's first term. So we're going to revisit 2027, bring forward the main protagonist, and look at their prospect for elections to come. So that's the theme of it. So it's not going to be an Obi bashing session, no. It's going to actually take a realistic look at the prospects of Peter Obi come 2027. So we want to have conversations around that. And then we'll be doing articles subsequently. We'll be doing Tinubu laterally. And then we'll do one other. It's going to be a 4-part series. We'll do Peter Obi now, which is what we're doing. We'll do Atiku Abubakar and then Tinubu. And then we'll do one mystery person, because you always have to leave the room for somebody that you've not especially factored to come into the play and change things. So in that 4th gray area, you know that silhouette, that black silhouette with a question mark. So that would be the 4th gray area. So within that pot goes characters like Showore, Prince Adebayo, Kwakwanso, etc., etc. So, or one other that we may not have thought of. So, but we're focusing on Peter Obi today, and we'll be looking at his realistic prospects for 2027 election. So we'll kick it off with that, and then, of course, other subject matters as well. So we'll kick it off with that, and of course, then other subject matters as well. Hopefully, you're hearing me okay. Indicate in the comment section if you are hearing me okay. But no, yes, that's going to be the format of it. So it's going to be a back to the future sort of a format. A back to the future sort of a format. So we'll pick Peter Obi up in 2023, and then we'll journey with him up to this point in time. So that's how we're going to do it. We'll pick Peter Obi up in 2023 and journey with him up to this point in time. And we're picking him up from his electoral manifesto. So This is what Peter Obi promised the Nigerian state if he were he to be elected as the Nigerian president. So Peter Obi campaign releases manifesto with 7 priorities. So what we will be looking at is if Peter Obi's manifesto mirrors the administration of the Nigerian state by the Tinubu administration, and if it does, then what is the anticipation that Peter Obi would have done better? So we go to his manifesto first. So it's Peter Obi's manifesto in 2027. It essentially enraptures around 7 key elements. So we quickly whiz through them, and then we'll see what we're making of them. So yes, to secure Nigeria, end banditry and insurgency, and unite our dear nation, to manage our diversity such that no one is left behind. So there is somewhat of an ambiguity there. So it's a bold promise to say you're going to end banditry. So I don't think that can be done at any time within less than a 10-year framework. I think you did a 10-year framework for you to be able to and it's a 10-year of continuous application to be able to make that statement. So I think that's an aspirational statement. But in terms of ending banditry, even the most fervent critic of the Tinubu administration will say that they've made heavy incursions into that space. So that was the first promise Peter Obi made. Shift emphasis from consumption to production by running a production-centered economy that is driven by an agrarian revolution and export-oriented industrialization. So the agrarian revolution, so that is essentially agriculture, I'm sure you know. So the agrarian revolution, you will say that that agrarian revolution is something that was actually already birthed under the Buhari administration. There is certainly, you say there's no food within the country, so then you say maybe Tinubu is not acting in that manner. Perhaps he is, perhaps he's not, but he's certainly synergizing the Ministry of Water Resources with the Ministry of Land or of Agriculture. So his vow is to have year-round farming. That is the promise of the Tinubu administration. How far into that they are or not, I've not really checked to see. Restructure the polity through effective legal and institutional reforms to entrench the rule of law, aggressively fight corruption, reduce cost of governance, and establish an honest and efficient civil service. So that, again, an aspirational big lift. These sort of things, they're not really done within one administrative cycle, even if that administration runs the 2 complements of 4 years each, which is 8 years. So those are philosophical stance. It's an ideological thrust. So that is a directional point more than anything else. So he will start the work, but then, of course, he would not be able to fully achieve it within whatever complement of years he has. Restructure the polity through effective legal and institutional reforms to entrench the rule of law, aggressively fight corruption, reduce cost of governance, and establish an honest and an efficient civil service. The biggest lift will be to establish an honest and efficient civil service, because of all of the corruptions in Nigeria, the most embedded corruption is that within the civil service. Number 4, leapfrog Nigeria into the 4th industrial revolution through the application of scientific and technological innovation to create a digital economy. So, well, I think that's more easier achieved than anything else, but build expansive and world-class infrastructure for effective power supply, railroad and air transportation, and pipeline networks through integrated public-private partnership and entrepreneurial public sector governance. So that sounds like something just we are putting there to pad it out. Enhance human capital. So this is the strong suit that the Obi adherents always tell us that was his strength when it was the Anambra State governor. Human capital development, human capital. It is an ambiguity, by the way, that they've not really been able to fully define, but that is what they consider to be their strong suit. Enhance the human capital of Nigerian youth for productivity and global competitiveness through investment in world-class scholarship and research quality health care and entrepreneurship education, conduct an Afrocentric diplomacy that protects the rights of Nigerian citizens abroad and advances the economic interest of Nigerians and Nigerian businesses in a changing world. So there is not really anything that especially stands out. So this is how Peter Obi would have administered the Nigerian state. So we're starting from this really to explore a possible different directional thrust for the Nigerian journey. Because of course, if Peter Obi was the Nigerian president, this would have been the blueprint of how he would have administered the Nigerian state. But the pain point of the Nigerian state is not especially addressed in this manifesto. So the pain points of the Nigerian state, well, it addresses insurgency, which is one of the key pain points. The other pain point is the over-reliance of the Nigerian citizenry on succor from the Nigerian state, because the Nigerian citizenry have for long lived a heavily subsidized life, and this doesn't address that. But Peter Obi subsequently addressed that in interviews and interactions with the media space, and a lot of his panacea to the Nigerian Malays is not that different from what obtains at the moment. So what Peter Obi proposed in the course of the campaign and the rounds of his thrust is that he would have removed the subsidy as well. We've all heard him. He said from day one, we've played that clip endlessly, he would have removed the arbitrage in the foreign exchange as well. But how he would have administered those spaces might well be a stylistic difference that would have been more empathetic with the Nigerian person. So because his subsequent arguments, as this administration continues to vest that shape of, they call Tinubu T-pain now. This is the new inflection. So as this administration continues to vest hardship upon the people, the Peter Obi's follow through was that even if he had administered it with the same policy thrust, he would have administered it in a more humane manner and a more staggered manner. So it's a stylistic difference rather than an ideological thrust difference. So we're really doing this thing because, we've asked severally that what defeats Tinubu in 2027? And we are saying what argument defeats him, because Tinubu is a sitting dog that is ready to be shut down by a superior argument. But where is that superior argument coming from? And that is why we're exploring all this. So that is how Peter Obi was positioned in 2027. And before we go on to project to the future, we want to look at how all of these ideological stands, how it served him. Hold on. Where's my next bit? We want to look at how all this ideological stance, how that served him in the course of the election. So we've got the election results here. Tinubu 8.7 million, of course, as you well famously know. Atiku Abubakar 6.9. I'm rounding it up. So Tinubu, let's say 8.8 if you want to round it up to the nearest decimal figure. So Tinubu was 8.79, so we say 8.8. Atiku was 6.98, so we say 7 million. So Tinubu got 8.8 million votes. Atiku got 7 million votes, and Peter Obi got 6 million votes. So now, how does it then transmute? Because that is a differential right there of 2.8 million votes. So that's the difference that he is having to surmount in order for him to achieve the presidency come 2027. So how surmountable is this for Peter Obi is the question. So we have to examine the numbers. So a lot of the figures, none of the figures actually, not even a lot, none of the figures that you're seeing on your screen now carries through till 2027. Tinubu doesn't carry that 8.8 million votes into 2027. It might well score more. It won't even score more. I suspect it will be a low voting election, even lower than 2023. But the margins might well just retain where they are somewhat. But a lot of those 8.8 million votes that Tinubu scored in 2023, a lot of them, it doesn't carry through because the arguments that secured those 8.8 million votes, they've been demythified by his administration. So that's that. Atiku Abubakar, is he able to hold on to those votes? The person that most likely might be able to hold on to his votes is Atiku Abubakar, because a good abundance of Atiku Abubakar's votes, they are ethnic votes, and those ethnic narratives still hold through. The votes that Atiku got, an abundance of them, is essentially because it's a northerner, and the people that voted him wanted a northerner more than anything else, because Atiku did not present any superior argument in the course of that election to have garnered 7 million votes. So his votes, because they are mainly ethnic based, might well carry through, because the same principle, the same protagonist still in play, so the same principles still apply. So that's that. So the only person that might well be able to hold on to so far, Atiku Abubakar. So now the 6.1 million votes of Peter Obi, that is the most endangered vote of all of the votes that we're looking at. So now, a lot of those 6.1 million votes, they were special purpose votes. So a lot of people voting against the fear of the Muslim ticket, that doesn't hold through anymore, because the administration so far has not especially administered on a religious basis. So that vote somewhat dissipated. So that fear no longer tenable. And so a lot of NSAS votes also within that 6 million votes as well. Does that still carry through though? Because that NSAS vote, that NSAS movement, a lot of them transmuted now into the obedience space. So out of those votes now, you can deduct maybe 1.1 million votes from Peter Obi's 6 million votes. So that reduces him to round about 4.5 million votes. But is that what it carries through? No, certainly not. Because Peter Obi might well get even more than those 6 million votes. So as he discounts the religious votes that he got in 2023, a lot of votes actually come into him. So the anti-establishment votes, which is the narrative that abounds the entirety of the Nigerian space, a lot of people displeased and angered and traumatized by how Tinubu is administering the state. So a lot of them, and they are looking to punish him at the earliest opportunity. But where does that punishment go? An abundance of that punishment actually goes to Peter Obi, especially in the South. So any Southerner looking to punish Tinubu in 2027 is not looking to punish Tinubu with Atiku Abubakar. They're looking to punish Tinubu with Peter Obi. So that 1.5 million votes that he loses to that religious special purpose that he played in 2023, that is overly compensated with an abundance of anti-status quo, anti-incumbent votes. So that's where Peter Obi's movement is. And his movement continues to gain momentum, because the obedient movement, they've never stopped campaigning since they started campaigning in June 2020. They've not for one moment stopped campaigning. And they've embarked on a strategy of a campaign of harmony, which is to rubbish, diminish, and it's essentially the sort of campaign that APC ran against Goodluck Jonathan in 2015. That's what we're seeing playing out now, but with more potency and more expansiveness, because it's now playing out online. So it's essentially a campaign of harmony, and they seem to be sustaining that. So that's a single strategy. That's a single strategy pathway that they seem to be embarked on. But will it carry through all the way through to 2023, 2027? That's the question. That's the real danger. So that campaign of harmony, you can say, has somewhat, we just, as an aside, we had somebody, was it FM? We had a chap who lives in South Africa, holidaying in Nigeria at the moment. He came on the platform about a week or so ago. He's a Yoruba guy. He lives in Surulere. It's a very much a dyed-in-the-wool Tinubu person. And he was saying that when he doesn't live in Surulere, but it's a holidaying in Surulere. Maybe that's where his Airbnb is. Anyway, he was saying when he was speaking to his friends, almost to the totality of them, a lot of them against the administration of Tinubu, especially because of how he's administering the state. And then he then hinted that even though his friends would not admit it publicly, a lot of them would actually vote for Peter Obi if they could get away with it. So that indicates to you then that anti-Tinubu votes find its first port of call with Peter Obi, and the anti-Tinubu votes within the southern space, you are looking at least a 4.5 million votes thereabout. So the 1.5 Peter Obi loses to the religious votes, it gets about a 4.5 million votes from the anti-Tinubu space. So if you deduct 4.5 million votes from Tinubu, not just from Tinubu, because some of those votes will come from Atiku as well, and some of those votes will come from people who did not actually vote in 2023. So if you crunch those figures together, it gives Peter Obi somewhat of a squeaking chance, a puncher's chance of being the president in 2023. A lot of permutations rile against that, but that's the picture really that lands Peter Obi in Aso Rock, and I think that's quite clear. And you can see from the campaign of Harmony, go to any obedient space. They rubbish the students' loan scheme, which is a resounding success. They rubbish the subsidy thing successfully, by the way, because as hardship continues to vest, they continue to regurgitate all of this narrative. So that campaign of Harmony is serving successfully for the moment. But if Tinubu gets a bounce back within the next 2-3 years, within the next 2 years, then that strategy falls on its face. So it's a high-risk strategy that Peter Obi is playing, the obedience space, but that strategy is the singular only sole strategy that actually lands Peter Obi in Aso Rock. So that's my permutation for Peter Obi for 2027. So it's anti-incumbent votes, anti-government votes, votes from people that have not previously voted, a lot of votes pulling from the Tinubu space to go to him, especially in the Southwest, because the Southwesterners, they don't align with anything too ethnic, and they get subsumed sometimes by the hoopla that is going on. We see it play out on social media all the time. So there's certainly going to be a hemorrhaging of votes from Tinubu, and any votes that Tinubu hemorrhages never going to go to Atiku Abubakar, always going to go to Peter Obi. So there is a pathway for Peter Obi to land in Aso Rock in 2027, and that pathway is a pathway that they are already embarked upon, a campaign of harmony. So a campaign of harmony. So that's what lands Peter Obi in Aso Rock 2027. So that's what lands Peter Obi in. So that's part one. We'll be looking at Atiku Abubakar subsequently. We might well look at Tinubu and then Atiku Abubakar, and then we look at a fourth party. So that's Peter Obi for today. If you agree or disagree, click on the hyperlink, come have an opinion on all that. So that's the pathway that takes Peter Obi into Aso Rock, by my reckoning, in 2027. So that's the pathway that takes Peter Obi to Aso Rock, by my recording, in 2027. So let's go on from that to other news. We go to this one. Again, court restrains Bayero from renovating Mini Palace. So it's quite a curiosity what's going on in Kano State. Could you believe that Kano actually has two emirs? Because Ado Bayero, he's not been fully stepped down. Lamido Sanusi, he has been fully stepped up, but the main palace is actually occupied by Lamido Sanusi, so he has the first footing. But Ado Bayero still very much in court, trying to hold on to his emirship. A Kano State High Court on Thursday restrained the 15th emir of Kano, Alhaji Ado Bayero, from renovating Nasarawa Mini Palace. Correspondents report that the applicants in the suit are Kano State Government, Attorney General of Kano, and Kano Emirate Council through their counsel, Rilwanu Umar, SAN, filed a motion ex parte September the 12th, 2024. The application asks the court to restrain Adebayero from renovating the mini palace. So Adebayero still actually occupies a palace in Kano. So to all intents and purposes, there are satellite communities that he still has dominion over. But because they broke the Kano emirship under Abdullahi Ganduje into about 4 or 5 emirates thereabouts. So that's been pulled back by that law being reversed by the new now governor of that state. So it's now come under one entity again, and that entity is now straddled by Lamido Sanusi, but Aminu Adebayero still trying very much to cling on to those satellite emirates created. He's administering from Nasarawa Mini Palace, which is to tell you that he's an emir in a palace of sorts, and this matter is still in court. So a Kano State High Court on Thursday restrained the 15th Emir of Kano, Alhaji Aminu Adebayero, from renovating Nasarawa Mini Palace. Correspondence reports that the applicants in the suit are Kano State Government, Attorney General of Kano, and Kano Emirate Council through their counsel, Rewanu Umar, SAN, filed a motion ex parte dated September 12, 2024. The applicant asked the court to restrain Adebayero from renovating the mini palace. In a ruling on interlocutory injunction, the presiding judge and Chief Judge of Kano State, Justice D.G. Abdul Aboki, that's an unfortunate name for a northernizing Aboki, in a ruling on interlocutory injunction, the presiding judge and Chief Judge of Kano State, Justice D.J. Abdul Aboki, held that the applicant's application is found meritorious and granted. So that ex parte, they use that instrumentality of law a lot in Nigeria. So if you want to know what an ex parte is, an ex parte is a judgment procured outside of the third party or the second party. So if I wanted to institute a legal instrument against you, you don't necessarily have to be in that court for me to institute it. And that's ex parte. So ex the other party in the absence of the other party. So that's what an ex parte is. And they use that a lot in Nigeria. They use that a lot in Nigeria, the ex parte and all that. But a city with two kings. We'll have to say how this plays out, because I hope it doesn't cost one of them their lives. I suspect it may well do, and I suspect it may well be this guy. They say fall on your sword. Maybe that's what will happen ultimately. Hopefully not. Okay, let's pay through it again. Kano State High Court on Thursday restrained the 15th Emir of Kano, Alhaji Aminu Adebayero, from renovating Nasarawa Mini Palace. Correspondence reports that the applicants in the suit are Kano State government, Attorney General of Kano, and Kano Emirate Council through their counsel, Rewanu Umar SAN, filed an ex parte motion dated September 12, 2024. The applicant asked the court to restrain Adebayero from renovating the mini palace renovating the mini palace. In a ruling on interlocutory injunction, the presiding judge and Chief Judge of Kano State, Justice Deje Abu Aboki, held that the applicant's application is found meritorious and granted. It is pertinent to note that the respondent filed no counter affidavit nor written address challenging the applicant. Aboki redirected the case to the High Court 15 for further mention. Earlier, counsel to the applicants, Rilwan Ibrahim Yuara, told the court that the respondent had been deposed by law under Kano State Emirate Council Repeal Law 2024. My lord, the respondent was served on September the 15th and did not file any counter affidavit nor written address and was not represented before the court. The applicants in their prayers asked the court to declare Gidan Nasarawa Mini Palace as property of Kano State government and Emirate Council are not property of the respondent. So they are going to have to forcefully evict him, and I think it's going to show somewhat of a resistance, and that is where the story gets interesting. Reps passed bill to allow FRSC officials carry gun. So why should federal reps? These are essentially glorified traffic wardens. So what essentially entitles them to carry guns? CNG, federal government opens portal for Nigerians to convert cars and pay later for cheaper 230 naira fuel. So there's a lot of redemption for the Tinubu administration in the pipeline, and one of the redemptions might well be this CNG thing. If it has the uptake that they are anticipating that it would have, then it will force down the price of fuel. So if they can improve electricity and increase the uptake on this CNG, then it will necessarily force down the price of fuel, because the dependency on fuel, on petrol, is around transportation one, and transportation not so much private vehicles, but public service transportation like Danfo, etc., and all those intercity spaces. So if all of those mass transit vehicular transportation services, if they go on CNG, that will heavily impact on the petrol price, because those are the biggest customers of that space. So that will heavily impact on that space. And if they can, and we're hearing improvements in electricity generation, if that improvement continues to sustain, that will also impact on our fuel, because of course all those generators will then become redundant. So if all of these things come, there is a big if, by the way, but if all of these things do, and that's the best plan, by the way, for the fuel, rather than them capping it or subsidizing it, creating an alternative to it will force the prices down permanently, because price, as you know, is a relationship of demand and supply. So price, as you know, is a relationship of demand and supply, and that is why they are pushing a lot of people towards these CNG spaces. So a lot of people towards those CNG spaces. Appeal Court ordered Governor Fubara to represent 2024 budget to pro-Wike lawmakers, confirms Amir Wule as speaker. So that's that space now. The never-ending saga that is Yemsin Wike and Simi Fubara. You will note, of course, that when Fubara presented his budget, he presented it to an assembly of no more than about 5 or 7 assembly members, because, of course, a lot of them had defected from the PDP to the APC, and then he claimed he had sacked them, and then he burnt down the House of Assembly in Rivers State, and then in some hotel or some side office, he presented what purports to be a budget to actually, he instituted a lawsuit to assert that those assembly members that defected from PDP to APC have subsequently lost their post, because, of course, they were elected under a different party, so they had then to revert to election to secure those positions again. And that was that was his legal position, which I think the Court of Appeal has subsequently thrown out. So now they've now reinstated those lawmakers, and that budget that he presented to a handful of lawmakers he has to represent now. But the people he's going to represent it to, they are all Wike's men. So a never-ending saga, which is it's just the way that place is, isn't it, River State? Let's go on from there to another one. Petrol hike. Marketers ask NNPC to sell fuel to them at price they purchase from Dangote refinery. So I didn't even know that. Is it even justified that that NNPC will be that? I think they are no longer the sole off-takers of Dangote, by the way. At least that's what the news tell us. But when they were the sole off-takers from Dangote, they are buying from Dangote at a certain price, having ensconced themselves as the sole off-takers, and then they are putting margins on it, then to sell it on to marketers who will put subsequent margins on it to sell it to the petrol station. So this is where that storyline is. Petrol hike. Marketers ask NNPC to sell fuel to them at price they purchase from Dangote refinery. So what's it's so many never-ending sagas, another never-ending saga. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria have asked the National Oil Company NNPC, have accused, not asked, but accused, the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria have accused the National Oil Company NNPC of selling fuel to them at over 1,000 naira per liter, whilst purchasing it for less than 900 naira from Dangote refinery. So we always knew that as soon as NNPC ensconced themselves as the sole off-takers of Dangote petrol, we knew from that moment that corruption will embed, and corruption embeds almost immediately. So why are they putting those margins on it? You know, they are just meant to be facilitators, and they're meant to facilitate for that petrol to get to the consumer at the cheapest price possible. The Independent Petroleum Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has accused the National Oil Company NNPC of selling fuel to them at over 1,000 naira per liter, whilst purchasing it for less than 900 naira from the Dangote refinery. IPMAN's national president, Abubakar Garima, stated this in an interview on Thursday, October the 10th, that marketers have been unable to access petroleum products from NNPC since the new price hike, despite having made down payments for the product. Garima explained that NNPC bought PMS from the Dangote refinery at a rate below 900 naira, but then tried to sell to marketers at a higher rate, ranging from 1,010 naira to 1,050 naira, which will definitely lead to a price hike. And as independent petroleum marketers, we already have an outstanding debt by the NNPC. NNPC collected products through Dangote at a lower rate, which is not up to 900 naira. Why is there no transparency there? We should know, and Dangote should come out that this is how much it's selling to NNPC. Why is it so opaque and shrouded in mystery? You know, why shouldn't we know? It's a national interest space, so why is it so clout in all manners of dark shades? As independent petroleum marketers, we already have an outstanding debt by the NNPC. NNPC collected products through Dangote at a lower rate, which is not up to 900 naira, but they are telling us to go and buy this product from them at a rate of 1,110 naira in Lagos, 1,045 in Calabar, 1,040 Port Harcourt, 1,050 Warri. Our money is with them. We tell them that they should rather sell it at the rate Dangote is selling it, or they should return our money back to our various accounts. We are asking them to sell it the way Dangote is selling. We are Nigerians like they are. If they sell at the same price as at the same way Dangote is selling, we may decide to sell our own at 1,020 naira or 1,010 naira and create some kind of competition, because any reduction in money is a difference, said Garima. In addition, the IPMAN president stated that the recent price adjustment means there is now a full deregulation of the downstream market, meaning that NNPC is no longer being the sole importer of petrol or the exclusive off-taker from Dangote refinery, which will in turn for competition. He added that that marketers now have the opportunity to buy their petrol either through direct import or purchase from Dangote refinery. Now that the downstream sector is fully deregulated, we independent marketers will be fully engaged in business. Before, it was only NNPC bringing this product. At the same time, it is only NNPC that has an offtake in Dangote refinery. So it's a double whammy, isn't it? And that is what they call a cartel, by the way, because what these marketers are telling us is that the only person that was importing petrol into Nigeria was NNPC. So they are still importing, but then they are also the sole off-takers from Dangote. So that's a cartel right there. Any which way you look, it's NNPC. So that has to be broken, and then we establish where we are. So long as the oil marketers don't form another cartel, because there's always a cartel there to fleece the Nigerian person. At the same time, it is only an NPC at the same time, it is only an NPC that has an offtake in Dangote refinery. We can use any vessel because we are allowed to go and import ourselves. Normally, the reason we have a lot of challenges is because it is only an NPC that's allowed to bring it, and the only one that are able to buy from Dangote refinery. But with this current arrangement, whereby Dangote will buy in Naira and sell in Naira, Dangote will give us this product directly, not through NNPC. So we'll see how that plays out. Ultimately, what we want to know is how that affects the Nigerian person and how that reduces the consumption. Not reduces the consumption or reduces the pump price. If he has nothing to say, he should keep quiet. Ruben Abati slams Minister of State for Petroleum, Heineken, for saying Nigeria is expecting 50 billion naira investment in the oil sector. So yes, it's the narrative of incompetent administrators that Tinubu has appointed. Federal government to scrap value-added tax on pharmaceuticals. So that is something so a lot of our policy redirections that is people-centric coming out of the Tinubu administration, all lost in the noise, of course, because as soon as they reach this, they will flip it around and turn it into yet another corruption narrative. But these are the sort of policy thrust that will ultimately, in the short to middle and then further long term, be the people-centric positions. Let's just do a few paragraphs. And by the way, the link is there. If anybody wants a conversation, you can come in, or we do the readouts and then we clear off. The federal government said it has finalized the executive order to implement zero value added tax and excise duties on pharmaceutical products and medical devices. The spokesperson of the Federal Ministry of that should be said, the spokesperson of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. Alaba Balogun disclosed this in a statement released on Wednesday, October the 9th. Let's do that again. The federal government says it has finalized the executive order to implement zero value-added tax and excise duties on pharmaceutical products and medical devices. The spokesperson of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Alaba Balogun, disclosed this in the statement released on Wednesday, October the 9th. According to the statement, the federal government according to the statement, the federal government has finalized the executive order's harmonized implementation framework and is now ready to gazette it. This critical step ensures that the Federal Inland Revenue Service and the Nigerian Customs Service can proceed with the implementation of the zero VAT and excise duties on pharmaceutical products and medical devices. This is a significant milestone. It is a significant milestone. You know, all of those, we don't have world standard hospitals, we don't have this. All these incentives, these are financial incentives to stimulate that industry space. Anybody, you don't even need a brain to, it's all there. So these are stimulus policies to activate a particular industry space. And this ultimately serves the people. So if the drugs can be gotten in cheaper, then it serves for the general health of the people. If the equipment for medical services can come in cheaper, it serves for the general health and well-being of the people. So it's a real seismic ideal policy thrust. It's a seismic policy thrust, but that will be lost in the noise, of course. We are hungry. Oh, the price of yam is $1 billion. You know, it's just the noise. You know, the noise precludes civilized and intelligent conversations, because they just screech and squeal, and then we're lost in the fog of the noise at the moment in Nigeria. This critical step ensures that the Federal Inland Revenue Service and the Nigerian Customs Service can proceed with the implementation of zero VAT and excise duties on pharmaceutical products and medical devices. This is a significant milestone as it opens the door for our local pharmaceutical and medical device manufacturers to begin fully benefiting from the relief measures outlined by His Excellency President Tinubu in the executive order. With the implementation of this executive order, we anticipate a notable reduction in the prices of essential pharmaceutical products and medical consumables. So that's just the Nigerian factor that would defeat this yet again. So they would take that incentive, but they will not pass it on in prices. They would rather even hike up prices, and they'll blame that on the price of dollar. This development aligns with the ministry's unwavering commitment to reducing both the physical and financial pain faced by millions of Nigerians who depend on these critical health supplies. So there it is right there. Another seismic move by the Tinubu administration. So there it is right there. We are not responsible for recent hike in petrol. This is the federal government trying to distance. How are they not responsible? That's the question. The federal government said it's not responsible for the hike in the pump price of petrol. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC, on Wednesday, October the 9th, hiked the pump price of fuel from 897 per liter to 1,030 per liter, etc., etc. This triggered reactions amongst Nigerians who asked President Bola Tinubu to work towards reversing the increment. However, in a chat with correspondents, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said the federal government should not be held responsible for the latest hike in petrol prices. Idris explained that the NNPC made the decision in response to prevailing circumstances in the energy industry, emphasizing that it did not act on any instruction from the federal government, as the government can no longer fix prices of petroleum products in line with the provision of the PIA. So this paragraph is actually very important. You have to understand that the NNPC is a quasi-autonomous organization. I think I wonder if Nigerians are as dumb as they act out sometimes, because these are just basic stuff, isn't it? Do I even need to explain this? NNPC has been formulated into essentially a limited liability company, and it's a quasi autonomous company which makes its own decisions. Instances, the government can weigh its influence upon it, but ultimately it should act autonomously, and often in instances it does act autonomously. So they are not directing them to either put up the price of petrol or not. What the government is focusing on is to create an alternative, which is this CNG narrative, to essentially address that market space and the pricing of it. So, and that is what Idris is explaining. So, so that is what Idris is explaining. Where were we? Which one were we really didn't even? Let's see, where were we? Yes. Oh no, that's not the one. It was this one. So, oh yeah, it was this one. So yes, I was on the wrong. Yes, we're not responsible for recent hike in petrol pump price. Federal government. The federal government has said it's not responsible for the hike in the pump price of petrol. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, on Wednesday, October the 9th, hiked the price of petrol from 897 to 1,000 plus. This triggered reactions amongst Nigerians who asked President Bola Tinubu to work towards reversing the increment. However, in a chat with correspondents, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said the government should not be held responsible for the latest hike in petrol prices. Idris explained that NMPCL made the decision in response to prevailing circumstances in the energy industry, emphasizing that it did not act on any instruction from the government, as the government can no longer fix prices of petroleum products. So the government can no longer fix prices, because for the government to fix prices, it has to insulate for the actual market price and the price that they want the consumers to buy at. So let's start it from that baseline. So for the government to tell NNPC to sell petrol at XYZ amount, it has to insulate from the actual price of petrol and the amount that they want NNPC to sell it at. And do you know what they call that? They call that subsidy. So they're telling you that the subsidy is gone. That's just what it is. And this is the first time that it is actually truly gone. The government was still intervening in between Tinubu's speech at his inauguration up to this point. But at this point now, subsidy is gone. It is explained that the NMPCL made the decision in response to prevailing circumstances in the energy industry, emphasizing that it did not act on any instruction from the federal government, as the government can no longer fix prices of petroleum products in line with the provisions of the PIA bill. It said with the subsidy regime ending in May 2023, the NMPC had only been paying differential to keep the price within the range it had been, but the company said it could no longer absorb the losses. The differential you are seeing is a result of different factors. One of them is the crisis in the Middle East. So, yes, that spikes up. You know, the crisis, I think it was actually Kulata that was trying to explain this to us a few sessions ago. The crisis in the Middle East is a double-edged sword. It's like a Greek gift. It gives with one hand and then it takes with the other. So the crisis in the Middle East, it should spike up the price of crude, you know, because it would disrupt the flow of crude, which would then spike up the price of it. So it should do that. But then that spiked up cost of crude, it also then affects how much you can buy petrol domestically, because that price, of course, will be what the people who are refining the petroleum for you are buying it at, and they will transfer that price spike onto your pumps, and that's what is essentially explaining. The differential you are seeing is as a result of different factors. One of them is the crisis in the Middle East. There is volatility in the market. Therefore, the price of petroleum products are going up, consistent with what is happening with other operators in the industry globally. Secondly, NNPC cannot continue to absorb these losses for Nigerians, because as a limited liability company, it will be operating at a loss. So there it is right there. Suck it up and see is what Tinubu is telling you to do. Suck it up. And these are the vagaries of the realities of the world that we live in, by the way. Anybody living everywhere else will tell you that I don't even bother to look at the price anymore. I just fill my car and then swipe my card and go, because it's just too depressing. You just the price, they put it up by just about anytime you go and look at the prices, it's up by another 3-4 pence, and then it's up by another 3-4 pence, and then it's up by, before you know it, it's up by £1. You know, so I don't even look at it anymore. I'm saying, okay, I'm buying 50 pounds of petrol, I'll pump it in there. When I exhaust it, I'm buying a full tank. I buy the full tank. So I don't look at the price anymore. It's just too depressing. But it's a global phenomenon, not unique or peculiar to Nigeria. That's why I said Nigerians have been sucking off that feeding bottle for too long, and the chicken has come home to roost. The differential you are seeing is a result of different factors. One of them is the crisis in the Middle East. There is volatility in the market. Therefore, the prices of petroleum products are going up, consistent with what is happening with other operators in the industry globally. Secondly, NNPC cannot continue to absorb these losses for Nigeria because as a limited liability company, it will be operating at a loss. The minister urged Nigerians to continue to show understanding with the NNPC and the government, assuring that in the long run, the price would ultimately come down. He said the government will continue to invest the savings from the removal of subsidy to improve other critical sectors like healthcare, education, infrastructure, and security. He added that the initial investment of the government in CNG will also ameliorate the impact even as more operators invest. So yes, I think it's a very, very clever thing if they are able to pull it off. It's a very, very clever thing if they're able to pull it off. And there's all the indication. There's no reason why they should not be able to pull it off. If that CNG has mass adaptation, that's a game changer right there. Let's read this guy. Is on LinkedIn. Somebody sent it to me and it struck me as rather clever. It's still commentaries on that in all petroleum space. Let's just read what he has to say. This is a Tosin Thompson or something. It's not anything of anything. It was just something that somebody sent in. I didn't even know people were still on LinkedIn, but apparently he still is. It says, given the current situation marked by the deregulation of the petroleum sector and the devaluation of our currency, the pump price of petrol is likely to move upwards, triggering inflation and worsening the cost of living. And by the way, Prince Adebayo was saying something similar on Channels Television, by the way, that the price of petrol is on an upward trajectory for the foreseeable future. It will plateau at some point, and the plateauing of it, a lot of it, is all wrapped around the CNG narrative. Given the current situation marked by the deregulation of the petroleum sector and the devaluation of our currency, the pump price of petrol is likely to move upwards, triggering inflation and worsening the cost of living crisis. To preserve purchasing power and manage household expenditure, I urge Nigerians to not only consider CNG, but also begin adaptation as a viable, cost-effective alternative to petrol. As you may already know, CNG is significantly cheaper than petrol, offering substantial savings on fuel cost. CNG is locally sourced, so it is less susceptible to currency fluctuations and international market volatility. Nigeria has a vast natural gas reserves, and so with the right incentive to investors, supply can be guaranteed. I also urge the federal government to explore collaborations to drastically increase the CNG filling station network. And this is a business opportunity. The next Dangote may well come out of CNG. This is what most likely will have. This is the next Dangote space. So you know, the first mover gets this fat of the land. So if you are like a business-minded entrepreneur, sort of Humpty Dumpty, whatever it is you are, this is the next industry space. So what you want to be doing is to be in spaces like this. So gas is the new oil. I also urge the federal government to explore collaboration to drastically increase the CNG filling station network across the country, providing information and support for vehicle conversion to CNG, and collaborating with automobile manufacturers to increase the availability of CNG compatible vehicles. So CNG is the new gold in Nigeria. That's the narrative right there. So let me take you from that to somewhat of a silliness. NDLEA jettisons controversial visa clearance policy requiring these are the vestiges of that northern conservatism that has always been the underpin and the chain ball around the ankles of Nigerian progression. Let me put it that way. The ball chain around the Nigerian progression has always been some sort of a northern patriarchal conservative religious base, and this exemplifies that. NDLEA jettisons controversial visa clearance policy requiring married women to present letter of approval from their husbands to travel. So there it is right there. So you're a DG or a senior manager in NDLEA, and you have to go on a course or something in Egypt, but you cannot go because until your organizer husband sends your boss a letter. And this is a system that operates in Nigeria. So that's that northern conservatism right there that's always stymied anything progressive within the Nigerian space. So very quickly, of course, the progressives get rid of that. That has no space in any modern space anyway. NDLEA jettisons controversial visa clearance policy requiring married women to present letter of approval from their husbands to travel. I didn't even know this was a thing until I knew it was a thing. And it's coming from their own letterhead, by the way. It says that the entire procedure of a visa clearance issue by the NDLEA, as required by some countries, is currently undergoing review. Let's actually read it from here. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) said it has jettisoned a controversial visa clearance policy which requires married women to present a letter of approval from their husbands to travel. The controversial requirement has sparked widespread criticism on social media, with many people describing it as outdated, discriminatory, and government-sponsored misogyny. The spokesman of the agency, Femi Babafemi, in a notice on Thursday, October the 10th, 2024, stated that the provision, and that would have Bubama that would have put that in, of course, he being from core conservative north. He was the one straddling that space, wasn't he? The spokesperson for the agency, Femi Babafemi, in a notice on Thursday, October the 10th, 2024, stated that the provision had been removed as part of an ongoing review of the entire procedure. The entire procedure for visa clearance issued by the NDLEA, as required by some countries, is currently under review, and the requirement for a married woman to present a letter of approval from her husband to travel is one of the items the agency has since discarded as a non-mandatory requirement. The inclusion of this item initially arose due to certain unfavorable developments in some source countries. The notice read, members of the public are assured that this item has been removed from the list of requirements in ongoing review, which will be made public in the coming days. We're very backward people, Nigeria and Nigerians, but there it is right there. So there it is right there. We must revert fuel prices to rates before June 2023 trade union Tinubu. So it looks as though we might be set for another round of strikes and whatnot. But then the trade unions have all already been bought off. Army sends message to Asari Dokubo as ex-militant leader threatened to shoot down military aircraft. I saw this in the rounds when I was looking at the news, and it looks as though Nigeria is the most ludicrous thing. What I actually saw in the news earlier on was essentially the Nigerian army inviting Asari Dokubo out to a fight. Can you imagine that? This is the country that we claim. All right, let's just have a look at that, and then we'll make that the last one. Army sends message to Asari Dokubo as ex-militant leader threatens to shoot down military aircraft. Right, the The Defense Headquarters, DHQ, on Thursday, October the 10th, responded to a viral video of Mujahad, Muja, whatever it is, Asari Dokubo. I think that's some Islamic inflection of a militant Mujahid. Is that a name or a title? Mujahid. The Defense Headquarters DHQ on Thursday, October the 10th, responded to a viral video of Mujahid Asari Dokubo, a former Niger Delta militant leader, threatening to bring down military aircrafts allegedly hovering over his house during the recently conducted River State local government election. Correspondents recalled that in a Facebook Live, Dokubo warned that should the Nigerian military helicopter be shot down, the blame would not rest on him. The ex-agitator, who has often criticized Jameson Wike, former governor of River State and incumbent minister of the FCT, insinuated in the video that federal agents are targeting him. Whilst Abuja-based Wike opposed the election, Dokubo, like Governor Simi Fubara, supported the poll. However, reacting to Dokubo's threat, Major General Edward Buba, the Director of Defense Media Operations, dismissed the former militant's claim as laughable. Furthermore, Buba stated that various security agencies use aircrafts and helicopters for national security operations and emphasized the military's adherence to professional standards within the bounds of democracy. The top military official insisted that Dokubo lacks the capacity to challenge the military or bring down its aircraft, warning him to stay clear. So that's the invitation to fight right there. So that's just it's just a ridiculousness. So I think we should leave the readouts there. I'll send the link again if anybody wants the conversation. I'll play you a couple of clips and then we'll take it from there. If we're not even seeing anything that is even the beginnings of a super chat. So that's that. I think we only have one super chat on this platform anyway. Anytime he's not super chatting, no one is. All right, let me play you the clips I have, and then we'll see what happens next. So this first clip actually, it's should I play you this one first? This first clip is a blast from the past. So because we're talking all manners, fuel and fuel scarcity and whatnot, I came across this, and then this is just to put things in perspective for you. So let me play you this. I'm going to be as ambiguous as that so that the clip explains it all. So this puts things in perspective, hopefully, for you. Let's play this. So there it is right there. As in 1974, still is 2024. Fuel scarcity in a country of abundance. So that is the dichotomy that is Nigeria. Let me play this now. Next one is a bit of a thrust and parry between Godswill Akpabio and Osho Mole. It's like two old boys jousting with each other, that I know your game and you know mine.
It's not a federal issue. This was an isolated case where the man you brought as governor turned against you and turned against democracy. That is. So I'm not surprised legislators in Edo State, since it is not there is no legal equivalent. Distinguished Senator Ekon Sampson, You may wish to answer them on how I was awarded one local government.
But I thought you allowed me to just take you and round up. But just for the records, I didn't bring him. He was elected, but I supported him. Just the way you supported Governor Udom. So we supported. I didn't have power to appoint a governor, but I supported the way you supported.
You see, at some point in the future, those seats will swap round. At some point in the future, Adams Oshiomhole will be the president of the Senate. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Absolutely no doubt about that. I wanted to play you this one, but I didn't give it a title, so I'm not even sure what's in it. Let me just have a little peep. I'll play you another one in a moment, but let me have a peep of this one so I know how to prefix it. Oh yes, that's another blast from the past. This is Lagos in the 70s. I come across all of this nostalgia clips, and it speaks to simpler times, more predictable times, and I just thought this was once upon a time Nigeria. So let's just have a little gun of this. So that was once upon in Nigeria when life was simple and predictable, and the abundance of the demography in all of the spaces were essentially indigenous people, which might well hint to why life was simpler in those times. So that might well hint to why life may have been simpler in those times. So now this next clip. This next clip that I'm about to play to you, just after I've had a gulp of water. So now, this next clip that I'm about to play to you, it's not so much the narrative of ignore where the clip is coming out of, because I'm not actually speaking to the space. I'm speaking to the narrative of all of us, and I'm speaking to, so from those simpler times to where we are now. What I'm about to play to you now, you may well consider to be ungodly, because that was the word that immediately sprang to my mind when I saw it. So you may well consider it to be ungodly. I certainly do. It's just what we vest upon each other, just out of greed and avarice. But watch this. It's a bit of it's somewhat a depressing. Well, anyway, let me play it. I found it depressing, and I shared the anger of this guy. So transmute that guy's voice and where he's speaking from, and transmute that to any location in Nigeria, and this same narrative obtains. It is the state of the country. Watch this.
FMC, that is now the Federal University Teaching Hospital Owerri. Inside this ward, you can see children here. Children admitted here. Out of 6 bulbs, only one is on. These two ceiling fans are not on at all. Look at the walkways. Look at the walkways, very dark. Look at the walkways, very dark. This is a federal institution here in Owerri, federal hospital. And somebody is in charge. Can't the government come in and look for what is happening here? What are we seeing in this town? Why are people so wicked and mean? Putting people in a place that there is nothing working there. Let the government come and ask questions. Who is taking the money to maintain this place? What kind of nonsense is this happening here? Is it Tinubu that's in charge of this hospital now? Is it not human beings? Or Burundi in charge here? On Dibo mege here. Or one year Osachideba. Or 1 year Yoruba Chidia. Can't our people reason? What is happening here? You torture little children and their parents because and they are paying heavy money. You can't put lights here. You can't put ceiling fan. They stay here in the night. And I mean, this is wickedness. Too much.
So this is wickedness too much. So that was how that guy concluded, and I concur. Yeah, this is wickedness too much. So now remove Lagos, and that is the story of every state in Nigeria. So it's telling us that that is a federal hospital. So that is to tell you that there is budgeted for every cycle. So it's budgeted for, and then the patients are also charged to access the facilities. So with all of that, they couldn't even have electricity on, nothing functions, and that guy was so enraged, and I share in that rage as well. So that's the story of all of us right there in Nigeria. Should I play you one more? Should I play you this one? I think this one is coming from Kemi Olunloyo, so it's a bit of genius and madness mixed in one. It's a 10-minute long clip, but only play a couple of minutes, and then we'll play the Kegite music and see if anybody turns up.
Dr. Kemi Lawrence, it's Tuesday, the 8th of October, 2024. Let's talk about IPOB. When the struggle to separate Nigeria back into a Biafran faction started, it was a fresh new struggle. We've seen Masab, we've seen other groups, but in 2016, IPOB came into the forefront. I was a journalist inside the newsroom of Petals FM Ibadan, and I was actually following the whole thing and reporting it on my own independent blog. I supported the Biafrans, the new age Biafrans, but I started telling them not to ever chant Biafra or death because I know President Buhari will have an agenda of proscribing them as a terrorist group. On March 16th, 2016, I tweeted it. Be careful calling Biafra or death. President Buhari will proscribe you as a terror group before you know it. Don't chant Biafra or death. A lot of IPOB and supporters abused me, cursed me, even ethnic slurs about me being Yoruba. I was in support of that movement. The Punch carried a story about it. However, my warning was because I knew what these people can do. 14 months later, in October 2017, President Buhari proscribed IPOB as a terrorist group. And I was right, I was vindicated. I went on TVC and I did an interview. And on that interview, I spoke about this whole prediction. What I discovered was there was a mentality that Nigerians were fed because of abuse of power. If somebody is powerful, they can use that power and abuse it to really fuel a wrong narrative. Even Nnamdi Kanu did it when he said Buhari was dead. Everybody believed it in the Southeast. However, we have to get straight. I did a social experiment. I said, Nnamdi Kanu, they said he had an illness in Italy. I can't confirm or deny whether he's dead. Most of the IPOB people said, I said Nnamdi was dead. I said, I can't confirm or deny. But they picked up only the death, and they said, I put out fake news. On the social experiment, the reaction I wanted to see from IPOB people was the same treatment they gave Buhari as being dead. Let me give them that same.
All right. I don't think I can abide Kemi Olunloyo to any great degree. So I think, anyway, I'm not actually saying anything to disparage. You know, she's had mental health intervention. Similarly, by the way, Femi Fanikaude, so these people, there's still residues of that. You wonder sometimes if there are still residues of that. So residues of mental health needs, residues of mental health need. Do I want to play you one more, or should we just bag and target here? Let me play you this one, and then we bag and target after this.
The local government
to function, go to local governments. They are dead places. She will go to different local governments. They are dead places.
And they are the closest to the Nigerian
to the grassroots. That is why there's high level of insecurity. Some governors are not taking the money, while some are taking. That is why there's high level of unemployment. That is why the high level of youth restivity. That is why restiveness. That is why high level of insecurity. Because this local government system is the closest to the grassroots, to the people.
But the federal government has said going forward, and they gave a deadline, that on such a deadline, no monies will go to the local government except if they've done the...
That was the essence of my motion. For instance, yesterday, the State House of Assembly, Anambra, passed executive bill sent by my governor, creating 3 different accounts in violation, in flagrant violation. Yes. My motion did not mention any state, but I just give an instance. So, if you don't speak out, what they want us to do is to say, go to court. Go to which court? Supreme Court in Visage. Check page 33 of that judgment.
Yes. We'll check it. Just give me a moment, Senator. We'll go on a break. But when we come back, there's so much different dimension to all of it. But Senator Tony Woye is here with us. There was a powerful motion on the floor today, sent senators to a closed-door session, but they came to a stand. We understand that over 90% of them were in agreement to that motion. Where do we go from here? State government and local government, they have a deadline by the federal government upon which, if you do not do local government elections, you will not get the funding. But how are they handling this? We'll be right back after this break, everyone. So let's go. Senator Tony has been speaking with us over the local government autonomy. Now, where do we go from here? You are saying there are flagrant abuses and breach of the Supreme Court judgment. But again, there are those who think, okay, what can the lawmakers do? Because we now understand that some of your colleagues are saying that there should be precise and decisive move to capture the essence of the Supreme Court judgment in the constitutional review process that is ongoing. How concrete would that be?
The constitutional review about local government autonomy is a different matter altogether, not about the issue of financial autonomy. What the senators or House of Rep members are proposing in the review process that is ongoing is on the issue of, for instance, on the issue of federal conducting a local government election, and not on the issue of that particular provision.
The finances.
Yes, finances. It's very
the
clear.
Control of their monies.
Yes, it's very clear. Remember that the 36 state governors, through their lawyers and through the attorney generals, were defendants in the suit. They filed the argument to defend the suit, because they were the ones that were sued by the attorney general of Federation. And the Supreme Court, check page 32, 33 of that judgment, where the Supreme Court said expressly that there was never, or the House of Assembly should never make any law. No House of Assembly should make a law to interfere with that.
All right, that sounds like an unnecessary brouhaha to me. The governors will always find a way to try and dip into the pockets of the local government, and it is down to the local governments to try and put up a resistance. So let's play the Kegite music, and then we'll see what happens from there. First, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ lẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ lẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ lẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Iko Koneru Agbeche, so you already know what that means. May death have nothing to do with us. Iko Koneru Agbeche, so we've got Pansat joining us. So we have a session, and Thomas is in the house, so we have definitely a session. So let's see if they are actually physically here. So you are there, Pansat. Good to have you, Pansat.
I just want to test my mic. I'm not at my. I'm at an undisclosed location. Go ahead.
What's the name of what's her name? What's her name? Where is she from? Undisclosed from Latin America. What's your preference actually? You strike me as a Latino sort of. Is that what you?
I'm not really that picky. The women are all over the world, no matter what community. You have beautiful women from all over the world.
What's the most exotic you've ever been? What's your?
If I tell you, I'm gonna have to kill you on that one. One man, don't go personal. We got a show to do.
When I was single, I used to work in banking. Then I used to work for Barclays. Anyway, let me not tell.
Barclays in Nigeria?
No, Barclays UK. Let me not tell personal stories, but good to have you. What are you looking at in the news cycle? You know, I'm actually doing this mini sort of I don't even want to call it a series, but mini just of reminiscing, musing about just projecting to 2027. So I'm going to be looking at the front runners 2023 and assessing what their chances for 2027 are. So I'm kicking it off with Peter Obi, which I did a little monologue in the earlier phase. Almost likely you did hear that. But what are you looking at in the news cycle today? Let's kick it off from there.
Okay, well, I'll do it in congruence with what you have set up already. I'm looking at the Dangote NNPC scam that they're playing on Nigerians. But on the mini series you're going to do, I cannot project that far because everything is fluid. Nigerians are being played with. So on the issue...
I just thought Tinubu is more or less at the midterm of his administration now. What better time just to... and we're fast tracking, in another 12 months, there will be no other conversation other than elections. So, it's just this moment of quiet now that we have.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I'm speaking just for myself, but I believe it's commendable to take a look at it. This is the right time to start looking at that stuff. But you know that I've come on this platform and other platforms, and I'm saying that this refinery issue, I don't want to be monotonic, right? But everything is coming to a crescendo. Every time we in the Southeast, now when we talk like that, it's just because I don't want to speak for Southwest. You could, when I say Southeast, you might as well say Christians, right? Because every time we give these Northerners a responsibility, be it INEC, be it refinery, I don't care what it is. They're waging a jihad on us. You were talking about Mujahideen. Asari Dokubo, which means warrior, right? So what it is, what we're experiencing is a form of terrorism, because they normally won't be like that. But every time you have 50-50 percentage wise, or 40-60, 30-70 with Muslims and Christians, right? Nobody wants to do the right thing. Nobody thinks it's their country. For us to have these people raised upon the gnashing of teeth, I mean, one man think about that. You said, at least today, you agree with me with the word I use, that Dangote is opaque. So
No. What I did say was the pricing structure is shrouded in mystery unnecessarily. So there's no reason why we shouldn't know how much is actually selling it to the people selling it onto us. Why should we not know? What does that take or remove from anything if we do know?
Exactly, because we have to know that in order for you to go then holding an NPC responsible. But if in the case of 2022, December, October, November, December, he did the same thing with Emefiele at the time with foreign reserves. He Emefiele changed currency, and Dangote himself bought up a lot of the foreign US dollars. He's been doing things like that, and then they grab Emefiele and they're prosecuting him. So he's doing the same thing to an NPC where he's the one, as he's coming online, as he claims, this price is skyrocketing. An NPC is doing whatever he wants. I don't think it's fair, because unless we call him out, if you just want to be, remember, it's been 2 or 3 years now that I've been telling. I've been saying this? I've been telling you this is coming. But I know a lot of people want to speak to, so I want to, when you come back to me. But before I do that, I want to tie it to when
you, me, Baba. Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I thought it was Baba Tis. Baba, I'm happy it's Baba that's here, because one day, about a month ago, Baba was quite lucid and rational on this Dangote topic. But since then, he's kind of deviated a little bit. We'll have to call it the way it is. That's a problem here. Right. I don't want to be, I'm not crying for Nigerians. That's not what I'm not. If they're going to suffer, let them gnash their teeth over there. Right. But right now, what I'm saying is that if we have a vast CNG, I mean, do you know the gas reserves we have in that country? At Ugeli, this gas plant right now. Nigeria boasts of 200 trillion.
I think we're top 5, top 7 in terms of global reserves, aren't we?
Exactly. So somebody going and investing so much money in, I don't believe he did, but let's just say he claims $20 billion. It's a lot of money. It's unnecessary. There's going to have to be a change in energy. So they're holding us down by the balls. That's why I'm not saying this because I don't like Dangote per se. I don't, but that's not why I'm saying it. I'm saying that every time we give Northerners a chance, every time, on every vertical, government, elections, and they holding us down. They're holding us down. It's terrorism. What Dangote is doing to Nigeria is a form of terrorism. What Mahmoud is doing with INEC is terrorism, because you give him responsibility, conduct an election. Here's the money, 400 billion naira. You run an election, then you turn it off. You're not even smart enough to just rig the election. You actually turn it off and say, do your worst. You go all the way to the south and you take oil. You force the government to sell you, give you the oil, whatever is left over. You pipe it all the way down to Lagos, and then you withhold the pricing structure. We don't know what the hell you're doing. And it's like, do your worst. So I'm saying we're going to have to do our worst. And it starts with these minorities. They're worshiping Dangote. Imagine if Southeasterners, of which we can do exactly the same thing, we'll go down to the south and we'll take that oil, which we can. What would they be saying? The same thing they're saying now? They won't be saying that. the price structure that you show here, people who are in Lagos, because he's refining his oil there, he's giving him like $20 20 naira break, 990 something. And then people in the south are paying the most. And people in the southeast are in the middle. And that's the oil originates first of all from there. You have no reason, you have no excuse to take that oil away from there. None. But this terrorism that we're experiencing from the north on everything, our elections, our oil, our refineries are shut down, power, things that they're in charge of are shut down. People don't have electricity because of them. Now, how long is that going to go on?
The one thing I will agree with is that it makes no sense for you to take the oil from there. When the oil is already there, do the refining there and then funnel it around the country. Why pipe oil from the south all the way to Kaduna, and then you are not able to even refine it there? So it's just...
and then disrespect those people by the price, and you instead of just having a uniform price or one country and all that, you then try to charge them the most, right? But on top of that, this is what I'm going to say, because it's not just about talking and talking. It's like we're going to have to do something about it, one man. And people such as yourself, you're needed here. Be fair. Be fair. How can this man, he came there because also yesterday you said, now how can he say I did it without government incentives? That's a lie. This man has billions of dollars of our money to build a refinery. On his own, he cuts it from 20%. I can assure you one thing, we'll build that whole thing. If he built anything there, because I know there's pipes there and all that, it's 100% with our money. He didn't put a dime of his money in that thing, right? So right now, he comes, he says, I did it by myself. Therefore, I'm going to cut you down from 20% to 7%, which is what? Terrorism. It's like, do your worst. I'm not going to go to court and have an arbiter determine. You're supposed to go to court and say, look, this government did not fulfill a certain obligation. Therefore, Your Honor, can you cut it down? He's doing it on his own. I'm going to cut you down from 20 to 7%.
Except he didn't actually do that. They had an agreement that builds up to that 20%, and I think the government, which is with the government and NPC, they reneged on which invalidated it. I think that's somewhat broadly what he's saying.
It's like you go to, I don't know if you guys have 7-Eleven where you are.
We used to actually, but it's no longer there. I think
that was Dangote's story.
Yes, that I will let Baba, since he has more credibility with you, I'll let him handle that. But I'm going to tell you that what he's done is he has us by the balls, right? He's saying to an NPC, give me all your crude, period. He's saying, give him all the crude that we have. Don't even sell anything in advance. Don't do anything else. Everything comes through me, right? Else, I'm going to cut you down. Basically, they don't want to, they can't move because the president is his friend. Now, you look at the game, those two. Now, yesterday I teed up something. If you have it, you could play it now because it ties into what I'm saying, right? There's a northern social media guru that has that is speaking the truth about these two. Ayando is the biggest oil company in Nigeria right now. That's Tinubu's oil company, run by his nephew, right? Right now, he's buying a refinery in the islands of another country in the islands. So they've got us by the balls, those two. People are gnashing their teeth.
Is that not exactly what we want for Nigerian indigenous companies to have international presence?
That is what we want, but you have to untangle it. We want it done properly. We have to have capitalism to be doing things like that. They cannot do it by strangling our own, not only resources, coveting it, taking it out to go and buy another one from another country where we don't have any. We could basically drown in crude oil, the best Brent, that gives you all kinds of stuff. In essence, if you gave me the Nigerian Brent crude oil, because of how easy it is to turn into various products, I could give you the PMS itself free, right? As much as you want, and I'll keep the things that I'm gonna get out of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? We have the best in the world. We have vast gas supplies. Now, yesterday I was making a case that we in the Southeast we're building some refinery as much as it's gonna give us what we need, because we don't need that. We want to go with electric cars, flying cars. We want to move on. We don't want this.
Maybe start with baby steps. Maybe start with actually getting electricity first before you start to think of electric cars.
Well, we're getting as the
you will use petrol generator to pipe up electric cars. How does that work?
What's holding us down? I just told you. Right now, we don't have electricity because Northerners don't want us to have electricity. Now, this is how it starts. This guy goes and claims that he built a $20 billion refinery. Therefore, he's going to do everything to make sure we don't go to the structure of electricity or gas. Do you understand? That's the way they do it. He's going and he's invested in a technology that's washing out. That's no good in the next 10 years, right? So we in the Southeast want to move along with Oyibos as they cut off manufacturing of fossil fuel cars here in California in the next couple of years. You're not going to see anybody making cars that are going to use petroleum. So him saying he's building his refinery to export it to the United States, he said
that's not going to happen, by the way, because what they are finding, I think in America and other countries as well that are pushing for electric vehicles is that their national grid cannot sustain it.
No. One man, that is not even a debate. I'm telling you, first of all, when you come to the United States, there are many polities, right? Here in California, they're not playing it's de jure, by law. It's a date certain, and that day is going to be turned off. You cannot drive, import, or bring in fossil fuel car. And California is big when it comes to automobiles. There are a lot of companies, if California say don't do XYZ, they won't even be in business, right? So maybe you go to recalcitrant backward states here who are independent and have oil, like Texas. Maybe they'll show off a little bit, but whatever California says goes, right? So tell you how big California is. When even Ronald Reagan here in the United States in the 1980s didn't want apartheid to be stopped, the ordinary board of education in Los Angeles was able to bring South Africa to their knees. That's big. These are investments, board of education, the associations, and people like that. When you hear it, they're probably as equivalent to Britain, right? So that's how big California is, and so many other progressive states, New York, and all that. So when I tell you that we're going electric, we're going electric. There's no going back. A lot of these jurisdictions, maybe they move it a couple of years further down, but in the next 5 years here in California, it's gone. So now you tell me, these copycats in Nigeria, especially Nigerians have no class, right? They copy whatever we do here. If people are driving electric cars here, do you think they're going to be driving fossil fuel cars in Nigeria? Of course not. You know, it's like TV. We went digital. There was a date certain we're going to go from analog to digital TV. People were talking nonsense. On that day,
the Nigerian infrastructure structures does not support electric vehicles. Nigeria has no electricity, so how are they able to transmute into electric vehicles?
It's going to happen fast. Nigerians are very they're adaptable people. If you go to Aba, for instance, how long does it take? Aba pretty much has electricity right away.
It doesn't. That's just they don't have electricity. We've seen the indigenes come out to tell us they don't. But
I've seen
is all of this. Anyway, that's your view.
No. You cannot take anecdotes. Nothing is perfect. I saw even on the roads.
How can we have electric vehicles in Nigeria? We're still saying up NEPA. We don't have electricity. So are we going to switch on fossil fuel generators to them charge up
one man. They can use solar. They use solar for the charging stations. One man. It doesn't
how
have
long
to
does
be.
that take? How long does that? Have you ever seen an electric vehicle?
It take the same. It take the same thing. Look, I know
it
somebody.
takes close to 6 hours to charge an electric vehicle.
It's gonna get better. It's gonna get better. It's getting better. Let me. This is done deal. There's no other way. It's better. Right now, we cannot be in the hands of a cabal, right? And refinery. They're dirty business. At some point, Nigerians, the way they're gonna do it, there's gonna be competition when people like Abia State. I know you keep talking down on what they're doing. They're building a refinery for one thing. In 2025, when Abia State turns on the refinery, be the real stuff. It won't be like a Dangote kind of thing. This will be.
I'm not sure that there's any need for, Rabio is building a refinery, and we have Water Smith already, and then we have some South Koreans coming to build 4. We have NNPC promising to get one of theirs kicking off. So
right.
I mean,
so you're advancing my point. You are unwittingly advancing my point.
Which is what?
Which is that there will be many sources of refined petroleum, right? Right now, we are held by the balls because of a cabal between NNPCL and Dangote. There's no doubt about that. He did the same thing with Emefiele. He wants to stand out there like he's the innocent party, right? While they grab Emefiele because he's a minority, these minorities don't care. They're fighting amongst themselves. They probably some of the clans there are probably jealous of Emefiele when he was in office, right? So they come when Buhari, Dangote, and Emefiele used him. Remember, this man is an independent agency who's authorized to make monetary policy. So they grab him incommunicado. Nobody in the South is talking about that. They're not demanding that Buhari should be arrested. Dangote should be arrested, right? Who is that? Who's called? Somebody wants to interject or something? Who wants to interject?
Passad, hold on. One man.
Yeah, I'm here.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
How can I send you a clip? I made one clip for you from Canada, so I want you to play it for a Kenyan and Passat and Rational Mind.
I'll send my Instagram something. Send it there. Actually, there was a clip that Mike said. Mike was in Nigeria for about a week or so. Yeah, send it to my Instagram.
I can
there's
come to your
platform.
I start crying that Nigerians are now turned to beggar. They are begging for food. They are doing this. If you see what is going on in Canada, you'll be surprised. If you see the way people are killing for food, Well, I don't know how to send it. I personally made the clip for you today, so just send me the wherever, then I'll send it to you. That's
I'll put my Instagram in the comment section. So just click on if you're on Instagram, then you can just send it to me.
Yeah. I'm there.
All right. Go and do what he said. What man? Who was that? Who has that?
That was Yakubu. You're lucky that he didn't flog you. He's always flogging you.
Passad, you don't know me. You don't know me. Passad, you're a motor. Come on, man.
I try to get you, but there's a lot of people in queue to speak. So hold your peace until it's your turn. Go and send the stuff. They told you how to do it.
But anyway, you are not the moderator tonight. Now I see the way.
No, I'm not the moderator. That's why I'm
how do you think he did, Yakub?
Yeah, but he's a dictator. He's a dictator. He's dictating for everybody. I like the way he handle Rational Mind. So it's okay.
So an enemy of my enemy is my friend.
I give you 90.
I demand a better grade than that. But anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, I'll make it 99.
Thank you very much. Now we're talking.
Yeah. All right.
So one man, to bring it together, this is just, we cannot be talking. We'll talk about power here. We'll talk about cement here, right? Let's call a spade a spade. What is our problem? Our problem is Dangote, right? This man, to me, he's crazy. nobody can be given as much.
I'm not far off you that Dangote is a problem, but for different reasons. Because I think you have more of an ethnic phobia, but in terms of his business practice, I see him as a problem. You know.
Yeah, he's a problem. That's all. It's not ethnophobia at all. It has not, because look, I wish I could push a button and he's playing the role of what he's playing, right? What he claims. But what he's doing, to me, it's not lack of money. This is pure evil. I mean, he sees it. He sees our people. He sees what's happening. Hey, I'm telling you, it's terrorism. It's nothing but economic terrorism. Nothing else. It's not. He doesn't lack any money. The country has given him everything anybody could ever get out of a country. Now, why would he be doing those things? It's like Yakubu Mahmoud. Okay, so you run an election in 2023 that is completely chaotic. Some say rigged. But then the following election, be it local, then you even do worse. You don't make yourself available to the press to assuage people's feelings. You come to the press and say, look, maybe we didn't handle this election the way it was handled, but honestly, the winner was the winner. Yeah, do you follow what I'm saying? So
no, I do follow, but with your permission, let me move you to about two more topics, and then we'll move the conversation around as the room continues to populate. Because we already know your views on Yakubu and Dangote. I don't think you shy away from expressing it, and you've expressed it numerously. Let me take you to this space. Rep passed bill to allow FRSC officials carry guns. So those are the federal road safety. You know, that was this Tai Cholani or Wole Soyinka that was the first person that was a controller. I think that was actually formed under Babangida, wasn't it? But to all intents and purposes, no more than glorified traffic wardens. Do you think, can you justify why these people would need to carry guns?
Yes, I support those people carrying guns. Not only that, I support our citizens to carry guns. Nigeria is not a place where anybody should be enforcing laws and they're not armed. You know, they should be trained to carry guns, right? Just like deputizing somebody and having them protect the law. Give them the permits. They need permits to operate in that capacity. Of course, they know they have something to lose if they misuse it. See, one of the things that we have in Nigeria, I don't know what it is. For example, we know that governors and the president, they say they have immunity. As if then that means they have carte blanche to do whatever they want. That's not the way the law works. As a matter of fact, the most people you could hold accountable are governors, because you have division in the branches. The legislators can and should hold governors accountable when they break the law, including abuse of office. Right? I'm gonna tie it in with the question you posed right now. But a governor in our constitution, which we copied ipsissima verba from that of the United States, so that's to say it's about the same thing. Right? If a governor abuses his office, he can be impeached and then removed from office and then prosecuted. Crimes, high crimes, and misdemeanors. That pretty much covers everything these governors are doing. If you do any of this XYZ in the law, then the House, what we call National Assembly, can institute articles of impeachment on you. And then you be tried in the Senate. If you're culpable, if you're guilty, you're removed from office. And then the department that's into prosecuting crimes can then charge you. So there's no immunity for anybody in that sense. It's limited. So the same thing comes to people having arms. Those people, if they're enforcing the laws, should be allowed to carry arms. We have rampant crime, violent crimes in Nigeria because not enough people are armed. Right? These are losers from the north. These terrorists from the north, they can enter people's farms with their cows, and also, I don't know if we're allowed to say the 4-letter word that begins with R, right? Ends with E. Rape our mothers and our sisters and our people. It's because
I think the convention is to put a G in front of that now.
Okay, all right, thank you. So they grape our people because there's nobody there with an AK to get him some barbecue meat that day all over the place, including the cows. So all I'm saying is that people should be armed, they should be trained, they should be licensed. It's nothing to cut down. It's nothing to even think about. Look at other places.
You know, I've once tried to advocate that here before, and people shut me down. I think Akim was actually one of the people that shut me down. I was trying to advocate the right to bear arms in Nigeria, and like you have in where you are, you know, because I'm saying when that rascally cattle header, when he rolls onto your farm, knowing full well that you are likely to be as fully armed as him, then he will have a second thought about what his intentions are.
He wouldn't even dare.
And that armed robber that wants to waylay you on the street, and he knows every car probably has guns, then he will have second thoughts about, you know.
Yeah, not only that, even if you do it and go home, then it's not over, right? So that's another thing. It's not over when you do it. If Nigeria is using the things that we have in the books, they won't be trying any of those, especially if you come and you rob a farm, then you go home. Normally they come out and say, we have to prevent this from happening again. You don't skip, you're gonna prevent it from happening again, but we also have to go and catch the person who did it. Is that too novel an idea? Going back and catching people who did something from, let's say, 2020, 2015. Why can't you go back within the statute of limitations and go and get those who are doing these things, right? You stop them from doing it in the future, but also go back, and because that's what's going to prevent crimes more than anything. If you, in this country, forensically, you can always be caught no matter what it is that you did. One thing is that you're not going to get away with any crime. I mean, it's seldom does that happen, right? You don't get away with, and they learned this very early when this place had a wild west, right? So everybody is armed. If you think you're too tough, you challenge somebody, come out in the afternoon and shoot it out. And that's what stopped Britain from menacing this place, because every American is armed. So they were unable to colonize and hold on to it here. So we'll do the same thing in Nigeria. But let's not make it like I say, every Nigerian that's out there committing all these heinous crimes. Nigerians normally, when we were back home, our police didn't even carry weapons, right? We used to call them police Eliza, right? They didn't carry. They had to account for their bullets every day for those who carried one, right? But most police officers,
you know, I was going to actually move you on, but one thing you just said, I was going to move on rather, but one thing you just said there, you know, they have this thing within the Nigerian, I think, policing, that where they say they don't count bullets, and I think that is wrong. You know, they should have an armory in the police, which I hope that they do. And then when you go out for the day, you sign out for whatever it is there you're taking from the armory. And when you come back, if the bullets are less than what you took out, you have to account for how you dispensed them, or what you know. They have to count the bullets, but they don't count the bullets.
They don't.
It's unbelievable.
Who told you that, woman?
They don't count the bullets.
No,
They don't count the bullets in the Nigerian police service.
No. They are those that are crooks amongst them. They know how to procure their bullets they use for their nefarious activities. But what you said there is exactly the system that still subsists until tomorrow. Even if you expend one bullet for which you sign for, they hate it. You will write about 4 pages of narrative.
Okay, Baba, you know, here's for me, let me just say this, and then I would stay back. I would still be here until it comes to my turn again. I would say that if I were to come in there and I'm persuaded to be your president. One of the first things I'm going to do very quickly is to assemble our boys to go to drain the swamp in Chad and Niger, right? Because what good is it if you are accounting for a bullet? Say this is a porous border where they're breeding these people, and I don't know what Northerners. Now, when you address this, tell me what would they say? I come in and say, my first obligation, I want to secure border, but before I actually close that border, I'm gonna go and drain the swamp where they're breeding these people who come in lawlessly, bringing all kinds of weapons. That you go to the north in the plateau area, they decimated our people there. They come in and they attack helpless villages that are defenseless villages, right? So the very first thing I would do to tell them that I'm very serious here, especially recalcitrant northern Muslims, right? I'm gonna go into that Chad. I'm gonna go into that Niger because they're small, and I'm gonna drain the swamp there. Take it over for a while. So, to be honest with you, I'm gonna drain that swamp. Tell them that they're not outside the touch of Nigeria. We're Nigerians. You're gonna come in with impunity and massacre people in villages. You have no heart. I could see if you're doing it in Abuja or Enugu or Lagos. You go into people who are in farms, unprotected farmlands, and you just take it over, rename it. I would assure you that your people will pay for it. I'm going to drain that swamp in Chad. These are small.
I was going to move on from you, but the biggest security threat we have in Nigeria, without equivocation, is the porous border in the north. I was watching. I think I spoke about the guy. There's an English guy that does all these travel some things. You know all these people that travel around the world and they put it out there. He's in Nigeria at the moment. He's one of those Oyinbos that love Nigeria. He's been going there since 2016. So he's traveling around and he's in the north. And then he was at this boxing match, this traditional boxing match that they have. And he was sat next to one guy, and he was asking him what part of Kano the guy is from. And it was in Kano. And the guy said, no, that it's not from Kano, that it's from Niger Republic. So he can just stroll across the border to come and all the way from Niger to come and watch. I wonder what sort of immigration system he had to huddle to. Nobody checks anything. They don't even recognize that there is a demarcation there. And Buhari told us that those artificial demarcations built by the colonials are not for him. So a country without borders. So how do you plan? You have to know your population numbers in order then to know how to expend risk. It's just our biggest problem are the porous borders in the north.
None of our policies will work. Our elections cannot work, right? Because Nigerians really haven't showed these countries, right? These are Chad, Niger, all those northern adjoining countries that we have there. We need to go and tell them that, hey, look, we're the big dogs here. You cannot come in with impunity and you're going to be menacing our people. When we're doing manual election counting, you just come over and you vote and then you go back. There's no Einstein in the entire area over there. So we don't need anything to do with them, only because we're Africans want them to do very well. But if these northern Muslims now will give them responsibility to be INEC chairman, INEC and then refinery, Dangote is one of these people I'm talking about. They're going to have to respect Nigerians. Else, they're going to pay for it one of these days. Thank you very much. I'll sit back on this my turn again.
All right, brilliant. So that's Spansat. Thanks for kicking things off for us, Spansat. So we'll do 5-7 minutes monologue just to get through the voices, and then we'll loop it around again. Baba, you're up next. So we're talking about a myriad of things. So do you want the talking points, or do you just want to free flow?
Yeah, I think I will start with the. Yeah, go ahead. Is that Yakubu? You want to say something?
Yeah. I'll send it, Goma.
All right, I'll check now.
Okay, one man. I want to start with the oil scarcity issue we have right now and the pricing we're operating now. That means I'm talking about Dangote refinery and what's going on now. It's a misery to me, if I must be honest, because there is something going on. But I don't think outside of government and Dangote refinery, we cannot put, nobody can put their finger to what exactly is going on. Are we being screwed as citizens of the country? This is October. Dangote is supposed to receive the Naira cargo of crude oil. And he was supposed to also price the return products in Naira. Have we started that? Nobody can tell you. Now, number two, the cargo. NNPC is pricing at 998 to 111 something at the moment. They procure from Dangote refinery. How much did they buy it? I heard today it came from Dangote at 997 or so. So they have no choice, or is it 907? But it was above 900 from the refinery. So that makes me believe that the NNPC has not even started supplying Dangote the Naira crude. If Dangote is selling to them above 900 Naira per liter of PMS. So what is going on exactly? And as we speak, in a matter of days, less than a week, NNPC will be receiving cargo from Malta and Mauritius of PMS also. So what if Dangote refinery is sufficient to feed the country? Why is NNPC importing? These are the miseries I can't put my finger to. And I ask myself, I know the president is not stupid, but has he got his hands soiled in this oil business? Because he's not talking. He's the assumed petroleum minister. He is the president. So in this case, he's wearing double hats. So why is he leaving everybody, more so NNPCL, to their own devices? And why these discordant voices, this cacophony of coming from NNPCL as a body, as a corporation, and the regulatory body, an arm of NNPC? Why this disjointed voice? And I ask myself, why is Dangote now sticking it down our throats that the country didn't help him at all in his quest to build that refinery worth 20 billion today? I don't think there's a Nigerian living that has been to school that would not know that Nigeria actually helped him to build that refinery. On the day of that CDO opening, Buhari attended on his way out. Emefiele climbed the podium.
Even he talked about Nigeria support during that commissioning.
So he said so, that he's almost paid all his debt to us. He himself thanked Emefiele. We knew how much he was buying the foreign exchange. The deals he did with, even when he was hard up and needed enough liquidity, how he round-tripped himself. He did round-tripping himself to be able to raise money. A lot of chicanery went on, financial chicanery went on. Why is he now pushing it down our throat to tell us, oh, we didn't even help him? Just in the same vein, he came last time to talk about the people in NNPC as if he was reporting them He said, look, I salute industry. Like I used to say here, I worship at the altar of the
Do you think the
titans.
guy is gaming us in some? It clearly is gaming us in some way. This Dangote guy.
That brings me to another question that we've always think the North are one, they are united. The NNPCP, a group managing director, is from the North. The regulatory body, PPMRS or something they call it, I can't remember now, is a Northerner. Dangote, a Northerner. So what is going on? Are we being played? These are questions I kept on asking myself, asking my people I talk to, and nobody could really put their hands to it. And there is a complicity of the president. You don't leave this kind of thing to the devices of the NNPCL. Yes, it's a private, limited company, but you are the president. The administration you run
What
owns the
level of
largest.
yeah? What level of input do you think it cannot determine price, but because if it tries to, if the government, that is, if they try to determine price, then they will have to insulate the difference.
Wait, it's a company.
Right.
Who are the shareholders? Federal government are the shareholders of this company because it's not gone public yet. So if you run a company, technically Abakiari, it's your worker. It serves you. You are the board. The administration of Bola Tinubu Ahmed, they are the board, Ministry of Finance.
Yeah, but what can they do is the thing. Talk us through what you think the government can do.
It's a question of very simple arithmetic. There are two ways to operate this. We can give Dangote refinery 1 million barrels and say, okay, can you refine this for us? These are the number of products that will be coming from this 1 barrel up to the LPFO, HPFO. Those are the excreta. That's the last product. You can work it out exactly what will come out of the refinery in how many hours of operation. How much will you charge us to refine this product? That's one model. The second model, okay, take the crude oil and give us the PMS out of it. That's all we need because we've deregulated the AGO aspect of our oil business. So take it, then take the rest as payment. That's giving him a lot of leeway. But we are not using this model. Nobody is asking questions. And they think the whole country, we are fools. We don't know exactly what goes on in that industry. Or they are not private people or we've not lived in other countries and see how these things are operated. Because I'm at a loss at what exactly is going on. If you are going to fully deregulate, no subsidy, nothing, not a kobo tide of the federal government's money going inside, fine. It's not a problem. But then don't punish the citizens for the gains of very few people who have formed themselves into a formidable cartel, holding the country to ransom. You have a refinery as big as that. Yesterday, Lopo Biri came up, Heineken, that, okay, 4 Koreans are coming to come and do another 4 refineries. Fine, we can turn the country into a hub of refining, of refiners. It's good for the economy, good for employment of the youths. No doubt about that. But you are importing. Why are you importing to compete with Dangote refinery? Why are you importing? What is the purpose? How much are you going to sell those ones you're importing? Did you raise the price to set the country up for the awaited products you are importing, so that your people, you and your marketers can make a kill? So these are the questions the people are not asking because they've been beaten silly. And I don't like it. There's a limit you can push a people. Even the common Nkwe, the goat that doesn't fight back, if you kick that goat up to the wall, I bet you that goat will turn against you. So what is going on? I can't stop asking myself that question all day. What exactly is going on?
But sorry to chip in, but do you agree? Nigerians really don't care what is going on. I think it's just us that are carrying this matter on. I think the average Nigerian really is divested from politics. They don't care. They don't even know what governance is all about. So I think we are the ones that are just taking this whole issue on our head. Nigerian politics is not. It's not about service. We all know that. But I think the real problem now is not even the politicians. Before I will even blame the politicians, but it's the people. The people's mindset is so. This Stockholm syndrome. It's so bad. I've always said it that even if they kill the firstborn of every Nigerian, the average Nigerian will not do anything. And I think the politicians, the regulators or whatever, the people who control Nigeria will continue making things worse until the people take to arms and change the narrative. Without that, we will see things getting from bad to worse, and we will not have a solution to that country's problem. So I think the problem in itself is in its people, not the politicians. The politicians have seen that the people are weak. They don't have a strong mindset. They don't even know what good governance is. They don't know their rights. They don't know the constitution, nothing. And hence, they're just leveraging on that and taking advantage of that. So until the people get it right before we will see any notable change. Apart from that, I think the politician or political elite class are just taking the country for a ride.
Yeah, one man. That's my take on that. What's the next topic, please? One man. One man. Does anyone know the topic for the day? The readout?
Maybe it's muted. One man, are you muted? We can't hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Sorry, I went to get some water. Sorry.
Baba was asking you the next topic here.
Oh, apologies, Baba. So we were talking about there's so many. Do you want to go to this one? NDLEA jettisons controversial.
Give me another one, I beg.
Oh, all right. You don't like that one. All right.
I remember one exactly I want to talk on, but I can't remember.
We were talking about Asari Dokubo versus the Nigerian army. We were talking about the NNPC, of course, you've already spoken on that. Ado Bayero are still fighting Lamido Sanusi for the emirship in Kano.
No, I'm not interested.
The reps passing a bill to allow FRSC officials carry guns, which are and then federal government opens portals for Nigerians to convert cars and pay.
Yeah. That's the one I want to talk about. I don't usually change is something that Nigerians don't like embracing through our natural skepticism, because a typical Nigerian is a skeptic, is a cynic. You understand? A lot is going on, and in federal government's desperation, they wanted to sell it, they wanted to give it out on higher purchase. Now even they say, okay, come and take it for free. Still no off-takers in numbers. Because in Lagos alone, there are 7 designated area from Ekpe to Bagada to Ikeja and stuff like that, and to Ushudi and K2, where you can go and they will fix it for you for free. But nobody is going. And the few transporters that have taking opportunity to do that already. They still charge the same thing, the same amount. So if that a transporter is for a bus is using at least about maybe 50,000 to buy every day. Now he has installed CNG canister and he's just buying 10,000 every day. Yet you can imagine that 40,000 is for him in his pocket, extra profits. He will not be patriotic enough to say, okay, now that I have this thing at this cheap rate. No, because it's one of the very few of thousands of transporters that's just carrying the CNG gas. So I asked myself, do we put a tag to every bus or public transport that already is using it? Or we know we can remove a tag anytime or sticker or anything. So I said in my head that no, that won't work, except the person has a patriotic zeal in him to say, okay, boing, 5 naira, while the rest that haven't got it are charging maybe 15 naira. Wouldn't they lynch him? Because nobody is going. Nobody wants to. I don't know. We just don't embrace change easily in that country. So until it is too late, because I blame the government, though it's not in large number. Even the stations for the CNG, they are not enough.
You know what will propel that CNG, Baba? It's the economy of it that will propel it. As buses start to convert to it at the motor parks, and other buses are seeing the profit margins that comes with that, they will very quick. There'll be a long queue to adapt.
Okay, you have a point here, actually. Yeah, they will want to go, but to stop that profiteering, does the government have to now put a price to the routes where they ply? Because typically anything that goes up hardly comes down in that country in terms of pricing, because they will still want to charge the same amount. That is the problem. They will still want to charge the same amount. So somebody has to put a stop and curtail their greed. Because if they get it, particularly those who got it for free, the CNG tools, those who got it for free don't need to burden the public because it's from taxpayers' money. So I don't know why they are not embracing it. It really beats me, because I expect the queues we have in the fuel station should be the kind of queue we have in those designated sales area where they have to fix it. So the people too are a part of the problem, particularly the business people generally. So these are the problems we are facing at the moment, because with that clip you showed, 1974 clip you showed, I mean, 74 to this time, and that's 50 years ago. 50 years ago, the same story, morning, noon, and night of every day. 50 years, you've been having this one problem. And that is the reason why I support the removal of this fuel subsidy, that if this is the problem, let us remove that cancerous tumor of fuel subsidy and let us breathe. Because it's even better these days. I mean, in the 80s or 90s particularly, it was worse. We sleep in fuel stations. You find the rickety of cars in your compound. You send the driver with it. He goes to fuel station to sleep. And you even send people in the house to go give him food because he must not leave the queue. That was how bad it was then. It's been very, very bad. And 50 years later, we still have the same problem. What kind of people in a country where we have many accomplished people? It beats me. I yield, one man.
All right, Billiam Baba. All right, Billiam Baba. So, Baba. Before I go on to, I'll go on to Kabiru next, and then from Kabiru, I'll go on to Ekene, and then and then we go. Hopefully, we catch our Kim before he falls asleep. But I'm not seeing any super chats coming through, so let them come through. The platform is a ravenous beast that needs to be constantly fed. So the platform a ravenous beast that needs to be constantly fed. On my way to Kabiru, let me do a little bit of advertising. As some of you may know, and those who don't know, then do know now, we're having a guest join us on Sunday. His name is Dr. Kenny Adenuga. It's a regular contributor rather, and a specialist on virtually all of the mainstream television stations. Actually, let me give you a little soupçon of him so that you have the anticipation of who's to come. It's a vastly knowledgeable guy. Here he is. Let me give you about 2 minutes of him in nutshell.
I think we are too quick to judge as a people, and like I've said over and over again, I think we must understand the fact that life is about process. And we don't want to, I think our pain threshold is getting thinner every day. And we must understand the place of pain, process, and progress. Because at the end of the day, that's why we say no pain, no gain. I mean, we're coming from somewhere. People must have that understanding that whatever is going on now was not the fault or the handiwork of the president or the current administration. Let us face it and say it for whatever it is. This current administration inherited all of this backlog of challenges, and now the manifestations came. And I will say this: if our people will just understand something, that what we're going through is like what we.
So that is Dr. Kenny Adenuga. I keep calling him Ononuga. Hopefully I don't do that on the day. So that's Dr. Kenny Adenuga right there. So who will be here on a Sunday to defend that comment you just made there and anything else you would like to put to him? I certainly have questions lined up for him. And in talking about lined up, I'll send the link to the comment section now. So go and click on that link. Then click on the bell notification. You might as well click on like as well. Make sure you are prepped and prepared for Sunday as our special guest joins us, Dr. Kenny Adenuga. So he's excited to come and take on your questions, and hopefully you are excited to put them to him. So there it is right there. So go bookmark that and get yourself prepped for it. So on from there to, let's go to Kabiru. So Kabiru, do you want me to play your clip, what you sent in? Kabiru. Kabiru o o ti lọ mú jẹkújẹ kan nínú fridge ńbẹ yẹn àbí. Look at this guy. All right, as we wait for Kabiru's presence, let's go on to Ekene. So when Kabiru turns up, then I'll play his clip. Ekene, you're up next. Ekene. Salam alaikum. Are you going to be joining us on Sunday for Kabiru Dr. Kenny Adenuga?
Hopefully, I will try.
All
so
right,
that I will know the pain he wants Nigeria to suffer before. I will just come and listen to him and not have the much pain that we are going to suffer before it gets better. Because I think the pain is not just listening or seeing the speech of the First Lady today. I think Nigeria should forget about anything getting better soon, and know that the next 2 years is going to be a very tough one for every Nigerian citizen. So she's already telling you that her husband is not the problem of this country, and we are not seeing the miracle that is happening. So that's a quite unfortunate situation we find ourselves, and She already made a point that the next 2 years is going to be very tough, and for us to see any results, that means these 4 years, no enjoyment.
No. What she actually said was that you will see the results in the next 2 years. That's what she said. She said the next 2 years will be better than the previous than these 2 years we're going through now.
So that's next 2 years. Next 2 years means the end of the administration now, the first time. So are they? What are they going to do? So I will have to wait till the time of the election to know that they are doing anything.
No. That's when you see. That's where you will see the fruit of what they have been doing.
Those 2 years.
You know
by
the time the next election comes, you would have had 3 cycles of the students' loan scheme. So it will be categorical either if it's successful or not. You would have had 3 cycles of the credit core. So you'll be categorical if it's successful or not. You would have had additional years of successes with the fight against insurgency. You would have had the Dangote narrative settled down to an understanding. A lot of things would have settled down by then, and that would be the body of the election.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, because even the student loan you are talking about, it is as if nothing is happening in that sector. But for me, honestly, I cannot explain Nigeria again, and I cannot define how Nigeria is going again. We just have to wait, and but honestly speaking, one man, Tinubu is not bothered. Honestly speaking, his body language is not showing any sign that he's bothered with ongoings, and he really has a definite plan to get Nigeria.
You know he has a plan now, because we're seeing the plan play out. But if you are saying that he's not bothered, why would you conclude that he is not bothered? What's led you to that conclusion?
No, I don't think he's bothered, honestly speaking. See, Nigeria at this critical time don't need a relaxing president who will just sit down one place and want every day his ministers and all the call to be coming and telling Nigerians cock and bull stories. These are the time president comes out himself, Nigerians the lash. This is exactly what I am doing as your president to get you out of this mess.
But he has addressed the country about 2-3 times now, even in the course of
no, he read an independent speech, and he went back, and just looking at his speech is just one thing he's saying.
You know that the prime minister of this country, he hardly does interviews. I'm not quite sure, unless there's a big event, they rarely ever do.
Well, for me, that's how
in front of Rufai saying every week, taking abuse, Abi. Is that what it is?
If he has to come before Rufai saying it will be look more better.
Yes.
Or even show working lawyer. Or even grant press interview, or at least this time around he needs Nigeria needs a lot of convincing words coming directly from him. But these days you just complain, go to your house. If you just talk, go to your house and sleep. Atiku has even named him T-Pain.
No, it's not Atiku. I think it was the obedience that gave him that name, isn't it? T-Pain. You're not going to leave that guy alone, are you? T-Pain.
No, whether you want to give it, whether you want to refer it to
what they are saying, what we are hearing from Atso Rock is that he really hates that name, T-Pain.
Nigeria cannot just wake up one day and be calling him T-Pain. I know that I've been seeing that name for almost getting to 2-3 weeks now, before Atiku came out and make it official yesterday that he's really T-Pain president. So for you to know what Nigerians are passing. Nigerians are just seeing it as it's just like this increment. I tell people, NLC will do nothing. They will do.
NLC has already been bought and paid for now.
Uh-huh. So Nigeria, just continue your suffering until you are ready to liberate yourself. The body that are supposed to help Nigerians voice out their pain is already being bought, or they are toothless bulldog. They can do nothing. So you as an ordinary citizen, when you come out of the street, if you shout 1 week, 2 weeks, Omoro Showore, where is all this his threat? Days of rage.
Is he still protesting? Nobody. That guy, man, it's a funny character.
But the guy came out to protest now, but nobody. No, it seems as if everybody is just tired.
Is that not the typical Showore story?
No, I think Nigerians.
One man.
No, I think Nigerians themselves are just tired. I think they don't even believe in protest. If NLC has failed them, then a whole large body like NLC has failed. Then what we should do, one man. So I think Nigerians themselves have just lost faith in any kind of protest and things like that. I think they're just defeated people. That's just the truth.
Nigeria, honestly speaking, Nigeria is a defeated people by these cabals. But I don't pray it continues like that, because you look at your election these days. What I don't even look at the government again. Whatever they want to do, they let them do. But how are we going to get out of this mess? Your election cannot even get you out of it. Very difficult. Check the changes that happened in the INEC chairman, the rec that are being appointed in every state. You see that one, they have given a lot or huge amount of money to go there and hold that state ransom. They are even card carrying members of the party. So what's the way out? So difficult the situation we found ourselves. People that believe in God will say, at this point in time, we need God's intervention. We really need it. Because if it's about Tinubu going for second term, he will go for second term.
If you need God's intervention, then are you praying for your president? Are you praying for your president?
Well, I'm praying for my country. I'm praying for my president. I'm praying that this country will get better. I really want to enjoy this country. I want to enjoy.
How did you miss the news that 16 state governors took the federal government to court to establish that the EFCC is an illegal entity? Can you believe that?
I saw it yesterday.
It's in Supreme Court. It's in Supreme Court.
I saw it yesterday too. I saw it in the round.
16 state governors. Only in Nigeria.
Only in Nigeria. Not even only that. The only thing that I think this government will get better, the allocation that will be going to the local government directly from federal purse. The state government are already making laws to siphon this money and give them whatever they like to give them. So the law is already in place. I think Soludo has signed his own. According to what the judgment gave, that the money, no state governor, no laws, no individual is going to make any law that will maybe to divert that money to state fund and all that. That money is for local government directly. They will receive it, use it, and go and develop your local area. Have helped a lot of things, especially the security issue we are having in Nigeria today. The local government would have, if they work very well, we get our security issue in the local places right. If not, 60 to 70%. But I don't know why, starting from the state, from the federal, or is it that the state don't want the federal government to work? How can a state be working against the government they help come into power? So the whole thing is not convincing. So a lot of our state governors are already they are already making laws. You see it. Soludo has made his own law. I think he has signed it. So the money is no longer going direct to the local government. They now have a joint account where the money will came in or will come in. Then the governor will now decide the peanut he will give to the the local government and all that. So who do we? How are we? I don't even know. So that's why I said if they explain Nigeria to you and you understand it, then they never explain and well to you. They never explain Nigeria well to you. So I don't know. So our president.
Which of the Tinubu policies do you have confidence in? You cannot say you don't have confidence in all of the policies
But I
because
have confidence in that. I have confidence in that judgment given by the
Supreme Court.
Supreme Court. Yes, I really have because I really want a government where people will feel because if you come to our local environment, that is where the government is. That is where you see the suffering. That is where you will stay like 1 week, 2 weeks. You will not see any electricity. That is where you will see bad roads that you know that in the next you'll be thinking, are they going to build this road in the next 50 years, in the next 30 years? That is where you see all this our dilapidated infrastructure in health sector and schools and all that. So I needed a policy that will make build a small government in that area so that they will begin to get things right. That is where you see all these banditry, small banditries and kidnapping. Villages being deserted by or chased away by insurgencies and all that. It's everywhere littered in Nigerian local government. So that policy, if the state governors will allow it operate as that judgment has been given, let the government give direct money to the local government. Let them use it to the good of the people. Then if your councillor or your local governor there is not doing any well, it will be very easy for the youth of that community to organize a protest against that councillor or even beat him up, beat him to your test.
Beat him to your test, are you advocating violence?
Whatever it is to get things done. Whatever it is to get things done, because that money is coming to you. No matter how, I don't think 2 billion in a local government today will get a long way to renovate our schools and our all these our maternities and all that. That you cannot even take a sight of it. Very bad. 2 billion in a local government can go a long way to renovate all those things, put small infrastructure, and give our local women, those pregnant women you see in the village, give them a little comfort when they are pregnant and about to give birth to a little baby. You understand? So 2 billion, 3 billion can do a lot of things. Maintain all these small village roads we are seeing today, even if it is not tied to the way it used to be in California and in America, but at least all those gutters, all those potholes, it can put a very big maintenance to it.
If I was going to ask, who performs oversight functions of the local government? Who is responsible for seeing if they spend their money wisely or prudently? Like, is there an oversight? Is there an oversight body that would ensure that the local government chairman actually do that job? Or it's just going to be they give them money and nobody asks questions and that's the end?
That is the one I don't know, but I think that is where the state government comes in. I think
you know that is where so that's the problem, because like how many you have 700 local governments, like
yeah.
In some states you have like Lagos. I don't know how many Lagos has. Like, is it possible to actually go around each of those local governments. I don't think the states, the governor or anybody has that kind of time. That's the problem. I think we're just going to
The money according to the judgment is to the 774 local government. So I think the federal government has already mapped out plans on how to be disbursing this money monthly to the 774 local government we have in Nigeria today. So which means 774 local government is going to be having representative direct from the federal. And the federal has given an order since that judgment was given for all the state to conduct local government election within 90 days, which I think almost all the state has complied to it, apart from Lagos State that will hold their own maybe I think at the end of this month or what.
So the question is, if we cannot track this expenditure projects of 36 state governors, how on earth are we going to track 700? Like, it's not as if I buy the idea that local governments that are closer to the grassroots and maybe the people will start feeling the impacts of the government project-wise directly. But what I don't believe in is for us to actually visualize it. We won't really see it. I don't think we will see anything. I think it's even just going to be money just disappearing even faster than it comes, because 700, if you cannot even monitor and see the effects of 36 states, is it now 700 local governments that will be able to even see anything? And Nigerians don't have the habit. Nigerians don't have that. Nigerians don't have that culture of asking questions. We don't ask questions. You think they will
the reason why I think Nigerians don't ask questions is because nothing comes to the reach of common man Nigeria today. You don't even know how to hold. Your governor is in Abuja. So if you're having any problem, there is no way you can get to the governor and tell him this is my problem. So he stays in Abuja for maybe 4 years till the next election.
Okay, let me just ask you one last question. The local government chairman in your area, right? Do you have an idea of what his manifesto is or what he plans to achieve when he's in office? Like, what are his promises, or I don't know how the campaign is, but what are his promises and what he's going to do in your own area, in your own particular area?
Well, taking an example from Lagos State, I think most of the things we see happens in Lagos State, especially the little development we see, is done by the local government. When you see them putting all these roads, this village roads in Lagos State, most of the time, the ones that wants to work, there are areas you see them work, put some infrastructures and build help develop schools that are dilapidated. So I think I see it here in Lagos, in Ojo, most of the time. The ones that really want to perform, but majority of them don't do anything. You understand? And you can easily, like the one we have in this councillor we have in Ojo in Labour Party. So the other one, the promises he is giving to us, he's not doing anything about it. That is why you see most of the roads in Ojo now being dilapidated, because these are the campaign promises he gave to us. But I don't blame him, because he really didn't come from Ojo. He said he's not an Ojo indigen, because if that's the mistake we made in voting him, if it's an Ojo indigen that is representing us as a Labour Party, I don't think Ojo will be going through the mess they are going today in terms of roads, because in other areas their local government, I think, is performing more better than Ojo. So we can assess them. You can engage them in a meeting. You can hold them accountable a little bit. So, and that is what I want, and that is the only hope I see in this administration after that judgment, which now the governors are working against it. They're working against it.
Yeah, but that's corruption fighting back, isn't it? They always tell us that corruption, when you fight corruption, corruption fights back. That's corruption fighting back, isn't it?
That's corruption fighting back. That's corruption fighting back. And the governors are. My only concern now is that how will a professor be chief architecture of that corruption, fighting back.
No, the
A
problem
professor.
there actually, let's be fair. The constitution recognizes only 774 local government area. Totality in the 36 states and the Federal Territory Abuja. But almost every state has divided their local government into LCDAs. And the constitution doesn't recognize those LCDA. So how will the money allocated to the recognized local government trickle down to the LCDAs? That's where the governors, or that is the argument of the governor. So first, they have to amend the constitution to say, okay, we should maintain the status quo as it were today. Let all the LCDs, everybody convert into local government area so that let us know how many exactly do we have. And then the federal government, the FAC, can disburse the FAC according to local government. So that is the problem. It has to be addressed.
It has to be addressed. I really like an idea where there is a little bit of reconstruction in our system. So I think that is a little bit of.
Do you know where the problem really is? You know, all of these borrowings that all of these borrowings that the state governors do, they factor local government allocations as part of the financial package that they use to borrow money. You know, as part of the servicing capacity to borrow. Yeah. So now, if they remove that from them, they're not able to. One, they might not even be able to live up to the obligations they're already committed to, but certainly they will not be able to access the financial market to the level that they access it, having the local government allocations as part of their financial base. So I think that's where the struggle is.
That is, you made a little bit sense there, one man. But I don't think that is going to be a barrier why people should not receive good governance, because even the money they are borrowing, if they use it well and it goes to the local government very well, they will still generate a lot of revenues. See, we have a lot of revenues to generate if we have in our local government system, if we have a system that works very well and look into our resources and how to harness those resources. It is from the local government you harness those resources that we have as Nigerians. Even all these local minings going on in every local government and all those things. The local government and the councillors can put up a performance that can generate good resources for the state. It's a mini form of government that you shape it in a way that the way you go to Abuja to receive allocation, then after you have made your own revenue. That's how the local government should also generate revenue. Then you decide in the state how we're going to disburse it also. So it's a mini government that really affects. See, what my own concern now is that the citizens, the main citizens of this country, are no longer benefiting anything from their government, and this is the only system. No matter the price of petrol, the price of anything, if they're able to access at least good health care, good roads, good equipped school environment for their kids, and the teachers being monitored, at least those that is where you see this all these are community schools and federal schools, primary and the secondary school work more better. You equip their teachers. If they're able to access at least a little bit of it, then we are now talking about the price of petrols and all that. It will be a site of relief. People will at least, all these our mummies and the farmers in the village will at least enjoy a little bit of every day, every 4 years going out to vote a government. So it will be effective. It's just that every sector in Nigeria today is occupied by greedy old men. Every sector, starting from the federal to the state and even the local ones that they are appointing today, because it is even the governors. If you see how the local government election is being organized, it is just like the governors are appointing even their stooge, their electoral stooge. That is what they don't even allow the local people to vote whoever they want that can represent them in that capacity. They don't do
All right,
that.
start to bring it home, Ekene, so we come over around.
So my point still remains that we really need sincerity and accountability in our system. That is the only way Nigeria can work. So we really need that sincerity. The president has to be sincere to the people. Today things are going on. As a citizen of this country, you don't really know the direction your president is taking you to in the next 2-3 years. He only tells you to wait, have patience. And today things has gone very bad, and the man is relaxing himself in UK. Why all these kangaroos and anywhere believe first ministers will be coming out every day to be giving us unnecessary speech and unencouraged arguments. But there is nothing like president coming out every 2 weeks to say, at least the situation we are today, this is what I'm doing. Just have patience. You will see the result of these things in a very short period of time. This is what I have done. And when you look at it, you will know that he has really done that. Then you know who to hold accountable. But all this go and hold your governors accountable. We are going to do this. We are going to do that. We are going. At the end of the day, you cannot really say. I can tell you that all the rice, even the rice they are using for cushioning the effect of all these things, I can really tell you that many people. I can tell you that 10% of Nigeria didn't see any rice in every state. I can argue that, but because they have announced it, you took a bag of rice, go and dash some greedy politicians. They will share it within themselves, or even within party chairmen, and you say you have given the people rice, and the local ones in the village will still be there, be suffering. So it's a very big problem. The accountability is really lacking to the highest level. It's an organized crime. How are we going to dismantle it? Is my problem now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth. So Pansat, if you're there, have a look at the private chat. We go on from you. We'll see if Kabiru is there again. He brought in a clip, so I wanted him to address it. So Kabiru, are you there? All right, that's Kabiru who's come here to go to bed. That usually happens with Akim. Let's go to Akim, see if he's with us. Akim? All right, we default then to you, Charles, next. So Charles, of course, a favorite voice on this platform. Charles, you're up next.
Yeah, can you just rule out some topics for me?
Yes, well, it really a whole myriad of stuff. The ever-increasing price of petrol in Nigeria, it will get to a point that Tinubu and his party men, they have to drink the petrol themselves because nobody will be able to afford it. The never-ending tussle for the throne in Kano State. The Ado Bayero still insisting is an emir wanting to do up a palace. So that fight, Ado Bayero versus Lamido Sanusi, is still very much ongoing. The reps are passing a bill to allow Federal Road Safety Corps officials to carry guns. But what is the necessity for that is the question. CNG, federal government opens portals for Nigerians to convert cars and pay later for cheaper 230 fuel. So it's not fuel but gas, but that conversion and inevitability. But there's this one, I didn't actually read it out, but it's this guy here, it's an importer. So let me just give you quickly. It says, high custom duty, trader reveals his next line of action after clearing 2 40-foot container for 42 million naira. So this is what the guy now plans to do. It says, I cleared 2 40-feet containers for 42 million naira. That is 21 million naira each. We used to clear it for 5 million naira before. Now it is 21 million naira. The custom officers thought they were doing us importers. The custom officers thought they were doing us importers, but the importers are not feeling it as much as the people who will pay 10 times for the same goods even when their overall income has not increased. My job as an importer is to calculate all the expenses I made and put it in the price of the goods and make the shege go round. So shege Pro Max is what that importer. Well, if he overprices it, of course, he
Why you
loses.
not give me this topic?
Huh?
Why you not give me
No,
this
no,
topic?
I skipped it in the readout. I just noticed it now when I'm flicking through the topics for Charles. Um, Appeal Court orders Governor Fubara to re-present 2024 budget to pro-Wike lawmakers. So that is a story that will last till the end of time. Eternal enemies, those two elements. Marketers ask NNPC to sell fuel to them at price they purchase from Dangote. So there's a cartel there, which is a shadowy one and a criminal one. It says if he has nothing to say, he should be quiet. This is Ruben Abati lambasting the boastful Minister of State for Petroleum, federal government to scrap value added tax on pharmaceuticals. So this one is a policy position which is now getting instituted and gazetted. And once that is instituted and gazetted, it should be a game changer. We are not responsible for recent hike in petrol pump price. This is the federal government distancing themselves from the excesses of NNPC. NDLEA jettisons controversial visa clearance policy requiring married women to present letter of approval from their husband to travel. So that's actually a policy position of a parastatal in Nigeria. And it's not 16th century Saudi Arabia. It's actually a country that purports to be modern. So that and whatever else interests you. Let me give you this last one as well. Army sent message to Asarido Kubo as ex-militant leader threatens to shoot down military aircraft. So plenty to go from. Oh, let me give you this one as well, actually. Cameroon bans media talk of president's health amidst rumors. So this is just Paul Biya now, and his death was announced about 2 days ago, but they're still trying to cover it up. So maybe now the Cameroonian president will be governing that country from the grave. So there it is, plenty to choose from.
Yeah, I'll talk about the refinery first. The refinery, I don't know if that they should have just left it for, or they should have just played smart. Maybe they should have put the initial pump price to be like 2,000, and then worked their way down and deceive Nigerians that it's market forces working and arrive at from 2,000 to 1,003 or something and leave it at that. I'm sure Nigerians will be happy with that. But the fact that they don't even know what they are doing, I don't know, that whole pump price thing. I think the government is just, I don't know why they can't just be transparent. Tell us what exactly it will cost for Nigerians to be buying petrol rather than just going here and there. I think there are some people that are looking for kickbacks or stuff regarding that petrol price. I really don't understand what's going on, and I don't know why they can't just be truthful on that. But it's the corruption. Once there's corruption, you can't get anything right. Nothing is going to be. It can never be black and white in Nigeria. It will always be muddled up. So until they fix the systemic rot of corruption in Nigeria, then we can never get that transparency, even when it comes to simple matters like pump price, which is no math. I don't understand what's going on. Then the other one of FRSC bearing arms. I don't know. FRSC is just traffic control, if I'm correct. I don't see the reason why they should be bearing arms. They're not customs. They're not running after smugglers.
I cannot understand. There's just too many para agencies carrying arms.
There's NDDC. There's and it becomes a security concern because what will now happen is that at one point in time you see FRSC.
Did you see the story about some army officer that shot dead the policeman for asking him not to drive against traffic?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. So I just don't. I think they should. There are too many paramilitary agencies that are out of control. I don't think the FRSC should have guns. I think in their defense, I think what they're trying to say is that if they don't have guns, Nigerians would not fear them or they won't respect them. That's what this is all about. I think it's all about fear. I think it's all about the real reasons Nigerians respect or maybe obey military or the police or customs and stuff is because of the presence of a firearm. It's not the uniform. It's not that power or constitutional powers. It's just fear of them pulling out a gun and shooting you if you don't obey or do what they say. So but otherwise, I do not believe if it's just traffic you're controlling. It's like saying that something like the fire service, before you know anything, they will tell you that the fire service should start carrying arms as well. It's there's no clear definition of power responsibility in the Nigerian political landscape. Everybody's just and I think what has happened is that Nigerian paramilitary institutions have lost control of their responsibility, and they only see they're just like the military. I think they see that the only way they can maintain control is by coercion, by force. And the only way you can do that is by carrying firearms. So I think there has to be a reorientation of the Nigerian agencies on what exactly their responsibilities are, what their powers allow them to do, and not what to do. But I think they've got it all modeled up there. The other one on Fubara, that one, to be honest, I think Fubara made a grave mistake. I've always said it, like he dropped the ball. If I was in his situation, I don't think I'll go. If I was in a situation, if we get asked for 60% of state revenue, I'll give it to him. Like he has no business fighting for the people. Like it's a mistake fighting. It's like people, and that's the problem. At the end of the day, you find out that when you try to fight for the people and be different and be just, it comes back to bite you in the ass. You have no reward for that in the Nigerian political landscape. Look at Sowore, look at Obi. Like there are so many people. I think Fubara should have, for the fact that Wike was his godfather and put him where he is, should have danced to his tune. Because what is going to happen now is he might be there they will frustrate that guy. He will be there for additional, I don't know how long he has, maybe 3 years or whatever. And in the next election, they will kick him out. Like no matter how this thing goes, that guy has lost. So for me, I think in Nigerian politics, there's no your loyalty.
But that guy is working, amid all this.
To hell with his work. The Nigerian people don't even care about his work. Look, in Nigerian politics, there's a hierarchy. It is you, your godfather, your political party, then your pockets, then your political associate.
You said that this godfatherism of stuff should be encouraged.
Yes, it should be. Look, I won't see.
Sorry, Charles. You know that godfatherism. You're asking if it should be encouraged. Sorry, Charles. I'll only take 2 minutes. The only state that actually works in Nigeria works on that structure, that mentoring structure. Lagos State works for reasons of continuity in policy positioning. Every other state fails for reasons of lack of continuity. So even the example that we have, it tells us that mentoring, which is what you are calling godfatherism, actually works the best within the Nigerian space.
I think it works. I think it works in Lagos State because Lagos State has a high, how would I put it? It's one of the highest generating revenue. Like it's more like, okay, for example, now I don't know how much Rivers State generates in terms of Lagos State, but even if you have a godfather that is in Lagos State that demands for some kickbacks and things like that, because of the revenue that comes into Lagos State's purse, I think that's whatever agreement they have, it will still work. You can't compare that kind of relationship.
Let me say this, Charles. I agree with you in Lagos State. Lagos State has a lot of money that even if you share it into 3, you will still see something to use for the people, at least a little bit. So, but in other states that don't have all this little allocation.
Exactly, yeah.
Godfatherism, if I know what godfatherism is all about, so I wouldn't encourage any kind of godfatherism. It happened in my state. Anambra State is the highest state of godfatherism before some changes begin to happen. And we know how the state was. You know, when you have all these godfathers, they want to demand something, that when you remove it out of the state's coffers, you will not be able to even build a kilometer of road. You will just be there answering governor. Just share the money. Take this, that even during our time in Anambra State, the state cannot even pay teachers for more than 2 years, health workers for more than 2 years. Public school were closed up. So the only thing that happens is that it encouraged a lot of private schools begin to come up in Anambra State there. But talk of public school, it's closed down completely. The roads. So that is the problem of godfatherism. When Ngige signed that agreement with the Oba brothers, that time we have about 2 governors under 3 years. When Ngige signed that agreement with them, when he comes in and want to prove a very good governor to the people, you know how it ended. Even though he did a lot of good work, because he saw the money. If I put this money in the road infrastructure, Anambra will change, and he began to do that. So the godfatherism now fought him back. So I don't encourage it. That is what is happening in River State today. That is what is happening. I will not be surprised if Fubara is removed, but I don't encourage it.
He's going to see. Look. I think we need to understand the political climate. Like, you have to, when in Rome, you behave like the Romans. Look, I understand godfatherism, especially in the Nigerian context, is bad and things like that. But you have to be smart when it comes to Nigerian politics. It's not a matter. I think if you want, I think there's a way of doing things. Like, if you have a godfather that is like Fubara, if I was in Fubara's case, you could easily try to talk to your godfather and try to let him, like, okay, like, negotiate. I don't think Fubara has negotiation or power, like, relationship skills. Like, I think he's just because left to me, I think if he had probably, like, spoken to Wike and negotiated and things like that, I think he might still have been able to get a win-win. The idea is to have a win-win situation, not a win-lose situation, not to undermine your godfather and things like that. And this is Nigeria. You cannot beat the system, no matter what you do. Even if the people are behind you, you can't beat the system. So why don't you just play like, just try to be smart? I don't think he's not a skilled politician, because if he was, he would know where his loyalty is like.
Every one of us, both in our states, we should feel like we are being defeated. So once the system got you there, continue to play along with the system, because the system is very greedy. The system is very greedy.
Is it not the same thing? Is it not the same thing they always tell Obi? Like, if you like,
can you give me 1 minute, please? Yeah.
Okay,
please.
go on.
I'm very sorry. One man. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. We were talking of the godfatherism. That just tickled me to, let me say this. Why don't you join continuity with godfatherism in Lagos? Because if there is godfatherism in Lagos and there is no continuity, it will not really work. So, being the fact that godfatherism doesn't work in Anambra, that doesn't mean it won't work in other states. You understand what I mean? If they manage the godfatherism in Anambra and there is continuity of the same party governing the state, there may be a success and the politician has a goodwill to make life better for people. There will be a success. But if they don't manage the godfatherism very well and there's no continuity, there will be a problem. I just want to put that, just think about what I just said now. Oh, thank you.
Well, yeah, right. Because even in the US, you have some states that are like Democrats, called Democrats. They don't change and things like that. So I think maybe that might work. But left to me, I think Nigeria has a long way to go before the what do you call it? Those lines are really mutually exclusive in each other in terms of godfatherism and statehood and things like that. But I think Fubara dropped the ball here, and he should have just played to the dictates of Wike, at least for the first 2 years, or for the first 3 years, or the first 2 years. Then the next 2 years, you tell Wike, can I do this my own way? That kind of thing. At least earn his trust and earn his loyalty first before you start being independent. What other topic is there again, sir? Oh man. One man has gone to sleep. One man.
Yeah, just continue with
Okay, the other one was Asari Dokubo. I think the helicopter. I don't know what about Asari Dokubo making threats and things like that. I think Like Nigeria created that enemy. Like almost the same thing with the whole what do you call it, bandits and the Boko Haram and all this. You create something, you lose control of it, and now you find it very difficult to reel them in or control them. I think Nigeria is just a lawless country, because if they were actually, if it was a working system, then I think there should have been some limits of control. Even if you have people like Asari or Tompolo or things like that that work hand in hand with the government, there should have been what do you call it, safeguard measures that should be in place to reel these people in if they go out of scope. But Nigeria, because it's such a lawless country, you have politicians that use these guys to win elections or instigate or instill fear into their citizens. They have given them absolute power, and now they feel they're like gods. They have no control over them. So this is an easy thing. Like I don't know what is stopping the Nigerian government. Well, it's not really an easy thing, because these guys now, you have these people in the creeks that you've put them in positions that they can shut down the entire country at one go. And this is what happens. Like, this is why you don't put all your eggs in one basket when the whole state is surviving on oil, and you make militants who are in charge of all these creeks. You give them so much power that they call the shots. They can cripple the entire economy. That's what happens. If Nigeria was
Charles, do you think that the utterances of Asale Dokubo against the military deserve an immediate arrest? Because
yes,
I don't see an ordinary individual making such statement and being walking free in the street of Nigeria today. Is it because it's Asale Dokubo that they are still leaving him there, or wanting him to put more pressure in Nigeria or to commit more crime before they will arrest him? What is stopping the military from arresting him?
What is stopping the military? I think it has to do with what is stopping the presidency. I think the military, if they get the directive from the presidency or chief of, well, whatever it is, chief of staff or whatever, to arrest that man, they will go ahead. They won't even think twice. They would arrest him. But I think what is stopping them from making that move is because of the snowball effect that would cause in his own administration. Because you already have people complaining about fuel scarcity. You have people complaining about so many things. I'm sure they've looked at the scenario. You arrest this guy, then you now have militant. You at least at some point in time, they have controlled this banditry. At least we don't hear too much, or no government, no those things. We don't hear too much of it again. You don't want a situation where, with all the issues we have, you arrest Asari, then you now have banditry. And remember, this is the same banditry, whatever, or same militancy that drove Jonathan, made him unfavorable in the elections. I'm sure they've run the scenario and they're like, you know what, for us to preserve our political power and our aspirations for 2027, we have to manage this. And I think right now they are managing it, but not in the right way. I think there's a way, like what they do in the military, there's carrot and stick. The guy really wants attention. So you entice him with contracts, you reel him back in, and you scold him and tell him that, look, if you make such utterances, this contract or whatever I'm giving you, you will not get it. I'm sure he would calm down. But I think the real reason why you can't take action with this kind of person is because you are only bringing trouble to yourself. You
go ahead and conclude. I believe one man will be checking out very soon.
Okay, so I'm done. I think that's just my last.
So you are there. So if you're there, then Pansat, excellently done yesterday. Are you happy to do it again today?
Absolutely. Let's get it rolling.
All right, Bilan. So I'm going to bail out, hand over to Pansat. Thomas is in the background somewhere to let people in and out, but he's not able to commit to the stream because he's listening in from work. But Pansat coordinates. Just meander the conversation amongst yourself. I'm going to unplug it on YouTube and replug it back. And actually, let me just leave it. So thank you, everyone. So to see you tomorrow. And there's a disturbing trend of the super chats not coming in. The platform, as I said, a ravenous beast that needs constant feeding. Person feeding it today, Adeola Ogunleye. So well done, Deola. And Des, of course, who we've not seen on the screen for quite a while now. So good to see that it's doing well and making those American dollars. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Pansat, supervise.
Thank you very much. Au revoir. One man, one tomorrow. Guys, my role here is that of a timekeeper, but more officially known as the chairman of the session going forth. We do have a host, a co-host, who is also a moderator with powers. So when I rule that somebody's out of order, we do have somebody who's going to make sure that it's taken care of. But that's not going to be necessary. What I want to do this evening is for us to do a debate. Debate is a formal discussion on a particular topic. Now, I'm going to first profile one of this. We'll do about 20 minutes of this until the evening session guys come in. What I was thinking is that somebody such as Showere, this is my own idea, so I want you to come up with your own idea when it's your turn. We're going to have five minutes to go through this round here. I believe that Showere, instead of doing protest, should take a page from the British system where they have shadow government, right? What they call their majesty's opposition, but go through all the states, pick out prominent people who are interested in the government to form some kind of shadow government behind this administration that we have, right? That's quite formidable. We don't know what to do with a bunch of criminals, from Akpabio to the actual president, and they form the cabal where our checks and balances don't work anymore. So it's them against the people. So Showore then should mature and take advantage of our Section 40 of our Constitution, give somebody the right to assemble, free assembly. So the right to peacefully assemble, fundamental human right is recognized that internationally, regionally, nationally, at all levels. And it's also enshrined in our Constitution, like I said, in that Section 40, which guarantees the right to peaceful assembly, association. Every person shall be entitled to assemble freely and associate with others, and in particular, may form or belong to any political party, trade union, or any other is what I'm underlining here, association. So they should form some kind of government, shadow government, to begin to check this government, because one political party cannot do it alone. So that's my own suggestion to Showere. If he contacts me, I would then elaborate, elucidate, and expand on that. So Baba, we'll start off with you if you're here, and we're gonna go clockwise. That's in essence, we're gonna go from Baba to the progressive Nigerian, and then to Yakub, to Kene, and then to Charles. It looks like somebody left, but we're going clockwise. So let's go ahead, start off with you, Baba. What do you think, if you have your own novel idea, you profile it now, how should we tackle this government? Thank you. Baba, you here?
I don't think everybody's here.
Okay, so is Kenneth the only person here? Other than
You can go with Charles.
With
I
who?
think Charles is here. Charles is still here.
Charles, you here?
Charles. No, no more Charles. Everybody is asleep. Oh.
Yeah, they'll come back on. So go ahead. You take it away. What do you think about that suggestion? You being on the ground.
For me, I think because talking about Nigerian problem is like singing a gospel every day, and I wouldn't want to continue in that direction. I would want a situation where Nigerians are sitting back and saying, what are we going to do next? What is our solution to this problem we'll find ourselves? So every Nigerian interested in um, making this country to be progressive should be their mindset now. So Shore, I think, has done enough protest. So what he should do now is sit back, think about every interested individual that wants to progress this country, from every local government and every portal and everything. The only problem I have with Showore is that he's just sitting one place and giving order. He never moves his political ideology or his political whatever idea he has to take power. He's not moving it around. He just stays one place and be. But I can understand. I can understand maybe his financial status is not giving him that privilege. So, but he should uh, corroborate with people that has the financial capacity and are well able to. Because we cannot get everything 100%. If Shore is thinking that we'll get everything 100% before he becomes president, then he will never be president. So he has to cut with a lot of people, at least people that have a little bit integrity. You cannot tell me that there are no people that has integrity in PDP and in APC and in Labour Party that you can corroborate with them and know how to form a good number of opposition that is capable of taking power in 2027. Because what we need now is strong men, brave mind that are ready to fight. Apart from that, we'll continue like this. That's what I have to say now.
Okay, well, that sounds very good. I believe that Nigeria is such a big country. Now, what we had in the last election, Kene, was that there was something that happened that's never happened before. We'll have a Muslim ticket, right? And then you come to that opens it up. If you want to have a Christian ticket, would those people not accept something like that? But because we have that opening now, what I would encourage somebody like Showore to do, because he's a very courageous individual, very courageous, and he speaks his mind. Most youth understand where I think he made a mistake in the last two cycles by number one supporting Buhari in 2015, and then in the last election not working together with the obedient youth movement. But that doesn't make him a bad guy. He's still a courageous guy. He's still somebody we count on with his talent. So if he's to organize delegates, that means from every state in the union, call a meeting, invite people, no matter what political party they belong to, and be able to let them know the situation we're in. Have a big event in a big hotel somewhere that is televised, right? And they would do it just like a constitutional conference or something like that. And they would try to appoint people from every state, every community, depends on how he wants it, who are going to be empowered in a way to present the opposition. If it's with this fuel prices, they're going to organize it with labor. They're going to have international reach out to the United States, including the U.S. House and Senate, and then of course lastly the ambassadors. But anyway, that's my opinion. They have to have such a gravitas that if they tell Nigerians to sit at home, they will sit at home. There's no need to protest. But we want the administration to know that we're not that disorganized. We may not all agree about one thing, but there are certain things we disagree. All of us do not want to be paying over $1,000 a liter for gasoline with the kind of money people are making. Not minimum wage. It's not minimum. How many people on minimum wage? It's not that many people, but the entire country do not earn the kind of monies that would make them be hostage to this type of inflation, this type of. So it doesn't matter, including our military, our police. So in organizing this thing based on our Constitution, Section 40, which gives us freedom of association, it's not meant to overturn the government by force, but it's meant to organize the country to where there are things that we cannot take. So go ahead. Somebody was saying something.
No, not too much. It's just that the system, the kind of system we operate in this country is not made to benefit. I cannot tell you that people are not making money in this government, but how are they making it? In a very dubious way, because once you agree to join the corrupt system, I think maybe you have a privilege to maybe earn some dollars or some nairas. That's the system we operate. So who is going to be the next corrupt guy to make riches out of poor Nigerians? So that's the system. That's the mindset, the value system we are creating. So every young boy or every guy that is about to come out of school is thinking on how to be coming to government or receive government contracts, and they use it to empower his generation. That's the mindset. So, and the system is encouraging it. So when are we going to create a value that works for every Nigerians? And that is what we are talking about. So it's going to be a very long journey. But the only thing that tear me apart is the kind of tribalism and nepotism that is going on, even within the people that are being ruled by these cabals. We are not making any progress at all, because any day the youths from the north, south, every part of this country comes together and understand that the division we are causing among ourselves is unnecessary. Because when you look at these politicians, they are united at the top. Just when you go to their events, maybe one of their child is getting married, you will see all of them, APC, PDP, Labour Party, Apuga, wherever they come from. You see them sharing themselves up, even sharing drinks. But the seriousness of ordinary Nigerian citizen castigating his fellow Nigerian citizen is what I don't understand where that is coming from. So that seed of discord and disunity is what we have to uproot first. Then begin to think together as a good Nigerian citizens and face one battle, choose one cause, choose one candidate, support that person with all our mind. Because the most important thing now is, how is Nigeria going to escape from APC-led government? Because the direction they are heading to, even in the next 80 government, if another APC government, I don't think we're going to get it right. So we must know how to put a stop to this state capture that has happened to Nigeria.
That's exactly what we're talking about here. By the way, the floor is open for anybody who wants to interject. Minister, I see you in the comment section. It'd be good if you come in here, because our next topic, maybe you're gonna be able to help us to talk about it, because you have to understand that most Nigerians do not look at things on tribal terms. I do. Most Nigerians do not look at things on religious terms. I do, because I believe that there's an intersection where these two traditions are not working very well. Yeah, Mas. Okay. Okay, yeah. Sorry, guys, I was interrupted. So what I'm saying to you now is that anybody who wants to come on board to tell us, how do we avoid having the APC government again? Because Kene, you can't wish it away. We know exactly where we're going. If we have the state capture, if there's no opposition, if there's no organization of Nigerians, you could forget it, because the elections, they're emboldened, they've taken it over. I said earlier, and I will say to Minister, who is in the comment section is not going to help you. I'm encouraging you, I'm urging you to come on board You get equal time to espouse your views. We have a Muslim ticket, a Muslim government now. We haven't had that in a long time. You could look back when Nigeria was more civil, yes, in that era. But lately, say from the 70s, 80s, is something that's anathema to our arrangement. We try to accommodate one another. But then they thwarted it like they did in Kaduna. We saw what the results were under Rufai. So if you have a Muslim ticket, you have to take responsibility for the results. So you come here and let me know. It's not a hostile thing. I'm hosting it, but it'll be equal time. Before I go back to Ekene, who's here, I'm saying that if you have a Muslim ticket, a Muslim INEC, a Muslim refinery, and then it's not working, Nigerians are gnashing their teeth. We have to organize. According to our constitution, we have the right to association assembly. We cannot have Showere singing Aluta songs. It's not working. These people are not paying in. They are very quickly consolidating power in the state. When you have a state election, the result does not show with what we observed during the campaign. These people do not appear for a debate. They do not go around to campaign. They just wait for you at the collection center and then they rig the election. And there's nothing we could do about it. So I want people to discuss the issue. What is the method? How do we organize? Without organization, that's why we have the problems we have. They're going to keep doing it. I proffered my own solution. I believe that there should be a federal, national conference where every state, every region sends a delegate to, we could do it through Showere, Peter Obi, the guy that's in some northern progressives, some western progressives. How do we protect our country from this ominous cabal? Thank you. Take it up again, Ekene, and if there's anybody else who's here who wants to chime in, they could speak now before we change the topic. Thank you.
We just want to keep the space rolling and wanting to know. Well, Pastor, for me, I'm not expecting any electoral reform in this session of government that we are into. Even if you protest about electoral reform, it's not going to happen, not under this current administration. I'm assuring you that. So we are not expecting it. Anybody expecting it is wasting his time, because that's the only way they can maintain power. So what I'm expecting is resistance. How are Nigerians going to come together to resist any form of imposition come 2027? How are we going to do that? That's the only solution I see. Who are the strong guys that will come out from every local government of this country to resist even corruption, even nepotism? Where are they? Are they speaking up? Do they want to fight? Even at the polling unit. So at this point in time, what I expect is resistance. So where are they building the structure? Showere should help build that structure if he really wants Nigerian to get out of this mess. So he really know guys he will plant in every local government, in every polling unit, that is going to help to resist. I don't expect anything to change in form of electoral reform in this country. I don't expect it, honestly speaking. You can even protest. It will not happen. So we need men that will resist. That's the solution.
All right. Okay. We're going to come back to you again. We're joining us right now, Niger Man. And shortly, one man is going to play a clip for us that we can then have a discussion around that clip. But Niger Man, go ahead and say what's on your mind.
Good evening, good morning, good evening, everyone. Depends on where you are. Uncle Pastor Senior Man. I just came to greet you for yesterday's show and today. I'm happy everything is going well.
Thank you. But we're going to hold you over to chime in on this one. You got 5 minutes to tell us, how do we rescue our country from the grasp of very powerful men who have converged now, consolidated power? How do we go forward?
First and foremost, I second with your idea you brought, but the problem we are having, if you can, if the problem on my own, let me just speak for myself. The problem majority of us are having in that Nigeria, but that's Sowore is that Sowore, I don't think Sowore is ready, is really ready to take power or he want to rule. Or I believe he's just waiting for his own time, maybe like 20 years time, those one will be the people that will be in power. Maybe when all these people have gone, all this late we have, because I see Sowore as the next generation to come to be holding power. That is why I don't know. Maybe he's believing on his own time. I don't think he's very ready to fight or to take power to win any election in Nigeria. Because if first and foremost, you have to look at this party. The party doesn't even have structure. One, in all the 77 local government, in the 884, in the 804 ward. So you don't have structure. So how are you going to do it? And number two, maybe if you say the finance, according to Ikere, I don't think it's the finance, because the more you are building structure, the more when people are seeing your work, or there's how people will support you. The way it's coming, you have to attack this one. You believe nobody is a saint in Nigeria. There's no this one. I don't know how that is going to work. You are not going to import people from other countries. You are not going to import people from heaven. You are still going to work with the same Nigeria. So, but my own, if we citizens, according to you, we can build and organize ourselves. That is only the way, because the PDP was there for 16 years. After, if Tinubu make 8 years, APC will be 16 years. So we don't know which party is coming back again. But my own, I only believe what you said. Let us organize. We wish we can organize, but the primary of it is the finance. Maybe we'll start from, we'll look for somebody who's viable. We'll start setting up structure in every local government, and finance it. Well, the problem is finance. All these things we just say we need money, real money. That is that is only the way we can think of, maybe of defeating these people, or maybe in another way we can see fight for the electoral reform they are doing. Maybe we can diaspora voting for the next before the next election. If we can able to find a way and lobby or 2-3 Senate to lobby them, and tell them to pass the electoral, because they are passing they are doing electoral amendment now, the diaspora voting has passed first reading and second reading. So we are able to lobby them for them to put that one and let us vote in 2027, so we can get more people in diaspora to vote and kick them out with a good number. That is only what I say, Mr. Pastor. Thank you for the suggestion. Well, that's just my own. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you really nailed it. But we're gonna discuss the money, raising money today in today's day and age for younger generation. I mean, they raise money online if the cost is just. It's very easy for somebody like Sowore, who's one of the pioneers of online activity. He could raise money. There are a lot of us in our place. There's a proverb that says, "Ofonye siera oha, oha eripoya." But oha siera ofonye onwe kirichaya, which means when one person cooks for the society, right? The society will just wipe out the food and they're gonna run out of food. But when the society cooks for one person, he cannot finish eating it. So now let's look at a clip. I want you to indulge me. Let's have one man play a clip for all. Now this clip is in Hausa, but it has a lot of subtitles. I hope one man could pause. If you could just do this for us, it's not a very long clip. You pause it and I read what it means in English. This, by the way, is a Northerner. It's a young man, a Northern progressive young man that is calling it the way it's supposed to be. If we just have 20 people like this man, right, in that country, then we're going to be able to survive as a country. So
I'm not able to pause it, unfortunately, because I've uploaded it. Unless you want to send the link again, then I have to.
Oh, okay. No, just and then I'll say what it says afterwards.
Kamfanin Tulumbu ya fi kowane kamfanin mai girma a Najeriya a cikin shekara ɗaya.
Government cannot afford those subsidies.
Yayin da Dangote ya butulce ma talakawa, to me makomar talakan Najeriya? Ya zama kanjameman saniyar tatsa, an riga an gama matse dan nonon da ya rage masa. Yanzu jininsa za a koma zuƙowa domin ci gaba da azurta Tulumbu da sabon abokin kasuwancinsa kuma abokin hamayarsa Dangote. Ko kuma ta 'yan majalisar Najeriya suna ɗaukar naira miliyan 21 a wata saboda sun fi mu zama mutane, yayin da ake ci gaba da jifar 'yan NYSC da 33,000 domin ba sa buƙatar kuɗi kuma amfanin alƙawari a yi karyawa. Kamfanin man Owando mallakar Balabulu yanzu ya fi kowanne girma a Najeriya a cikin shekara ɗaya. Tambayar anan ita ce, wai me aikin Tulumbu ne? Shugaban mutanen Najeriya ne domin sauƙaƙa wa talaka rayuwarsa, ko kuma shugaban kamfanin jari hujja ne wanda burinsa kawai ya ci riba ko da talakawa za su ringa cin tafasa suna haƙura da neman ilimi? Bari mu dawo kan Dangote, wanda ya fi kowane bakar fata arziki a duk faɗin duniya. Ga abin da ya ce.
Gasoline is about 40% cheaper in Nigeria than in Saudi Arabia.
Cewa yana goyon bayan cire tallafin mai, kuma mai ya fi sauki a Najeriya idan aka kwatanta da Saudiya. Dangote, ko ka san nawa mafi karancin albashi a Saudiya yake? Naira miliyan 1.700,000. Na Najeriya kuma naira 70,000. Idan ma ana biyan 70,000 din kenan. Mai ɗaukar mafi karancin albashi naira miliyan 1.700,000 zai iya zuba mai a mota sau 36 a farashin man Saudiya. Albashin ɗan Najeriya kuma sau ɗaya kawai zai iya cika masa mota na tanki. Haba Malam Ali, me yasa kuma baka gaya musu cewa akwai tallafi iri daban-daban ba da shugabancin Saudiya suke baiwa mutane? Yanzu shi talakan Najeriya wani irin tallafi yake samu in banda na iska da yake shaka? Haba Malam Ali, ko kai ma lalacewa ilimi a Kano ne yake neman taba ka? Sannan ina labarin sayarwa da Dangote danyen mai da farashin naira? An bashi ne shi yasa yake cewa a cire tallafi? Kar kuma na ɗauke hankalinku da ci gaba da Tulumbu yake na lalata darajar naira. A yanzu har dala ta kai naira 1,660. Wannan hujja ce yanzu da kuma shi mai kamfanin Owando kuma ministan mai Tulumbu yake so ya amfani da shi domin ya ƙara farashin mai zuwa naira 1,350. Talaka na ƙara talaucewa, 'yan kasuwa kamar su Tulumbu da Dangote suna ƙara samun arziki irin wanda ba su taɓa samu a rayuwarsu ba. To yanzu haka da Tulumbu da iyalansa na ƙoƙarin saye matatan man fetur ɗan ƙasar Trinidad and Tobago domin ci gaba da faɗaɗa matatun mansa na ƙasar waje da ci gaba da durƙusar da matatun man na cikin gida a lokacin da man fetur da rayuwa ke ƙara tsada. Saboda haka talaka, wai yaushe tura za ta kai bango? Ku rubuta mu a comment section.
All right, thank you very much. I must say that fight for justice is better in Hausa than anything else I've seen. That was quite impressive. Now, what this guy is saying is that Tinubu and Dangote are conspiring to make Nigerians suffer, right? That they're trying to make this oil price go up to 1,350 naira per liter. And he criticized Dangote for saying that, number one, fuel subsidy should be removed. He said so. 2, for saying that fuel is cheaper in Saudi Arabia. But he was reminding Dangote that the minimum wage in Saudi Arabia is 1,700,000 naira. So, along the lines of everything one man read earlier and the discussion we had all week about the country, there is a cabal where they look like rivals, but they both conspired. Now, Tinubu's nephew and his oil company, Owando, is the richest oil company in Nigeria within 1 year. And that is also buying the refinery from certain airlines that I talked about earlier. So with that in mind, let's go the other way around now. We'll go back to Nigerman again, if you don't mind now. Okay. So Nigerman, with 3 minutes, could you tell us what you got out of that clip?
Maybe but I've been seeing this guy video not today, the first one. Even many people have been analyzing it. But one thing, Mr. Passan, one thing I didn't like about Nigeria is that the hypocrisy is too much. Honestly, He is not saying, because I've been seeing this guy, Tinubu this, Tinubu that. I've been watching a lot of his videos. Even can have analyzed some of his videos many times. But the problem I'm having with him, if you see Malami, like the former Attorney General of the Federation during Buhari, the about words, there's a clip I have, I think I said it to one man one day, about where that man amassed with his children and the generation during 8 years of Buhari. And these are the same people telling us protest is around. Because Dangote cried the other day, maybe Dangote is fighting for his own business. Dangote is saying don't remove a subsidy, remove subsidy. Those are the people who donate during the election. You know, Dangote was a part of the PDP article. Those are the people who finance all these people, finance all these politicians. Why is the NNPC guy still there? Those are the people who finance politicians during the election. You know, so if they are saying all these things now, during Buhari, why are they not bringing the corrupt? You cannot, you don't want to, sorry, sir, let me just put my own like this. I don't want to blame Tinubu for what is happening in Nigeria for just a year and 7 months or 6 months. This thing have been there for more than 30 years. Buhari take us 8 years, retrogressing backward for more than a decade or 2 decades that we can never ever recover from. These people doesn't say anything about. So you want to tell me 1 year of Tinubu is the one that caused all this problem in Nigeria? I don't think I want to agree with all these things. Sorry to come another, maybe just to play the devil advocate there. I don't want to agree with all this rhetoric is Tinubu or with Dangote. No. Dangote started the business. He started building his for more than 10 years. I think it take him 10 years. So the man invested is ready to take his money. Why do we have the what do they call it? The FCCC, that is a federal consortium something. Those are the people, if you say what to have monopoly, those is their job to regulate it. Not we be shouting no. If they cannot regulate it, then let them go to the bypass there. It's his business, he's as smart there. Let them regulate what they do their job. So I don't want to. What he say is okay, but I don't totally second with him because what happened in Nigeria today is not what Tinubu cost 1 year. It's not because Tinubu buy private jet today. We have more than 8 private jet fleet there before during Jonathan, all of them. So it's not the one of today cause all these things. No. I don't want to second to all those campaign of colonies. You understand? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome, Prince Daddy. Let's go to Kene. Kene, what did you get out of that clip, and how do you respond to Niger Man? 3 minutes.
Well, partially agreed with Niger Man that the problem didn't start today. There is a lot of hypocrisy, but even at that, there must be a time that we say we should put a stop to all this state capture and because the people that are suffering this are the poor masses. So if we continue to say Buhari started it and those days northerners are not saying anything, now is the time of the southerners and they are beginning to bring up their opposition videos and the campaign of calumny or whatever they want to call it. But even as that, the point the guy made here is still valid. If you check the most profitable venture or oil sector in Nigeria today, I think that is the Tinubu government. It's not the policy he's making is not affecting his own business, and that shows you the kind of government we're operating. So if his policies are not affecting his own business, then why should Nigeria be affected in the other way around? So it should not only be Tinubu is there to sacrifice a lot to move this country forward, and that is why most of Southerners and some Northerners voted him. So he has already make it clear that he's in for a reform. So when you see a progressive reform, that reform will also affect you as a leader. So you don't expect the reform to only affect the common man and not affect the leader. So that's why the problem is with Tinubu. So let the reform start with him. Example, leaders lead by example. The nation looks exactly the way the leader looks. If the country is corrupt, If the leader is corrupt, definitely the country will be corrupt. So let us not, because he's now in the south and the northerners are speaking up, we should not discourage it. If the guy has a valid point he has made in that video, we should use it
Okay,
to
okay,
criticize
sorry.
the government.
Okay, can I interrupt you? Can I interject you? Sorry, sorry. Please, sorry, sorry, Ekene. Mr. Pastor, sorry. See, let me tell you, Ekene, you have to look it holistically. See, if these people are doing all these things, that's why what I'm looking. If they are doing all this campaign of colony or the other opposition, and they are doing it real for the purpose of the nation, you will say okay. But if they are doing it, okay, let me see. During the last August airbag governor protest, all those people you see in the north, those children only waving a Russian flag. You didn't think those protests was because there's hunger in the land? Do
No,
you
you
think so?
know,
Because
no,
one
I
thing you
don't
have
think
to,
so.
okay, you have to factor one thing. Look at one thing. Before that protest, that is where Dangote was crying. Was crying what they are doing to him in Nigeria. You have to understand these people, what they are doing. Okay, look at Babashi Lawan. The other day come and say, no, the next election must be there from the north. They must be there from the north.
Okay,
Where they are.
let me take prerogative of a chairman here. Kene, I'm gonna return to you before. Remember, we have to go to Prince Daddy at some point. But let me say, Niger man, you and I, we've had our debates up till late in the night sometime. And I gotta tell you, when we're having a debate, right, such as what we're doing here right now, we're trying to elucidate, solutions. We're having a discourse, having a parley. Supposed to argue, which I'm gonna be doing with you at some point after Prince Daddy. I have a dispute, right? So when we're debating these issues, and the angle you came, which is trying to take advantage of all the differences we have with Northerners, for example. Maybe you can't know me on that. You have to understand that Tinubu is a continuation of that Buhari administration from 2015, where he strategically brought the some parties together. He's not exempt from any problems that we had with Buhari administration, right? There's a nexus between that last administration and this one. During his campaign, he says he's going to continue where Buhari stopped, right? And both, if you compare the 2015 2019 campaigns, his activities then and then with what he promised and what he's doing, there is no daylight between those two people. But I will go with you to now. Why am I giving you a little wind here? Is because I want you in the team. If we're gonna have Showere and others come together, we're not gonna look at what people said during a Christian administration and a Muslim administration, a northern, a southern. No, those are part of the polity, all right. But we have to now come together, no matter what somebody said in the past, no matter what problem Showore has with Peter Obi, because we're trying to form a coalition. We don't have time to be that picky anymore. Your relationship, closeness to Tinubu, we're gonna respect that. We don't expect to disrespect. We're not going to disrespect Tinubu and where he came from and those kind of things. But we have to check and hold him accountable. That is the whole thing. This is not a political thing. This is to make sure, first of all, that he doesn't keep making mistakes. Because if he thinks we cannot do anything, I could tell you he's gonna keep making mistake upon mistakes. So based on that, I want you to stay put. Let Ekene round up. Ekene, I think you have another minute, but let me give you one more minute. So you have 2 minutes to round up. Then we'll go to Prince Daddy, and then we'll go back.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's my point, my side. You made it clear. I will not always say that because it's my mother's soup. I will always enjoy it, whether he cooks it bad or the other way around. So if the soup is bad, I will tell her, mother, the soup is not okay. Try to make some adjustment, and that is what we are telling Tinubu. We know that definitely I cannot rule out the idea of a Nigerian man, how hungry the Northerners are when it comes to power. We can see that play out during Kwankwaso. It is now that Kwankwaso is beginning to understand that he needs to align with Obi. But if he has done that in that election, I don't think we will be where we are today. But because of their quest for power, they always want to be at the top. He neglected the idea, thinking that he has more popularity than Obi because he comes from the north. So, but that is 1 million votes which he just wasted. Added to P2B own would have gone a long way. Might not even rig out two of them out of that election. But because of their quest for power, they always wanted to be at the north. So I understand where Nigerian man is coming from. But at the point where we are now, I think many Northerners, the ones I see online, are beginning to see their mistake. Even when you see their comment these days, they say to hell with the Muslim ticket or whatever. So what everybody wants now, how are we going to get out of this mess? Because even though Tinubu is from the south, just like what Epansat said, he has a very good relationship with Buhari's 8 years administration. So, and every one of us know that it's a signed agreement that after you and me, which he achieved. So, and another agreement is on there. We don't know who is the next who agreed with him. That after him now, he will be there. And we don't need to continue in that direction. If we continue in that direction, this country will continue to sink. So we need a liberation mind. We need to develop a mind to liberate ourselves from all these greedy cabals we have in Nigeria. Then they're never tired of accumulating wealth. That is my major concern. What will Tinubu will be doing with money today? If Tinubu doesn't make 1 naira today, I don't think his generation will be poor again. If any income stop coming from for him today, I don't think his generation will be poor. So why not make
30 seconds.
sacrifice
Round up in 30
for
seconds
this
for this
country
one.
to move forward? That is what we expect from Mr. Tinubu. After all, his wife said that his husband is rich, that they don't want Nigerians' money. So why is his company today becomes the most surviving oil sector or the most surviving sector in Nigeria today? When every other people are complaining that things are not going well, his company is amassing a lot of profit. Should we continue to praise him? No, it's not done that way. He's there to govern the people, not to build his company. Thank you,
Brilliant.
Concern.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Anybody else that was here before Prince Daddy want to chime in? Anybody come back? All right. Prince Daddy, 5 minutes. Hear what's on your mind, including what we have on the table. Thank you. Prince Daddy once, twice.
3.
All right, go on.
Yeah, Pastor. I wasn't sure I'm clear on your question, but listening to Akene saying that Kwankwaso or the Northerners wasted 1 million votes, I wasn't sure the logic behind it, what it meant. I mean, was it saying that they should have worked and given the votes to P2B so you can have more votes? I didn't get him, but anyways.
Okay, let me give you we have an open discussion where we're trying to find solution where we'll go forward. There doesn't seem to be any credible opposition to the government that we have now. So we're suggesting that my suggestion was that Showore should empanel delegates from different parts of the country, state by state, region by region, whatever, brilliant Nigerians who have a lot of human resources to begin to have some kind of opposition and to challenge the administration so they'll have something to fear at least that could bring in labor, military, all kinds of people. But if you have another something better or something to suggest that's better that will add to that. Okay, I'm also getting a prompt from one man that we may cut this up within the next half hour, 20 minutes to half an hour. So unless we have more people coming in or people have brilliant ideas, we're looking at another half an hour at the most here.
Yeah, it would be nice to have. It would be nice to have a real, genuine opposition to the government. But I don't think Shore is the person to champion such a cause. I don't think so. He's too volatile. He's just not that kind of a person. He's not level-headed. He doesn't have the ability to negotiate like P2B. So it's absolutely the wrong candidate for what you're talking about. In any successful democracy, right? It's always nice to have a solid opposition to the government, and it's much easier done when parties are aligned by ideology, right? In Nigeria's case, that is not the case. It's just by how the stomach turns. Really, that's how they vote. You can see the um, party members fluidly moving from one party to another because of what they're going to get. There's no ideology that restrain them, or that their foundation is built on. So it's in Nigeria's context, in our democracy system, it's tough to have a real opposition. We don't have it. We have noisemakers. That's what we have. Today, Dili Mamadou, or is it Reno or Makri saying this and that? Noisemakers. We don't. It's kind of tough. In Nigeria, just like most places, money talk, but money talks more so in the Nigerian context because, again, you can incentivize people easily because there's no ideology. There's nothing they believe in, not at all. So, what you're talking about sounds very good on paper, but in reality, it's a fantasy in the Nigerian space. Um, let me see if I have a real suggestion to opposition. When people know their worth, right, then they can truly oppose. An average Nigerian don't know their worth, and they are easily impoverished. They are easily persuaded by little things like selling your votes. And even when you deny people the basic amenities, it's a sign of oppression, of course, and subjugation of the people. So the people are always eager and happy to see some gleam light down the tunnel, and they jump at it. So the system is quite oppressive. It is oppressive. So again, we're not going to have a genuine opposition. When the people are genuinely free and they know their civic rights in a lot of ways, and they know they are respected as citizens, then they feel very comfortable to organize in small cliques to go bigger and oppose any government, be it the state government or the federal government. But the people don't have that sense of belonging. They're so disenfranchised in every way possible. It's not a reality of theirs. And a noisemaker like Shore doesn't help the situation. I mean, it doesn't help. So we need we need a national orientation, I would say. And just like most things, it needs to start locally. And that's why, just like many people do, I do advocate for the subsidiarity of governance, meaning we should reduce governance to the lowest common denominator, which is to the local level, where people are actually empowered. They are in charge of their own welfare, and they dictate the resources that surround them. In so doing, they have leadership, they have responsibility, accountability, they have all those things, and they feel worthy as human beings to talk to anybody. But we don't have that system. We have a system whereby local government leaders go bow down or kowtow to governors because the governors are so powerful. But the governors, most of them are not doing anything. So you can see the cycle of oppression in that state. So what you asking, Pansat, is an El Dorado. That's what I can say.
All right. Thank you for your submission, which is succinct. But I have a question for you. Opposition sounds so militant. Opposition is something, in other words, just against. If somebody's against few subsidy removal or the inflation that we have now, or the price of gasoline, or the priority of the administration, lack of empathy, or the direction, right? Would you, if I brought it down to that, just forget about the word opposition, do you think you have a threshold in Nigeria of Nigerians sufficiently to be against those policies or conditions right now in Nigeria? Do you think there's enough people who could say we're against this price increase right now? Do you think there's more, plural, more people who would say that than people who say, look, I like the way, the direction of the country. I like to pay more for gasoline. I like the inflation, right? So could you, if you just change the word around from what it normally stands for, Prince Daddy, I'll give you another 2 minutes to elucidate what you're saying, but based on the definition rather than the word.
Well, yeah, I think if I understand your question, even the wealthy people that are well-to-do, they don't want to pay more for commodities if they don't have to, right? So yeah, there are many people, a lot of people that are against inflation, high price of gasoline, and food commodities. They are against it, right? So enough people to come together to oppose. Well, people are one way or another, but just like very much so that we are all divided along tribal lines and ethnic lines. So even though a Southeasterner may have a genuine reason to oppose or to complain in the system, that complaint is almost sidelined or looked in with a side eye, so to speak, like they're only doing so because the man is not in power. If it had been the other way around, I don't think they'll be doing it. And one can say there's an element of truth to it because again, we are a very tribal society. That's what it is. Yeah, we can unite. I mean, we can unite on common cause in terms of improving the livelihood of the people. Yeah, but but again, we just live in a multi-dimensional society in every respect possible, and it's not strange the way we behave at all. It's not strange at all. It's not. I don't know why
All right,
people.
30 seconds. Go ahead. Conclude.
Yeah, it's not strange. So, I believe though, and it's nothing unique to Nigerian space that if we can find a way to bring about a common goal to unite behind, we can go a longer way and sideline our ethnic tribal ideology in many ways. Anyways, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Let me use this opportunity to say hello and welcome to Dipsy Baby and the comment section, and Chioma, who are policing the comment section. Now, I hope you stay around. We'll go another round. We're going to be changing the topic. We still have over 80 people just on this particular YouTube, 80, 90, sometimes 100 people here. So hopefully one man will let us extend and revise our remarks at some point before we call it a night. But I'm going to come back to you again, Prince Daddy. Let's go back to Niger Man. Niger Man, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead and respond to Prince Daddy. I don't think he was here to see that we had a clip from Dan Bello, who is a northern progressive young man, smart guy, fair. I mean, a true African patriot who's sent in his own criticism of this administration. Now, anybody coming from the north is susceptible to the accusation that you're only doing that now because you're guy, say Buhari is not in office, a Southern is in office, and then you're saying these things. How come you didn't say it? So how do you think we can be able to pick out hardcore, fair people who probably didn't have a platform when Buhari was in office, who from their demeanor would be expected to have criticized? Because we do have people from the north who criticized Buhari at the time. So it's not 100%. We could not come and say, yeah, a lot of them didn't. That's true. But there are still people who are just fair-minded people who probably got a platform now to do so. So what would you say to somebody like Prince Daddy, who's just written off any criticism as part of our normal tribal and religious division? Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. You see, the problem we have to face. Let me just leave his own opinion. Let me just put my own. You see, what my own suggestion, what we have to face in that Nigeria, there is people who really want Nigeria to work. There is people who are using the tribal, the religious way. You understand? There is people who are preaching because it's not their people in the power. They want to grab that power. There's people who are defending the power because my person is there. That is different category. But we, the citizen, if we said we want to look for those who really mean well and those who are really true patriots to the country, there's a lot of people there in Nigeria, which we can see them. But one thing with Nigeria, we have to first allow ourselves before we can preach to the other. We have to leave people opinion, no matter whatever they suggest, no matter the opinion, no matter their criticism. And we have, before we can disagree, then we not come to agree. Because if we say, people should come, I heard their opinion, let's come together. Maybe you, that person, for example, I'm not. I want to have my opinion, and I'm not going to your way. You begin to call me name, or I want to. If you don't want to have it, I begin to call it. No, is because then we are not going to get it like that. We two by ourselves. The division is within us. We have more than that many platforms. We go every weekend. Look at all the old platforms. Tell all of them. Let's all come together and become one formidable platform. Nobody will agree because everybody want to be the boss here and here. That is the problem. There's another problem. You cannot, all these old platforms we have Bayego, we have Wama, we have Nigeria, we have Dr. Damage, we have JJ Media, all of them are there. Just tell them, let's all of us come together, but everybody are preaching the same thing, but in a different form. Let us come together, have one formidable force that we can push one narrative. None of them, even we in the platform, none of us will ever come together. Because if you are talking, people would look at you, it's because you are from this side. This one is because from this side. But the problem still remains. How can we now have a front and one common goal? Which is, we the citizens that are non-partisan, we have to come out, identify ourselves, and have a common goal and see this is where we are going and this is where we want to go. That is only the way. And we should not have one, maybe when a preacher will say, no, I have to suggest this person have to be the power. No, this person have to come. See, we leave that sentiment first. You understand? So we have to leave that sentiment first. Because not you want to impose your own candidate, me, I want to impose my own candidate. Automatically, before 2 months or 1 month, we know this thing is not where we are going. This one is not where we are going. That is another way I take to it. Thank you.
That sounds really good. Ekene, do you have an answer for him? How do we all come together? I am playing the role.
I will not dispute what Nigerian said. Yeah, everyone we need to have really change our mindset and accommodate each other. This time around, I'm not thinking of where you come from, or it's my tribe, or it's my religion. We have to push that aside now because we have a country to secure first. So I think everything Nigerian said, yeah, I give it 100% support. So everybody wants to be the leader, even in the platforms all over the places. So everybody wants his idea to be accommodated. But we have to, most of the time, sacrifice our ideas for other people's own to come on board. If your idea have been accommodated for some time, allow other people's idea, and it never works, then allow people's idea to come on board. Maybe that will bring up the change. So we still have to know that, because I think an idea has been accommodated for maybe more than 8 years now. So I think we have to die down that idea and allow other ideas to come on about. Maybe that those ideas may be the one that will bring up the change.
What kind of idea? Name one idea you're talking about. What is the idea you're talking about?
An administration is an idea, and supporters are the promoters of the idea. So we have an idea which has lasted for close to 10 years now. And if we sit back and ask ourselves, we once had an idea that lasted for 16 years. So now we have an idea that is close to 10 years. So, and these ideas are supporters of it, promoting it, and all that. So, if we sit back and ask ourselves, this idea we supported for 10 years, has it really promote the interests of every Nigerians, educationally, economically, security-wise, electricity, good infrastructure? All these ideas we have been promoting has really improved the lives that we desire as Nigerians. Then, if you think the idea is working, then you can continue to support it, and nobody is going to fight you. But I think for us to move forward, you cannot continue to do the same thing every time and expect a different result. You have to jettison that idea. Maybe support other ideas that you think might be different. Let's know if we will have a change. That's what I mean.
I think you answered the question. That's why we're getting the same result. What you are calling an idea, I don't see it as such. It's not an idea. That's why every government comes, they build roads, or they try to build roads. What they do, they try to increase revenue from crude oil. And what else? It's the same thing, just this different face, the same thing. Now, if they had an idea in place that they're trying to execute and it didn't work out, then I say, okay, well, that idea didn't work. It failed. Let's try a different idea or a different person. But that's not the case. It all goes back to ideology. What we're talking about here, we've always had this refinery problem for so many years.
President, what you said is what we have been experiencing. Because if you ask me an idea that I will support, you know my idea when it comes to governance. You understand? So when it comes to governance that favors the people, it's all about human capital development. It's all about human capital development. So, but the idea we have for years is idea, if a government managed to build 2 kilometers of road, then you applaud him. You know, human capital development is a very how will I say, very expensive type of government to run, because that is where the people feel the impact of the government, not necessarily to generate money and they keep it there and people will loot the fund among themselves. So, but an idea that will bring about human capital development, building schools, investing in our education and productivity, I think that idea will make a great change. So when we should come together as Nigerians and support this idea and find a candidate who will champion it for us. We have remained in the same position for years. Build roads, let's clap for you. Every time you tell us about the money we generated, even at that, we have not generated anything as such. No money has been generated, because even in building human capital development, you can still generate a lot of funds. because there will be prudency, there will be accountability. When you are accountable with the little money you have at hand, it will go a long way to serve the people. So we need to generate this idea and find a candidate who can champion it and build around that person. You understand? So we have been on this same idea for years. Build roads. I mean, even at that, even the infrastructure, we have not been able to give our people. We are still the poorest country when it comes to infrastructural development. Even among our African neighbors, we cannot boast of good federal roads. Talk less of state roads. So what infrastructure are you building? You're not even generating enough for the citizen. Your oil production is even low. So nothing has been done. Like they keep on deceiving the people. But the little we have accumulated, if we have a prudent manager, one who is capable not to spend extravagantly, but centered on developing the capability of the people towards education, giving them basic amenities, health cares, even our maternity, improve our maternities, bring more people out of school, as in putting more people into the school and not bringing them and not having more out of school children.
Yeah,
That's an
1 minute.
idea that I want.
Okay.
So we have to, as Nigerians, really choose what we want. All this singing around politicians just because of what we can benefit is the system that is destroying our system. We need to think generally what will benefit Nigerians. And this human capital development is what I think will benefit Nigerians. So we need to build an idea and have a candidate who will always come to when it comes to an election, that candidate will give us what he intends to do, give a good debate on how he's going to champion human capital development and give us a better government. So we have to have that in mind, not just to come and speak barabu and all those, and people will clap for you. No, you see how it happens in America where you are. You guys are having debate. This one will come and tell you this is what I want to. So it is not left for you as a citizen. What am I lacking, or what will benefit the general public before you cast your vote? Can't we do that in Nigeria? Is it always sharing money and sharing rice? Let's do it. Let's have capable candidates who can come out on national TV, spill out their ideas, debate it, give people the impression what they are going to do, and they are ready to come out every time and defend their policies. Today we have government that after even saying a lot of things that they will do, at the end of the day, you don't see them when they are making those policies. You don't see them come to defend it. If our current administration knows that their policies is going to pay in the next 1 year, let them come on the national television and defend it and give us the expectation. They don't just make policies and run out of the country. That's what is happening in Nigeria today. You just make one policies and you know that this policy is not working for the people. You just run out of the country and send your media team to come and be deceiving Nigerians. We need to put a stop to it. That's what I mean, Prince Daddy.
Fantastic. I believe that your passion and your patriotism shows through there. Prince Daddy, here's your chance to shine, right? You don't have that many people on the platform. We have a situation in Nigeria where PMS, which will be what they call petrol over there, have just been jacked up to a minimum of 1,030 naira. There's no increase in the wages, not even the minimum wage. Inflation is off the charts, 40% or more. There's no hope. Are you saying that Nigeria is different from every other country in the world? That nothing can change the tolerance for the people? Are you saying that our division is so deep and different from every other country in the world? Because every time you chime in, you're rational when we're talking about United States politics here in the United States, you and I used to support Trump. So now I'm going to give you 5 minutes to tell me, why do you think Nigerians are different from Americans? Why doesn't Nigerians deserve a president like Donald Trump, who incidentally was a very good president in his 4 years? I supported him then. I don't support him now because I have a better candidate. That's how fair I am. But in your case, you are in a unique position now to tell us why Trump is good for the United States and that Trump is not good for Nigeria. What's the difference in the two societies? Why the dichotomy? Why shouldn't you support a Trump for Nigeria as you support a Trump for the United States? Yeah, take it away. But this is your chance to take your logic to the zenith of your imagination. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So it's a lot of assumption made. Assuming that we have a Trump-like figure in Nigerian politics, I don't think we do. One that's willing to sacrifice.
Sorry about that. What are the Trump-like qualities? Could you elucidate that first? What is a Trump-like quality?
Well, simply by the slogan of MAGA, which is essentially American First policy, that everything it does is in the interest of America and the American people, and the interest of America. And such a leader doesn't come by. Such an uncompromised leader doesn't come by that easily. Not even in America. We all know Barack Obama's tenure, how corrupt, how compromised it was. I mean, it was under Barack Obama we had the redefinition of marriage and some other nonsense that occurred. So it's not easy. Trump is one in a century kind of a leader that comes by. But in Nigeria, we don't have to necessarily have a Trump-like figure in Nigeria. We just have to have a leader, a leader that understands the Nigerian people. But we give a lot of credit to America and some other Western nation. And we all know the reason why it works so well in those places is because of the structure they have in place. They have institutions, essentially checks and balances, and that's what they have. But in a country where you can easily corrupt institutions, where power is lopsided, what would you expect? There's nothing unique in Nigeria in that regards. If we want to go to Venezuela, or you want to go to Russia in so many regards. I mean, and many other countries around the world. So, and the composition of Nigeria as a country in terms of its population, different ethnic groups, is not unique neither. Many African countries are in similar situations. So I guess we can bring the question, the point back to how can we secure a leader in Nigeria that has the interest of all Nigerians? Quite frankly, to be able to do that, if you ask me, it will only be through a military kind of a leader that comes by and does things equitably for all without partiality. But if you want to go through the normal process that we have right now, where we have to
I can't hear you.
Okay, sorry, my screen went. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please, while you still got maybe a couple of minutes, would you tell us, right, when you said that Trump is a MAGA figure who is a Make America Great Again figure, I know you're not saying that he's one person that brings the entire United States together, because he does have a lot of opposition, people who don't agree with him, right? It's actually a divisive figure. But how different it's, for example, a candidate such as Peter Obi or Showere, how are they different from, or say, Dele Farah to me? How are they different from Donald Trump as far as making Nigeria great again? Do you understand? Just in that limited area of making, as far as wanting the best for the country. I
Well,
don't know if you understand.
yeah. Okay. So, those characters you mentioned, they don't have that in-depth understanding of America or what is good or for Nigeria, rather. Unlike Trump. See, it's now that Trump came, quote unquote, to the limelight, but Trump and his policies have always been with him for like over 30 years. There are videos and record about it. I know you probably know about it.
No, I agree with that. Yes.
Okay, so it didn't just spring up from nowhere. And when it came to power, it essentially espoused and plan to execute those plans that he's always thought about or had. And one of the main plans was making sure America's lunch has not been taken by China and some other countries, some European countries. But to the other characters you mentioned, number one, so you mentioned Dele Farutimi. I'm not sure why you mentioned his name, because that guy is like, in fact, if you ask me, he's anti-Nigeria. Perhaps the only person that's pro Nigeria out of all the people you mentioned was Peter Obi. Dele Farutimi is such a bitter person. And he's always lamenting and complaining. Then comes Shore, is always very rude guy, without any compunction about how to go about things. It lacks knowledge. Shore is almost embarrassing if you ask me. I thought was a very good candidate. Well, is it 10 years ago, whenever when he came on the scene? But it appears that at the end of the day, to be able to facilitate change, to bring about change, you must understand the problem, the system in which you're walking into or that you are trying to approach. And Shura doesn't have a clue.
30 seconds on that.
I know he doesn't have a clue based on the way he does his things. He doesn't have a clue. So, and to wrap it up, if Trump, a lot of people don't know a lot about Trump, but if Trump was given the opportunity, oh, he's so popular, this and that, he should go form his own party. He didn't do that because he understands and believes in structure. You can't just wake up and form a party and defeat the two main parties. You have to have structure in place. You have to have an antecedent of what you stand for. But these other characters, I don't even think there's anyone in the Nigerian space that fits that category.
All right, thank you very much. Let me say that I vehemently disagree with you. Now, I'm coming to you next, Niger Man. But let me take 30 seconds to disagree with you. All right, they don't come any better, patriots, than Dele Farutimi or Showore. You know that patriotism is the love of one's people and country, not love of the administration. Even here in the United States, you don't like Obama's administration nor this one, but you're still an American patriot. So, but I want to recommend to you to go and look up Dele Farutimi. He loves his country. He's very effective. This is a trained lawyer who's not even practicing. He's so disgusted. And that goes for Showore, whose brother's killed. It's I may sometimes disparage his judgment, but all of them, including Peter Obi, all of us, we love our country. We have quite a Herculean task to form a direction. And I welcome you to join in what we're trying to do tonight is to begin the discussion of having some kind of shadow government. It's not traditional to democracy, but what Nigerians are practicing is not democracy. But if we have time, we're going to elaborate on that. Because, Prince Daddy, I really, like I said, I have quite a lot of respect for your opinion. You're here in the United States. You loved Trump when I supported Trump. But I'm somebody who I can change when something changes. In essence, I'm not dogmatic about it. I'm not supporting Trump in a dogmatic way. If there's a better candidate, for example, the issue with Middle East, I don't think that he's going to bring change. He's going to continue along the lines of genocide Joe. and that's why I'm not supporting him. But anyway, thank you very much. Now I'm going to come to you, Niger man. I will give Prince Daddy a chance to respond to what I said after I go with you and Ekene. So go ahead, 3 minutes, Niger man. Respond to Prince Daddy.
I think I would like to second with Prince Daddy for two things there. If you see, I don't know why we in Nigeria we only love people who just come to television or platform, shout, Nigeria will never war, finish. That's what the people would like. I don't know. People who give a good conversation gently. We don't like to listen to them. I can see somebody have contested two election now. I cannot stand or know. I don't know if people know his ideology. In this last election, I tried to follow him all the interview to the television. I didn't see one thing she was telling anybody. All you have to say, 1960 from anybody, we will get there, we'll do this one. There's Nigeria money, nobody should tell it. How will you get the money? We'll pay 250 salary, we'll do. How will you get the money? It's not telling us anything. Now Nigeria have money, we know them, I don't know what people love about those people. The problem we have in Nigeria today, because people can win election, that is why all the old party we have, they have manifesto. But they never use that manifesto. Nothing. They don't even know what is on that manifesto. Because Nigeria, you can as today, you know, election is not by your performance. You don't win election by your performance because it's money bag. That is why people are just coming. Comparing Nigeria with America. I think I don't know. Let me not use that word. I don't know why we always want to compare apple with orange, or this is not even apple. We want to compare chicken with cow. We have to be comparing ourselves with people we have independence with, not America that still summon the whole Africa to come to America for a meeting. Even India will summon the whole African leader to come to India summit. If China will summon, Saudi Arabia then we are comparing ourselves with those people. I don't know how it's going to work. We cannot have somebody like Trump in Nigeria. We don't have people like Trump. When we have people like Trump, those are people where we have the Azikiwe, the Wolowo, the Madu Bello, the Samapara Turenaro. Those are there. Those are the people who really know that, no, first is my country. But how can they make it? How can people make it? Nigeria, number one, we have to understand. The country doesn't even belong to us. There are people, the America you want, the America is the people ruling Nigeria. They are the one that hold Nigeria. The president, the leader we have there. We are not our own election that make them to be there. They don't even answer to us. And they are all puppet to the Western world. See, we have people who are really local, Local. That is where we begin to know that we're able to face these people. Can we bear the consequence? Can we bear the sanction? Can we bear the hunger? For we to liberate ourselves, we have a law. We don't want this politician we are looking. None of them is just afraid. They just want to be there. Give them the small loan. They enjoy themselves. They don't, because they don't want to make any move. They are going to be taken out of there. We have to find people who are really local in that country that are ready, that will have the people by his side. But we are going to suffer for it. We are going to face a lot of sanctions for it to fight and liberate ourselves. We don't even have the nuclear weapon to fight this fight. And you want to bring the Dele Faro to me? How can you bring somebody like Dele Faro to me as a picture? Tell me, since after the campaign, when they campaign for Labour Party, it was their campaign team. Since then, I watch his video every Saturday and Sunday. Tell me what those people are doing. They just open Twitter, YouTube, stay in front of YouTube, be telling you we don't have a country, this or that, that or that. What are you doing? 6 million votes was there Nigeria gave to Labour Party, to Peter Obi, sorry. What are they doing with that 6 million voting tomorrow? What are they doing with it? They did consolidate on it. People are beginning to lose esteem from that party, from the Toby. Those obedient majority of people you know ask them today, they'll say, no, I'm not a part of those. We are losing people and we are not even consolidating on it. We are not even planning. What is the next future? Let's forget 2027. That is even me. I don't even want to talk about election. Why are we going to plan? I have these people. I have one people that we know. If it's 10 years plan, that we know we have that number. We have the grassroots, whatever we want to do, whatever we consider we want to take to change that country. That is what we have to plan on. Because all these politicians.
30 seconds.
Okay, let me just run on. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, now, Ekene, you heard what he said. You're on the ground. What are we doing? The 6 million odd votes that was given to Peter Obi and the Labour Party, what are they doing with it? That's what Niger Man is saying. He doesn't agree that the pen is mightier than the sword. He's not impressed with Dele Farah. To me, I believe he says watches his program every weekend or something like that. So I'm the chairman. I'm neutral. I wish I was just in the panel to respond to Niger Man, but let me hold my fire on that. Let's hear from you. It's a cogent question.
Yeah.
What are they doing? What are they doing with that 6 million votes? How are they going to be effective? 10-year plan, I believe he mentioned. Please just respond to Niger Man.
Well, I will not speak much on Dele because I have my own respect for him. Even before the campaign, he made it clear that he's not a member of a Labour Party. So he's just supporting Peter Obi, which he even reaffirmed his support. Is it last month or so that he is still in support of Peter Obi? So, but not because he's supporting Peter Obi, but because I followed him even before the campaign. I never found him party affiliated. He only speaks on Nigerian issue. So people might not like him, but people like me, I like to draw some knowledge from most of the things that he does. What are they doing with the 6 million votes? A lot is being done. Even though
Please. I'm not speaking about his personality. See, what I'm trying to pull out, a tree can never make a forest. That is what I'm trying to talk about in the Faro TV. You understand? Just open YouTube, start talking. You are not organizing. You are not conscientizing the people. There's no way we are going to make anything. Thank you.
The same issue with Showore. I have with Showore. A tree cannot make a forest. It's just like when they talk about alliance, will be aligning with other people too. Most of them, they will say, if we'll be aligned with so people, I will withdraw my support. But they should understand that for politics to work, you need an alliance. So maybe when you align, you first of all get the power force before you start to make the changes. So most of them don't have that belief that you really need to align. People like Dele, Aisha, they have even warned P2B not to align with anybody, which I think is a wrong advice coming from them. So, but this time around, it's not about P2B. It's about Nigerians. What are we going to do? Though a strong institution has been set up by the obedient movement, and I follow that trajectory very well. I can see their conference in Kano State few days ago was a very successful one. So we now had an obedient leader, which is Unisai Tanko, and he's working fervently within the grassroots level to make sure that he gets a much number of people aligned with that movement, especially from the north. And it is not biased about the obedient movement, just like it was before. A lot of them, I follow them on Twitter, and I see their comments, I see their engagement, I see how happy they are to make that movement to move forward. It's only we that is in the south that are not even organized in that movement, honestly speaking. But the few or the ones I know in the north are more organized. And I'm happy that they are building from the north. It might not be to win 2027 election, but when we begin to build that movement, it will come to a time, it will be a big movement that we can from there raise political leaders. So that movement, I think it will last for a very long time because people thought it will just fade away. But to my greatest surprise, that movement is taking shape. And that is why P2B was able to separate it from Labour Party. So the Labour Party will not corrupt that movement. So Labour Party is having a lot of political crisis, which
Sorry,
I don't know when.
what is the movement and what is it called?
It's still obedient movement.
Oh, obedient movement. Okay, separate from the LP. Okay.
Yeah, separate from LP. So and it's waxing very strong. So and if Labour Party had been a good vehicle, they would have taken the opportunity to align that movement with their party. That today, Labour Party would have been one of the greatest opposition party in Nigeria. But it's quite unfortunate that even a small party like Labour Party just came on board, had a popularity, but because of interest and power, they now want to lose that popularity again. So, and it's quite unfortunate. But I can tell you that it will be very difficult. I will not be biased to get that 6 million votes. It will be very, very, especially, I don't know how the next election will look like. It will be a very tough one under this administration to get a 6 million votes. We were able to get it because Buhari was somehow neutral in that election. I will not degrade the capacity or the effort Buhari put to give us free and fair election, even though there was a lot of compromise. But still, he tried. So what I will say is that any movement that is built on getting Nigerian out of this mess is what I will join. So that movement now led by Unisa Tanko, the image is to get more people aligned to obedient movement. The youth from the north are happy about it. They are registering online. Both diasporas are now being committed to it. So we'll see how far it goes before 2027.
Okay, can I quickly? So if you remove Peter B from the movement, can the movement still stand?
Even though they're using P2B ideology, because P2B make that appointment. He came online on Twitter Space to make that appointment and appoint Unisa Atanko as the leader of that movement. So I don't think.
Sorry, I don't know if you got my question. So the movement is Peter B movements, right? I'm saying if you remove Peter B himself from the movement, can it still stand? And replace a different person?
I think with time. I think with time it will stand, because in that movement we have a lot of selfless northern leaders that are organizing it. So ideology of Nigerian or that movement is not only that P2B must be president, but to gather people with like-minded interests and have the interest of Nigeria at heart. So even though P2B is the leader of that movement, but that doesn't necessarily mean that P2B must be the president of this country with that movement.
I agree with your last statement there. I do this. Hold on, Prince, that I'm coming to you next anyway. So the point that I disagree with you, Kene, is that Buhari organized a fair, transparent, and free election. He did not. He was the culprit actually who rigged that election through Mahmoud.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that he organized a free and fair election, but he tried in his capacity.
He did not
to give up.
No,
I will not.
See, Passat.
Yes.
You have to understand what where Ekene is coming from. If you really understand Nigeria election, you will know that Buhari was very, very neutral in that election.
Yes.
If Buhari was not neutral, Peter Obi will not get 1 million votes.
That's the point. Let me come in a little bit, Pastor. You just oppose it with what is going on in our state election today. Where is Labour Party? I bet you that you see there are a lot of positive things, not because of Buhari did bad, but there are things you have to commend human being. You understand what they did. You know his capacity in Osun State during his time as a president, and that is why you see PDP win back Osun State. That I don't think that will happen under this administration. It will never. So
Obaseki, okay, let me add to it. Obaseki was a PDP. Do you have Buhari stand for him? He said that is when you hear when they said that do not be legal. Buhari said no, let the people. He said let the people let who they want. That is why after the election, Obaseki went there to also look and thank Buhari. Buhari stand for him. Even the central bank
even in Anambra State, before that electoral act was signed, that electoral act, the reason why people had confidence in it was that Buhari gave that Beavers opportunity to work in Anambra State, I think in Ekiti or what other state, about 2 or 3 states.
Anambra, Ekiti, Ondo, 4 states.
Yes, we saw it being transmitted online, and the will of the people.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
It's not that many of us, so it's coming right back to you. But let me tell you, what you're using to justify my disagreement with you is true. What you're saying is that Buhari is better than Tinubu. Yes, that I agree. But Buhari is still not good enough. You understand? He could have. He was still president during that election. He could have obeyed the law, the Electoral Act, which caused for annulment of that election. He should have had his independent, quote unquote, independent INEC do their job. But he wasn't about to. He did it. He wanted. When you're saying he was being neutral, is that he wanted another Northeastern, the former Senate president, to be.
No, I don't think that is what he wants.
Oh, but Pasat, okay, please, sorry, Pasat, why are you saying all these things? How can you say a old democratic president, if you are not an election, do you want to cause the country ablaze? No. Abiola want to come to democracy, the same Northern are not it. So Yoruba man will win again. The same Northern we are not it.
No, but listen to this. The point, for you to call Buhari a Democrat, it's a laugh. This is a military talk. Hold on, let me land. He just said something that is quite irritating, right? Buhari is not a Democrat. He's a military thug that took over the first democratically elected government that we had here. It was a jackbooted thug that took it over and annulled that Shehu Shagari's administration. First democratic, the first and only democratic administration that was sacked by a military thug. So how could you call him a Democrat? So the point I'm making is that he rigged the election in 2019. So he took over a government. Now, what do you have to do before you're redeemed as a Democrat? He did the election. He was more sophisticated, right? He did it more respectfully than Tinubu is like in your face kind of guy. And without Tinubu, perhaps Buhari would have been redeemable. But Tinubu was in the back. That's who was telling him to go out of the country. Exactly what he's doing now. But you have to be smart to catch these people, right? You have to be a smart guy. When he had this guy rigged that election, he could have prosecuted him for doing so in 2022.
It will be very difficult for him to do that. We have to agree. But the only thing I know is that I never call Buhari a Democrat. There are things he does that is. But when someone, if you see areas that you know that this one did something, you have to praise him. It doesn't take anything away from us. In terms of election under Buhari, whether he league himself into power, but in conducting other state election, and I think he's better. Honestly speaking, I think he's better, because if it is under Buhari today, you can still have an opportunity to discuss this electoral reform we are talking about. He gave a listening ear to it. We discussed it. You see the effort of the media, and there was that signing of beavers and all those stuff, which people build their confidence on, even though it failed, because maybe Tinubu has the power, Tinubu has the money to influence a lot of them so that it will be changed maybe to his own gain. But we see the neutrality there that Tinubu has to fight even Buhari self to be able to get to that position. So when a man does something, give him his kudos. He might fail in other areas. So I will not be the one to say because he's Buhari and I see some positive things that happens under him, which I know it will never happen under this administration. It will never happen.
2015.
See our
2015,
our election.
2019. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So our election today, I tell you, what is happening today, I shed tears. Just write result, post it under this administration. You know that do whatever you want to win an election. Nobody will talk about it. Even court will not have anything to say about it. The few election that was, especially state election, really did well under Buhari. State election, I'm not talking about federal elections. State election, the few state election we had then was the will of the people. You cannot take it away from him. So give him that kudos. Even the general election, the only thing that made P2B to have the opportunity in 2023 election was because of that electoral reform under Buhari. Take it or leave it. That is why you see that 6 million votes. If not, they would cancel everything away, whether you vote for him or not. So you have to, let me tell you, even in Lagos State, it was an amazing number of votes given to P2B. So no matter how they rig it, you know that he win the state squarely. And it was all because of the man. So Tinubu was able to get some bribes from governors and especially Wike and others that win some, that rig some state for him to win that election. But did Buhari tried? Buhari tried. I don't expect Buhari to cancel an election that has been declared a winner. It will be to cause another problem in the country. So what happens now is that Nigeria should sit back and talk to themselves and know the next step forward. So getting that 6 million vote, I will not lie to you, under this administration will be a very difficult task. It will be.
Well, I agree with your submission, Kenneth. It was kind of strange that Pansai would suggest in a democratic system that a civilian president should cancel an election. That's too much of a stretch. Anyways, but I agree with you, Kenneth. I think Brian did his best, really, especially on the state level, and he also did on the federal level, actually, because quite frankly, we all know that he did not want Tinubu to win, and it would have been a shame if Atiku had won, from a northerner to another northerner. That's why I'm not a big fan of people like Reno Mokri, Dilima Modu, that wouldn't mind from another president transition to another northern president. I'm not sure what would have remained of Nigeria by now, quite frankly. But yeah, again, but Bright did his best. It was okay.
Praise that it was clear that Buhari supported Osibanjo. Very, very clear. If you say you don't know that, then you're not a good politician. Which is, if I think the support he gave Osibanjo is okay. The support he gave Osibanjo is okay.
If Buhari, can I say, President, if Buhari wanted, maybe Passat is not getting it because maybe he just sees a Fulani, want to label him. If you really understand what happened in 2023, let's say from 2015 2019, we have different governorship of cycle election. This man Adeleke was the governor of Osun State was APC. Adeleke won. They went to court. A city president is sitting APC, and he led the court to do his way. And they remove APC and bring PDP. No, I don't think Tinubu will agree on those kind of things. I hear you.
Tinubu will not do that.
During Buhari, we have governor go to court, and they will remove the current the APC governor, and another party will win. How many president will allow that one? If Buhari really wants, he doesn't want Sorry, he doesn't want Tinubu to be president. And he have his own candidate, Lawan and Osibajo. If Buhari wanted to use force, make sure, go and look at Rufai. The first thing he said before that primary, he said they asked Buhari, no, tell us who you support. Even secretly, we will know the way to do. We will know the way to give that person the ticket. He said, Buhari said, no, you people should go and elect and do it. Let it be open and let people elect to the primary, let them elect to the one. That is why you see APC primary delayed to that way. Buhari, if you wanted to put Lawan there or put Osibajo there, he have the power, he have the federal might. If we just do it, that we rig elections, go to court, they are there in the court with you. But he let everything go. You are not looking that way, you are not saying it, you are just saying no, Buhari rig election. Buhari never rig election. If you want to see rig
The
election,
only thing
face
that
Mahmoud.
happens is that the only thing that happened is that Tinubu has the resources,
Yeah.
even more than Buhari.
He had the resource, but Buhari, Tinubu was controlling. What is the name of this man now? They remove this DSS man. He was controlling that man. That DSS chairman. What is his name?
I
Forget it.
forgot.
Bichi was
Yeah,
answering.
yeah,
You
yeah,
see, Pastor don't understand what is happening in Nigeria.
yeah. Well, for me, the only thing I know is that whoever that deserve kudos, wherever I know that I see some things that you really do well, I will not hide it. So in that regard, Buhari really did well. He was neutral. The only thing is that money, even do you think how can a president come when an election is about to happen and declare a cashless economy and all that, when you know that this is going to affect your party?
See, you can say Buhari is good for the country. Well, if you look at it from that perspective, I guess so. But at the end of the day, Buhari was nothing more than a traitor to Tinubu, because Buhari winning, becoming a president would not have happened if Tinubu did not support him wholeheartedly and put his resources and time. And I said it before, this Tinubu's presidency is his third term, really, because the first and second time that Buhari ran, um, Tinubu was the person carrying the load. I tell you, especially his second term. Tinubu campaigned more than Buhari in his second term because he needed Buhari to win so he can have that transition.
So that will become the president.
But Buhari did not. At the end of the day, he became a traitor. He didn't play ball. He did not. I mean, there's nothing wrong as a president coming out to support your own candidate that you choose, but he didn't do that. Just like you said, uh, he didn't do that, and that was not, that. I mean, no, that was not good. I mean, no, that was not good. Even in the West, you come out and support your
No,
candidate.
what I think is good because uh, that 2023 election, people might not see the positive in it. It awakened a lot of Nigerians, especially youth who have not been able to discuss politics to start to discuss politics. You understand? Somebody like me, I never carried politics on my head, but after that election, I think I will not talk about politics again. But still, after that election, I now become politically inclined, and I always want to talk about politics. So that is what democracy does.
Now become politician.
Yes, it makes me become politician. So that is it. But before I'm not interested. There are things you do that will pull up the interest of the people. That electoral act would have been a game changer. People discuss it. It was debated. The presses, everybody debated. I followed it all through until it was signed by Buhari. So people are when I see people talk about the electoral reform these days, I begin to laugh. Who will give you that listing here that Buhari gave to you guys that you're able to sign that one? It will not happen.
Even
Forget it.
when Buhari didn't sign the electoral act, all the whole civil society, we know they are all cash TV, so they are not TV. All of them, they went out, they buy all of them, but Buhari said no, they have to. But at the same thing Buhari was against, the same thing the National Assembly. have to, I don't know, those people, those National Assembly, they are evil.
The National
They have
Assembly be
to,
even the
they
problem.
have to color B and change and put a description for INEC. Because even Buhari before was thinking is electronic this thing, electronic
That's what
voting. He was
no,
thinking
this
it's
is
Prince
electronic
Daddy,
voting.
you need to. You're not chiming in on this kind of good topic, right, Prince Daddy? It'd be good to hear your opinion on that electoral act.
No, I chimed in a little bit, but yeah. The electoral at the end of the day, I mean, because they did not transmit the data or the results through what is the platform?
IREF.
IREF.
The IREF. Yes, people like yourself, Pansat, and they kind of rejected the results. So, and it was quite clear, I guess, when they went to court that the electoral reform did not mandate as part of the law to finalize the results by transmission through the IREV. So it comes to law, to interpretation of the law at the end of the day. But I think, just like Kenneth said, I mean, which is good about Kenneth, I guess most of the time he tries to be objective and fair, giving credit to Tinubu, whilst you, Pansat, you would not. I don't know if you heard me earlier saying that.
Buhari.
Buhari.
Right.
Credit to,
Buhari.
yeah.
But Pansat said earlier that Buhari should have annulled the election. A civilian president annulling an election. I was like, look, feasible or possible. So it sounds to me, your affinity for dictatorship or authoritarian rule is your style of governance that you think should work. In a democracy, it's all about negotiation. You know, just like anything else in life, actually, you're not going to be getting your way in everything, but your ability to come to the table and negotiate is the key. You get what you can get, and what you can get, you let it be.
No, but let me take 1 second to say to you that you continue after I say this, right? When I say that he should have annulled the election, I'm shortening it. The 2022 Electoral Act from section 60 to 65 talks about what happens in the case that you could not transmit that result from the polling unit for whatever reason. Also talks about what happens to INEC official that towards the law, you go to jail, right? It recommends a fine and a jail. Look at it, up to 65, section 65. But start from 60 to 65. You're gonna see that the president, the executive.
No, Pastor, please let me correct you there. Don't mislead people. If people are listening to you, that is not what the electoral. The chapter you only talk about the polling unit. Or the polling unit, anywhere there is discrepancy or the election is not hold, it should be annulled and be reconducted again. It doesn't say the whole election. It's only talk about a polling unit. In the polling, go and read it well, please.
Exactly. I agree with that, but that's not correct to me. You are advancing my point unwittingly, right? So yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. But it's more than that, though. What we're talking about is what happens. Right, it happens if you are the president and you're conducting an election, you're the incumbent, right? Albeit your last go at it, but you're still in charge. We have it one president at a time, who is supposed to make sure that the laws are upheld. Is him. He needed to, like somebody said, he reluctantly signed that electoral act. He should have signed it in 2019, but he didn't because it's not a true Democrat. So our people worked very hard for that act, and then he didn't sign it, but he reluctantly signed it at the end when he's no longer gonna benefit from it because he's a selfish individual. But anyway, he signed it. But all along, he didn't mean to obey any of those things. That's just the truth. I'm not giving him any credit whatsoever. But what I'm saying, though, why you were laughing is that I'm saying he should have annulled it. He has the right because he appoints these people. Nigeria is not like here, the United States. Even here, where the people are supposed to be independent.
Pastor, please don't say this thing again. We are in a democracy. Don't say this thing again, please. How can you say democratic in the democratic dispensation a president that is elected by the people vote by giving the mandate by the people issue a non-election? Who give it? Where did Buhari have that power? Whose president have that power in Nigeria?
Remember the last guest we had at the other channel. I don't think one man wants us to mention other platforms here, but in another platform we had a guy, very brilliant guy. The last guest they had, and he was saying that we have an imperial presidency, right? If you don't know it just by experience, we have an imperial.
No. If they are telling you that one, that is the power given to the president in section 5(4). Read it down. That is the power given to when they tell you the Nigerian president is very powerful. Not powerful, maybe to decide the election or to decide. He have enormous power to control resources, to do or do not into all those, maybe to another election. You don't have no power.
Well, since I'll shoot it back to you guys to discuss, but like I said, I'm just disagreeing that Buhari deserves any credit. I cited to you the law, okay, the law both in the INEC manual for that election. If you look at their manual handbook, section 38, right, you're gonna also see that what is supposed to happen. All these having the courts decide who won the election. We're just gonna have to do something about it. But anyway, I put it back at you. I would you owe me a debate then, Niger man. You and I gonna debate this one day. Thank you. Go ahead, Prince Daddy or Midwest, one of you, or Kene. Thank you.
Nothing much to say again, Pastor. Just that still on that election, what we're discussing is how we're going to get it right. So the reason why I brought up all this Buhari issue is for us to know that Buhari really gave us a little bit chance, at least 40 or 30% chance to get a leader for ourselves. But a lot of opposition and all that, we are not able to, or maybe we say the person we got is not really what we deserve now, or we have not gotten result of the candidates being elected. So this one, if this one is not working now, are we sure to get another maybe 30% chance to elect another leader in 2027? My answer is no. We don't have that chance again. So what we need is people that will resist. So, but talking about going an election to vote, to know whether we get 6 million votes, I don't think so. That 6 million votes will be very difficult to get. Even 1 million, 2 million will be very difficult to get. It will only take, they will just use Byra, write everything off and tell you to go to court, and nothing will happen. You see it happening everywhere today. See Imo State, see Kogi State, see Edo State. See, a lot of election that has happened under this administration. Just check it. So unless, so and they are the most. You see, if not that, if Anyoba just died, I think I will tell you that APC will win Anambra State. So, but the problem they're having now is the death of that man. So I don't know who they will use again, and they trust the resources of the state or the federal into his hand to be able to capture Anambra State out of Apuga. It's only if Anyoba that has that capacity. But I'm waiting. Let me see. It's next year the candidate they will put up and how they will use it to write election in Anambra State. So, but the only thing that is happening now, that is why you see Soludo now doing anti-party, and he's having problem with his own party. So he's trying to align with Tinubu now, so that he will allow him rig. So if you can give Tinubu confidence that even though I'm an Apuga, I will still be working for you, that is an APC president, I think that is the only chance that we have. He has to win that Anambra State election. So we're talking about coming that day to vote. Your vote will appear on IREV. No, that will not happen. See, next campaign, the thing we used I used to campaign in 2023. That one don't cast. What am I going to use again? Those in 2023, I used to tell people, come and vote. You don't need to fight for your vote. Just vote and go. You will see it on the television. You see it on IREV. We will post it. They are not going to rig it. And everybody believed us. That's how we campaigned. And that's why you see a lot of young ones troop out that day to vote. So, but this time around, every one of them who voted believe that there is no election in Nigeria again. So how are we going to convince them again to come out? Especially those people that have not been voting. Because we have a number of them who have not been voting, who came out on that election day to vote. How are we going to get them again? Many of them are tired. In 2027, they will tell you it's better I sleep in my house than to go there and be wasting my time and resources. So we need a convincing leader that will make a proper electoral reform, because our laws are meant to favor the rich and the ruling class. So how are we going to change that? It's not possible. It's not possible. So, but we'll resist. I'm not going to give up, and we're still going to come talk to people to know how we are going to convince them. But it's not it's not election time yet. Tinubu can still make a change, but with the body language of the first lady, I don't think there will be a change in the next 2 years. So that's it. That's the point.
All right, Prince Daddy, you still here? Niger man, are you there? All right, I guess we have to wrap it up. If one man is around, we can wrap it up. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Maybe we can wrap it up so that let me catch a little bit sleep.
Okay. Niger man, are you there? Prince Daddy. Progressive. It's been an interesting debate. If anybody hasn't shared, they should share the program. Those who haven't supported one man by contribution should send some money his way. Like, share. We're gonna call it a night, so let somebody else. Can I go ahead and close it out?
So, it's an interesting time. So, well, thanking everybody, and want them to support this show. This is a one-man platform, a very good platform where you have every opportunity, a platform that is not discriminating. You have every opportunity to come here and air your views, talk about Nigerian matters and society matters and all that. So, one man platform has made it possible for everybody from every part of this country to come and air their political views, and it's a place to be. It's a place to be, and we hope we support it and we continue to support it until it becomes a platform for the voice of the people. Even though it's still a platform for the voice of the people, but I think it's still, we have to support it to get to the grassroots so that people will know that this platform has done well for the country. Thank you, Pansat. Your moderation is very well, and I thank you for your matured kind of moderation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. But before you go now, we have officially ended the show, but you know that we don't have ability to turn it off. So I want you to, this is not between you and I, Kenny. When you're on the ground, we know that people, when they're over a certain age, 60 something years or 70 years, how do you feel? Because I read somewhere that we should be more concerned about the health of Tinubu, right? The way he left the country the last time. Have you heard from him as things are going, activities are going? How would you know if he's no longer here with us. We're not praying for any problems for him, but the way, the kind of rumors I was hearing, unconfirmed earlier. Have you heard from him? Have you seen anybody visit him? Let's say one of the senators or anybody.
No, I don't think there is any rumor. I've not heard from him. The only thing I know is that he went for a vacation, and ever since then, nobody has heard from him. So, and I only think that is a pattern of travel now. So, any rumor they want to give, I'm not part of it, and I'm not going to be part of it. The only thing I know is that I would want him to return safely and healthy. We know he's an old man, so he need a proper care. Governing Nigeria is not it's not my. You need all the strength and all the health to govern this country. I just imagine what that man will be going through trying to put up a policy that will earn him a respect. It's a very difficult task to govern Nigerian space. So I wish him good health wherever he is. I wish him whatever he desire to come back strong, because no matter how we want to criticize him, he's still a father to people. He's still a father to people, and now the father of the nation. So even if a lot of Nigerians don't like him, his immediate children and his immediate grandchildren will want their grandfather to be alive and enjoy the fruit of his labor. So, and I will not deny him that because he's the president. The only thing I know is that if he really have the interests of this country at heart, kudos to him. If he doesn't have it, if it is his own personal interest, then let God be the judge. I will not be the judge. It is God that will be the judge between him, because he signed a contract with Nigerians to better our lives. So if he sees us as his children and he wants to better our life, let him do that. I believe he has everything. He has already acquired everything in life. So the little good leadership he's going to give to this country, he's not going to deny him anything. So I expect to hear from him soon. They said 2 weeks vacation. Very soon it will be 2 weeks. So, and we expect him to be back to the country. The only thing that is why I always say we don't deserve this kind of leadership anymore. We are a very big country where we need to have vibrant leaders that is going to, but even at his old age, he still has the capacity if he's healthy. Because what matters is your health. So I wish him well. And I'm not expecting any bad news from that side.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen. Pastor, can I come in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pastor, where you dey get your news every time? Rather, you dey get the rumor every time. That's before he travel, not before he travel for the vacation. It was announced even before he travel that he's going for 2 weeks. And the purpose of the travel, when the chief of staff, Bajaber Amila, suggested he should travel for 2 weeks, is that because of the cabinet he wanted to reshuffle. He said some people was trying to lobby, all those people with Godfather, try to lobby him not to reshuffle the cabinet for those that were afraid that they will lose their job. That's why they're telling to travel out for 2 weeks, part of his holiday vacation, so that he can able to make his plan very well. So it's not even up to 1 week. Why are you hearing rumors? 2 weeks have not even gone. So let's wait first now. But I don't believe anything. Well, nothing will happen to him. He will go fine and come back fine. He'll be traveling right from now. All Nigeria, both governor, all of them jetting out of the country. It's only this Tinubu now we know. Anytime you want to travel, they won't announce. During Buhari, they will just travel. Nobody will know. Before we will be where is Buhari, where is Buhari, where is Buhari. So they announced to us. They said 2 weeks. 2 weeks have not elapsed. So why are we worried? Nothing will happen. Nothing is happening to him. We go safely and come back in Jesus' name.
Amen. Amen. We pray that nothing happens.
Amen.
But a Nigerian man, having said that, the point is that when somebody travels on a vacation, it doesn't mean they're gone forever from the earth. They went to Mars or something, right? They still receive visitors. They still make comments. We've seen politicians when they're out of the country, including the president himself. And we have a difficult time in our country. It's not unreasonable for somebody to say, hey, where is he, right? And you also said that he's polytropos. I don't know if you know the meaning of such a word, right?
What is polytropos?
Yeah. So he's a cunning. That's a good word for it. I don't want to say.
Nigerian leaders are cunning. Look at what is happening in Cameroon. This thing is at a TV station in South Africa is announcing that the president, the Cameroon president, has already by the states are banning all the old media to talk to not to say anything. The state is debunking it that nothing such has happened. But where is the president? That is the Africa for you. They always, even we, all of us, we are so funny to ourselves.
Mentality.
Even husband and wife still funny to themselves inside one room. You know, that's black
Niger man.
Yeah.
Niger man, that issue tire me. Even if the man, is he not old enough? Shouldn't as in is it anything bad there?
I don't know for
it's
Nigeria.
Nigeria,
we don't like bad news. That be our problem. We too like to hear bad news. Once we don't like someone, why hear bad news? That is all. Is it? Even our own look at our own personal life. Husband and wife, they are still calling to themselves. Somebody, if Nigeria now look, there's one woman, one Oyibo woman last month. The woman just met me and my wife. We are on the shopping mall. It's my wife friend, his colleagues in her work. He said, she's pregnant. She was just telling my wife, she's going to give she's going to deliver a bouncy baby boy. You know, so I'm telling everything, the months, the weeks of the pregnancy, everything, the baby. I said, when my wife when we are not going, we leave the woman. My wife say, now wow, if the Nigerian women, you go ask her waiting you want born. Hey, problem don't come. Wait. You see, that is African mentality. That's our life. No?
But Niger man, this cabinet reshuffle, I don't think that thing will work.
That's why I don't work again. Let's be realistic to ourselves. That's why I don't work. Why
even that lady that has a NYS certificate issue.
I watched it interview on politics that day. Oh my God. Nigeria,
that one tell you that nothing will happen. He campaigned for Tinubu.
See, when she was even boasting, you know, on the national television, even you didn't want to even answer the question. Leave. After boasting, I said, wow. This person, she didn't even know that she's appointed. She's not elected. They didn't even know that one. They don't believe everybody just have power to do whatever. Oh my God. But Nigeria, we are a pretty big shit, honestly.
They believe that because they campaign for the president.
Yeah.
They have all the
something. You have to be realistic, right?
Yeah.
If anything happened to Tinubu tomorrow,
say
I over there, where you go? Nobody's gonna be really falling on the ground crying. I hope you know that.
Why would the people not cry?
No, I'm just trying. Nobody's praying for anything to happen to him, but if something does happen,
in case of a
I can tell you for Ghana, Ghana was in a position where the politicians, they had the people in a strong stranglehold. But their own, they get one general or former general, his name be Jerry Rawlings, right? He come carry all of them, buy all of them where they stop the country. See, no matter which one you elect, these politicians, they were so bad that the whole polity was polluted. You hear me?
Yeah.
So there's something called the Ghana solution, where all of them, this Jerry Lawrence come clean them out. So you have fresh crop. That's why Ghana survive now.
But we have it in Nigeria. Did we survive? It get more worse than worst. Don't we have what is more than that in Nigeria?
No, we didn't. I beg, just hear me out, because you're surprised. When Tinubu say he win election, you see Nigerians they jubilate.
Me, I don't see anybody.
No, it's you, the opposition, who lose that is not jubilating. The people in APC were jubilating.
Okay, but what did I
That
tell
is
you?
it. It doesn't mean everybody will jubilate that, but the people who support it will jubilate. Even during the election, APC were doing party now. They were jubilating, but fair is not like the whole country, like during Buhari, the first 2025.
Yeah,
You know, majority of people voted for it. You understand? But the people in APC are jubilating. It's you that is opposition that will say you are not jubilating. That is.
But I could tell you something. If anything happened to anybody now, people go to jubilate because
Let's see the opposition go to jubilate, not the
whole
ruling
country.
party.
No, the whole country go to jump.
No, not the whole. Is Mr. Pasa? You are not
Only you.
Wait, wait. Let me tell you what. Mr. Pasa.
Yeah,
you what I'm looking, you like you have been in Nigeria more than 20 years, if I'm not mistaken. The last time you been in Nigeria, maybe it's 20 or 30 years ago. So you are still looking at your village that was very bushy, no road. You have to trek 5 kilometers to school or 10 kilometers. That is the same high you are still using to look Nigeria. Mostly you people in this Yankee, that is the way you look Nigeria. When you go to Nigeria, because I don't think you watch maybe Nigeria movie. If you watch Nigeria movie, you see many places. You will say, "Wow, is this Nigeria? Is this Nigeria for real?" So you are still looking Nigeria that 30 years. Everywhere, so bushy people still have to run to the farm, to the bush to get rabbit before they can get meat.
But
No,
it's an individual achievement, too. And individual achievement, you cannot compare.
but yeah, you understand. But that is the way you look everybody from Nigeria. You didn't see the last time he's telling me he want to bring me to America. I'm in Nigeria. That's why I don't have sense.
I just said make you talk. Make you.
You see when the new people, they believe you are still in Nigeria. But I believe when you are still in Nigeria, you don't have that, because I know, because my uncle who traveled, they came after 35 years. They were coming back to Nigeria. They brought torchlights, brought everything.
Everywhere was darkness. Even in Nigeria today, let me tell you, even in Nigeria today, if you have all the money, you cannot run out of electricity.
Yes, now.
You can have 24 hours electricity in Nigeria. It depends on your money. So what happens in Nigeria is that you have to pursue money, make money, build the life you want. The government is not ready to give you that life. But if you have the money, you can live the life. Because every houses in Nigeria today, you have electricity and you have solar section.
Solar. Even my farm, are using solar and gen. You understand? Because
So
if you don't have money,
all those things are what you achieve by yourself if you have the money. So if you are capable to build a house and building a solar generation plant, no matter how little it is, that can generate electricity 24 hours, then you are good to go in Nigeria. You are good to go. But individual achievement. So how many people has the capacity to achieve that? The moving market today, solar is one of the best moving markets in Nigeria today. So because everybody are buying to it now, many houses are buying it. Even if you are building house today, you must add a solar section in that your house where you put in.
Even most government parastatals, that agency, they are all using solar now. If you go to immigration now, go to NDS, all of them, it's all solar. That's why you can be there 24 hours. You will wonder there's no life failure there. The last time I went to Kwara State for passport, I was there till 1 a.m. You know, midnight. There was no life failure before. I don't know these people today are using solar. You know, everything they're all using solar, not even the government parastatals. You understand? So that is it. So, Passat is just still looking at Nigeria. Nowadays, maybe we give somebody like Passat, then we go to Nigeria now, be giving people 50 naira. Because you know the value, be looking at the value of 50 naira, that the time of that Wazobia, when it was called Wazobia. Somebody like Passat, we have them that will come from UK that time, come from America.
But let me tell you something. Electricity is good, all right? Electricity is good. But say for example, for here, if you go, God forbid, something happen, you get an accident, car hit you or whatever, within maybe 5, 7, 10 minutes,
ambulance don't come, don't carry you, go to hospital, where get medicine, where get doctor, emergency room. You know, they don't even begin to ask you how much you have in your pocket. Doctor,
I bet you they pay your tax. They pay for that.
make a land now. So your life, if anything happen, you go call police within 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Police don't land, ready to confront whatever it is. So you understand?
Yeah.
If you open your tap,
Yeah, but those what you are saying, yeah. Wait, no. Wait, Mr. Pastor, wait. All these things you are saying, these amenity you are saying in abroad. Yeah. Check your tax, the way your tax is spent. They send it to you. How much you donate for education, for foreign, for military, for health, for police, for this. But Nigeria is not like that.
Nigerians they pay more. You hear me?
Who's Nigeria they pay more? I mean, 20 people have shop in my father's house. None of them is registered.
Yeah, but that's an anecdotal, right? That's your father's house. I'm talking about Nigeria.
Brother, I'm using my own example now. Use that one. No.
The issue is that I understand that Nigeria state is to your tent, O Israel. So if you're able to achieve it, good for you. If you're not able to achieve it, good for you. So Pansat, I know the system. I know what you are talking. Even though we live in Nigeria, but at least we still know what you are talking about, especially in the people that lives abroad. But it will take us a long time, or even all these things you're talking about. The system has been built right from the scratch. You understand? The system has been built right from the scratch. So who is going to build the system in Nigeria? We don't have it.
Don't have it.
Like you people talk about that. You talk about that. You talk about insurance and all that. Insurance works in Nigeria. If I have insurance, even me that lives in Nigeria.
But yeah, but you see your insurance. Wait, let me tell you now. You see your insurance in Nigeria. Let me tell you, why is insurance very costly in Nigeria? Because those people who insure you in Nigeria, that your insurance, they still take it to foreign country to insure it for you because they don't have the capacity. They will not take their own incentive from you, add it to what the foreign will insure for you. They doesn't insure it by their own self. That is their own Nigeria made. Those insurance you're looking in Nigeria. You understand? So yeah, now you go to supermarket, whatever you buy, you have to pay VAT on it. Nigeria, go buy pepper for markets and go buy meat. Who are they pay VAT for? It's paid by do as you like in Africa. That is why people can overnight get rich in Nigeria, overnight get poor. Not like here.
That is it. Nigeria is a state that you can be doing business for 20 years, 30 years, you will not make anything, but within a very short time, within 1 year, you can make all the money you never make in your life.
Yeah,
I see it happen even to businessmen self. I see somebody spend more than 35 years in Abakaliki, do all manner of business, both rice, farming, all to nothing. But immediately he relocated to the village and started a new business, cement business. Within 2 years, he built upstairs, buy land, do a lot of things. Within 2 years.
Nigeria system for you. Nigeria, there is a opportunity there.
But make I tell you, okay, what did I talk about now? No insurance, right? Whether you get insurance or you don't get insurance, your life it's worth something. When something happens,
you are paying for it now. It's not free now.
Man, stop distracting my point. My point.
No, I'm not distracting, but you are paying for it. I'm here. You cannot tell me what is not.
Another thing I say Nigerians are paying for their own too. But they're paying for. But hold on. Okay, the thing is that there's somebody who come in there. These things will be because we're artificially held back. Artificially. Anybody that means business that come in there and wants to get things working, it should be very, very easy. Very easy to put all these things together. Very easy to put this because you need law and order. Law and order. You understand? We cannot have our enemies in charge of government. Niger man, I know you keep putting
the issue there is that what is not what Nigerians are lacking is so much. So and it's just like what the point you're trying to make, Pansat, the Nigerians are paying for it and all that. Nigerians may be paying in one way or the other, but not recognized. It's just like my business is registered, but I don't even know the meaning of that registration. I don't know. I don't see any benefit of it. I have my certificate. I have my documents, but if I ask you, since I registered it, the money I pay for it, what is the meaning? What is the use of it? Which I know in abroad it will be a meaningful property, but here it's just an agency.
One man, could you let in Folly B if you can hear us? That's something.
You can use that see like abroad now. Let me say maybe let's say in UK now or Germany. Like you have that your business now. Do you know with that your business you can go to bank and get government grants? They can give you loan. Maybe you start paying back maybe 1 year time or 2 years time, and you'll be paying without interest.
Yeah.
Can they give you that one in Nigeria? No. Only with that your registration because you are registered. Because even though you work 1 hour, you can there's not like Nigeria. You can just go and hold. You can just go to park now. You go and take bucket. You go and carry wheelbarrow. Start taking load for people making. No, you can't do it here. Yeah, even to take dustbin, you have to go to course for it and have a working permit. You understand? Even though you work 1 hour here, 1 hour, you have to pay tax for it. You understand? So that is the problem. That's why you can see some people telling they're abroad for 10 years, 5 years, they can't come to Nigeria, they don't have document, so I don't have paper to work. Because you can't just, it's not like Nigeria can just wake in the morning and just, okay, let me buy bread or go to bake this thing and just carry bread and start selling. Okay, no, there's nothing like that here. You have to go through the legal process. You have to work and pay your tax. You have to have the legal document. That is why every tax, before they pay you, they are taking your tax. That tax is going somewhere. That is why they are using to feed the road. They are using to do everything. But Nigeria, the other day, they
it
said,
will
let
be
them be
very
taxing.
difficult to change that mindset in Nigeria. Nigeria have lived with it
Okay.
with many years.
For many years. Okay, like the last time, I think last year when they brought the tax, they want to do tax reform. They say people, the vulcanizer, saloon, they will start paying tax. Nigeria rise up. For what? You understand many things because the structure, even from the colonial, they never structured Nigeria to be a country of paying tax. You survive on your own. Let them take whatever they came to take and go. You understand? So Nigeria, you want to tell people now. Many people want to run out there for organizer to start come and be register his business. He'll be paying tax every month, or saloon, or what did they call it? All this yalagbo. How will that work in Nigeria? And you want to call police? That's why you can call police.
The only thing that happens in Nigeria that I know is that just struggle to get a little position that will make you rich. Even an Agboro in a small sector like Ojo, the chief Agboro in Ojo is a very rich guy. So you see people struggling for that position. You think they are just and they do all juju, do everything to be able to get to that little space.
Yeah.
Just that little space. And once they get it, within 1 year, 2 years, you see that person buy a car, maybe build 2 or 3 rooms and parallel, marry extra wives.
Look at this my brother in Benin. What is his name? Tony Kabaka. During Shomole, before Obasek, he was celebrating 1 billion. He said, I want 1 billion naira. He built the hotel. See his mansion. Ask me because they give him like 3 or 4 packs to manage to finish during this man regime Shomole. He blew overnight. He blew overnight. Only to monitor park. Finish. So you are those people cannot pay tax, they don't pay anything in Nigeria. How many people are paying tax in Nigeria? How many companies? Even the multi-international company, most of all the big companies, they even escape tax to pay.
They escape tax. Even Dangote. A lot of
that is why the Dangote, all of them are doing NGO. NGO doesn't pay tax. They give the tax waiver because of all those NGO they do. Maybe I'm government, I just believe pay tax, leave all those NGO, pay the tax first. Because they will tax them more. They will tax them more. So Nigeria people doesn't pay tax. I mean, even me, I run business in Nigeria. Let me start with myself. I run business 3 years. I didn't even register it before I go and register it. I run it for good 3 years. So we have to say the truth the way it is.
The only thing I know is that
Don't confess your sins in front of the world.
No, we have to say our character. All of us are accomplices. Me, I will not accept myself from
So
it.
the only thing is that if government organize it in a way that people should be paying that tax, that I think is more better. You understand? So nobody is saying that paying tax is wrong, but because the government knows that they are not investing the right investment to the people, so they don't have all that right to collect that tax. You understand? Because even though you might say that Nigerians are paying tax somehow, but not to the proper way it should be, which is those ones are in the hand of the government. If a downfall driver or a keke driver can maybe every day submit amount of money in the hand of aboros and all that, why not make it official so that the money will be used for the benefit of the people, so that when you collect that money, you build that road that those downfall drivers and kekes are using. But what happens is that they collect that money, those aboro just submit a little to the government, then share the rest and use it to be doing big boy. Then the roads are being dilapidated. The keke drivers, the Okada drivers, the downfall drivers are suffering themselves in that road. But in a proper set, that money will be used to build that road. But our officials are not ready to do that. They just collect it and share it themselves.
Because if you can remember during 80s, 80s, 90 something, we were having a public transport, government transport. Like in those states that time, they have a dollar, they have but at that time I can remember my school that we are using calling it TCTC. You understand? But later people start corrupting it, start bringing their own tickets. Those are for money. All those are the people who have parked today. Those people who work there, they're not forming, they cripple all those government transportation. They are not the one that have all those baby park today, that have millions of transport company in Nigeria. You understand? So if government are able to revive those things back and take all these private this thing and scrap them out, you understand? And really put a good mechanism to monitor them for accountability. That is only the way things can come up. Because you can see that road, local government, they build road, they do everything because they were getting money from all those people. They are paying the tax direct to the government coffers. You understand? Money we are there. During my time when I was growing, it's local government I know that build road, that build school, that will come and give us injection that time, vaccine us, do all these things, give us a pipe water in that time. But I didn't know anything about state governor or president. But because today now, all these things are becoming private, these people have hijacked all of them, collapse all the old government agency for all those things, all those government business. Now, those people are putting their money in their pockets. Only what they will do, they can just buy 1 or 2, 3 car, give to police, give money to the DPO or the IG. Those who will put that money in their own pocket. It's not going to government cover. They are not paying to the local governments, anything. You understand? So how do we expect the
local government is very important. Just like this court ruling that I think it's going to work. But now governors are trying to siphon it because it's through that local government
but
you collect
to
this.
siphon it, but do you watch the to cut it short, but do you watch the plenary of today in the Senate?
No, I didn't watch it.
There's one guy, I think he's from Anambra, that raised that motion yesterday.
Yeah,
So they are now get to conclusion today. They went for a closed door. So they are now come to a conclusion now. So they are passed 2 motions today now from the deputy that raised the motion. That their conclusion, they have to come to the floor and say this the deputy that raised the motion. So they said no, they are not going to the bill that those state governor want to enact in their state, joint account with local government. They said no, it can never work. And then they now say no, they stand on the Supreme Court judgment. That they are passing law that. Then the second one, they said all different section in the constitution that give give the governor every way to meander and colobi to they will use. So they say they are going to amend all that the governor will not have any other way to create a law or form a law on that. So that is the two. So I sent it to Waba today. I didn't know where he played because I was not from the beginning. So that is why they are doing good there, which I see like, and I like that man that raised the motion that make it to explain to them, which they are very happy. If that local government can work,
it's because of Toledo that made him raise that, and it's from him that I had it. I
Okay.
think Soludo has signed it or is about to sign. So he raised the alarm in Anambra State.
Uh,
And he even came
is
on
that
TV.
is very good, and I still like what the Attorney General did. You know, the Attorney General now set a committee and has set a bill for this because he told all the local government. He said, "You people doesn't have immunity. So if you like, they give you the money, give it back to governor. You are the one that will go to jail for it. So don't just think maybe that you go and take the money. And this thing will start working. We say from 3 years or 4 years time. That is when it will become more effective because when many local governments now is going to prison now, you understand? All of them will not say no, no,
Yeah.
no, no. I cannot give you my money. You better let me face you. Let's die here. You understand? So because I know the Attorney General now,
It's a very good idea. It's a very
because
good idea. If
very good
if
idea. Yeah.
the government will get it right this time around, I think
Yeah.
it will help this administration. At least, even if Tinubu is going to last for 8 years, let us at least have a breathe fresh air in that area. Everything will not be bad now. If everything becomes bad, are we not human being?
Uh-huh.
At least let's be enjoying some section of the country until he's able to finish his 8 years. So
Yeah.
that's my point. But if you cannot remove them forcefully, at least abide with most of their policies that is going to affect your life or the people, and at
Yeah,
least use
even
that one
like
whole body.
but
Use
why
that
they
one whole
even like
body.
that? Why even like that local government financial autonomy? Because they are going to that financial autonomy now. That's what is that the National Assembly. My happiness that they start with that with the Supreme Court judgment. They said no, they can never support. So they are part of that one. So the other one, if they not give them the other local government autonomy that we have their auto, that is the second one they want to pass now. You understand? So even we now, we will not we now maybe in 4 years time, 3 years time, which we would like to go and contest for local government. Because then,
Yes,
if money is coming, I have money in my coffer. I would like to do, if I really have my heart of my people, is my local government finish? I will do it well, I bring good
yes.
idea there. You understand? So I don't need to, if you like, don't fix your own local government, it's not my
And the
problem.
election to contest an election will be easy because you start from local government to
It
contest
will
an
be
election.
easy, yeah. Because if the local government now have money now for their own self, their own financial autonomy, no government will control them again. You don't understand?
Yes,
All those governors that will
yes,
be doing emperor in the state, they can come together and remove that governor.
yes.
You know, they can come together. They have because when you don't have money, you don't have anything finance, so nobody will. They can come together and just remove that all those governors that want to become emperor in the state that nobody could talk to them, and then they can come to power and face them. You know, or if they do this one for us, because me I know
That's why
when
that one I pray that one works. I pray at
no
least.
that's what work. They have no. I found the National Assembly. They are already they are side the side of the people, so that's why it's going to work now. So they have done. They're going to close down BT yesterday, so they don't come to conclusion. Say never. That is there was raised a motion yesterday, so that one is good because we see that in 3 years, if 10, 15 local government go prison now, they are all of the high go clear. Nobody will want to release the money to any governor. Just say never. Can't be going to prison now.
And here now you don't need to if the council is not doing well, you don't need to go to Abuja to protest again. Just protest in your village.
Yeah, it's my village now.
Take to the protest to the man's house. To the man's house.
Yeah.
Go there. Protest against him.
Why
You
you
don't
know
need to
why the
disturb the
governor?
program.
You know why the governor are against it? You know why they're against it? You know, all the load they will take, all the load that they are taking,
Yeah.
that they are siphoning, they only use that local government for to pledge it. Many of them are taking
Okay.
loan now, they have siphoned, they will take to dollar and take away. So now they're going to pay that loan. That is just their problem. That is why they don't want that local government financial autonomy. They still want to be controlling that money. Because majority of them, they would. That's why you see them now today. You see they take 60 million and 600 million loan, but you cannot see there anything because they will just take that money. The one that they will pledge the local government for it. They will just siphon that one to their own foreign or anywhere they want. Go and keep those money there. You understand? That is the problem. That
Yeah.
is why they are crying. Because if they don't have to bring the money out of their
They
own
will let them pay it with the
allocation,
allocation. Let them pay it with the allocation.
nothing, no, so nothing for them to
Let them
eat
pay with the
again.
allocation. At least let this little one go to the local government. At least if we can build 2 or 3 schools in our local government, it's okay. Let them use those ones, the allocation, and be paying that one.
No, they even
So
like, you know what I like? You know what I'm sorry, you know what I'm very happy for this local government. You see, like local government, if I just wait like 1 year now, I calculate the money my local government chairman take, and I see the money is not. It's not replicating my local government. I can just take 2,000 pounds and go to Nigeria. Just gather like 10,000 people and go to his house. It's only one local government. You understand? So we're able to catch him. You understand? So, but if it's states, you can't mobilize now because we look at
You
the
can
finance.
mobilize, yes. You cannot mobilize again. Even the federal, you cannot mobilize. That is why protest is very hard in Nigeria. So if I see
Nigeria.
people talking about protest, yeah, it's not achievable.
It's not achievable because you need a lot of money.
You need a lot.
You need a lot of money. But if just your local government up there, if I take 2,000 pounds, change it in Nigeria. So yeah, I share it everybody, even it's to 2,000. Oh yeah, this local government is supporting us. Give them oh yeah, let's match them.
You know what, Niger man?
Yes, sir.
Keep thinking those things that you're giving soft landing to impunity and bad governance, right? It's gonna take one little spark. Wait until this 1,030 or whatever the gasoline price is going to bring untold hardship on Nigerians, right? Let me tell you, these people are just sitting on a powder keg. True, Nigerians are not revolutionary, they're evolutionary. But these guys are pushing this stuff too hard. I'll be surprised if something doesn't happen very soon. So that stuff you're saying to yourself, there cannot be revolution in Nigeria. That is just wishful thinking. Now, Yakub, I don't know if you're here. I saw you going.
They thinking that one your la passat.
No, well, you have your opinion. I have my opinion.
198 naira per liter. In 2020, 2023 to 2022, before election, 198 to 202. Then from 2000 May till today, from 230 naira, 220 naira to 1,030 naira, Nigeria didn't rise up. So it's
Well,
when
it's not over.
No,
it doesn't happen like that. It's not over. They're stunned right now. I don't know if you've gone to.
If Nigeria buy for 4 days, they are used to it.
Hold on. Let's not make it Tomboleko discussion. What I'm saying is that when you go through grief, right? The first time it happens, you're stunned. I mean, it's stunning, the development, how fast they just jacked up that price, over 30% on top of the one that is unsustainable that they had already. So there's something happening. Trust me. They're stunned. They can't believe it. They're going to recalculate. Then it's going to start biting. So that trick of leaving the country when you're going to raise the price and you do, the same thing Buhari used to do, it gets tiresome. Nobody likes violence. Nobody likes revolution. But I could assure you, if they don't retrace their steps, already Labour has given them a date and say, hey, look, reverse this stuff. All that game, the game they're playing is so careless for the country.
Sorry, which Labour? NLC?
The two major ones, NLC 2. They've already said to the administration.
TUC.
Yeah, they've told them.
They are driving SUV. And then receiving 70,000.
They're not perfect. We're not talking about Labour now. We're talking about the entire country, right? There's something going on. So nobody understands it. Everybody's head is spinning because one time Dangote will blame an NPC. The other time an NPC will blame Dangote. So, but at some point, they're gonna see through all that. I'm just warning you because every time I told you that from the one that you and I had a discussion, right? I told you I can see through that, but not everybody has that ability, right? So Nigerians are not going to put up with this. I could tell you that right now. It's not going to work. Something is going to happen. Now, how it's going to happen, who knows? Because you're partially right. We'll take whatever they dish out. But I don't see them, unless they do something on the
supply side, demand side, able to make it up somehow. Because how are they supposed to function? It's impossible. So you have to be realistic in what you're saying. We're not different from any other set of human beings. You can't have people making less than $70,000 a month, and you're milking them left and right. You're not. There's nothing that you could write home about and say, okay, at least they're doing something on this side to ameliorate the situation. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. By the way, do you support what the government is doing? In totality, forget about the people itself. Do you see reason in what the government is doing?
Pasat,
Yeah.
I don't know why you come with a good topic. I don't know why you really believe Nigeria, the government are not doing what is right. Do you believe the government believe the country is not working? Those in power.
That's what I'm asking you.
Sorry.
Do you believe?
No, now I'm using question to ask. Sorry, I'm sorry for using that. But let me tell you, the people in power, they don't believe the country is not working. It's working for them. It's working for them. Nigeria doesn't want to take their country back. If they want to take their country back, they can have done it a long time ago. Because if a country, people can sit down, the citizen can sit down from 198 naira. Today, less than 2 years, is 1,030 naira. And they are not revolting. They are still going like normal thing. Those who are just shouting because they are shouting to we in the diaspora to send them money, which we have been hearing since more than 30 years from them. Nigeria is not good. That is them. They don't. People in Nigeria making money. Those who are not making money who are begging. They don't believe. If you go to Nigeria, they don't even look at people who are hungry with the situation. They just complain to your ear when they know you have money. I'm talking to somebody.
That's what I'm saying. That what you can never think back. Okay, any time in Nigerian history where the situation is the way it is today, yesterday and today, they just raised the price.
Go and look 1974. Go and look 83.
No, that was I saw when one man showed a clip of 1973. That was a worldwide phenomenon where there was terrorism, there was Iran involved, there were so many. It was everywhere in the world. Even in the United States, you had lines, you had fuel lines, people lining up. That it's not the same thing, because right now you have inflation, okay, at over 40%. I believe it's a whole lot more than that. So you can keep looking at history, but there's never been any time in Nigeria.
What we have is food inflation. Is purchasing power. People don't have money to buy the way they are. But people still use 40,000 to go to market and cook pot of soup today.
But that's today. What about tomorrow? Remember, when that fuel thing, it just happened. Don't behave like it's been there for a week. It was just a day or two ago.
From how much? From 800. You didn't understand, but you didn't see. Let me come again. From 198 naira. Look at what I'm saying. 198 naira. It rise to 220 naira. From there, it jumped to 460 naira. From there, it jumped to 600 and something. From there, it jumped to 800 and something. They are not saying anything. This thing, no action, nothing.
Okay, hold on then.
So you're not telling me when to go for 1-3.
I'm gonna use two analogies for you, right? I know you sound like somebody who, when you went to school, you went through titration.
No, the time I was born, there's no school there though.
Okay, in titration, right? When you're trying to get to pH of 7 or something like that, when that changes color, right? So you could be pouring in a bunch, pouring in many liters, right? Milliliters, depending on the size of your cylinder, right? But there's just one little pour that you're gonna touch there, and that thing you have a reaction, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? The same thing when it comes to age. Okay, somebody, you are 16 years old, then you turn 19. It's really no big difference. Maybe you add another 5 years. Now you're 24. It's really no big. But when you were like 79 or 81, and then you add 3 more years to your life, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's what's happening here. Jumping from that 168 to 600, yeah, okay, it's still palatable somehow. But to go from that 800 to 1,000 is going to ruin that economy, whatever is left of it, because the cab drivers, taxi drivers, all the people that have to do with transportation, vendors, how? It's impossible. And they're not done because people are saying it's going to 1350. That's the number.
Fuel is going to 2,000.
All right. That's even higher. But at 1350 threshold, it's impossible. It's almost like saying, please do the revolution now.
They will start trekking now.
Okay, now you go see. Now, I don't
they
tell you.
No, wait, can I see here? They pull fuel for something. Nigeria drop car, all of them start trekking. Don't you see that time?
And make
citizens are supposed to go and protest. They start trekking. They give solution to themselves. Don't you see that time in Nigeria? When fuel go to 400 or something, all of them drop car. They start trekking. So after some week, they go back, they start buying it. You go to they put it to 650 again, they start buying it. They say, okay, these people are used to it. They take it to 800 or something, they start buying it. Now it's how many now? It's 900 something, 1,000 something. 900 something. They have been buying it since 990 something. It's 130 naira. About 40, 30
they
something.
started buying it because they can afford to buy it, right?
So they will still afford now.
They cannot. No, there's a finite. It's a finite resource that they have. So let's use our head here, right? Somebody's making, let's say they're making 100,000 naira a month. So you made them to where they spend 80 something of it, and they were still hanging in there. They don't want to revolt. They figured, okay, well, it's not really worth it. Maybe it's gonna come down. I can still afford it. But if you can't make it to where they have to pay 110,000 out of their money to pay for their mortgage or their rent and transportation and food and medicine and all that stuff, now where they're gonna get it? It's no longer there. Do you understand? So there's a figure that is a finite figure that they can spend, expendable. So it's gotten now to where they cannot afford it, no matter how much they don't like to change things. At some point, there's a finite figure that they can afford it. And that's where I think we are now. So I want you to think about it that way. No, I know that you're not really arguing for the government, because I'm asking you again. You keep using the excuse that they haven't in the past. Yes, but they've never had anything like this in the past at any time. I'm older than you, so I know history of that country. It's never been any time in Nigeria as now. Never. There's no way.
Do you know this man's song? I forgot his name. It's late now. Kosovo. It was the hardship there in Nigeria. Kosovo, anything. There's no money, nothing, no food. Iluleo. It's called Ilule. The country is hard. You understand? So many the people. One thing, let me tell you one thing, Passat. You don't understand the terrain of Nigeria. Those people are supposed to champion these protests. Those are the one in power. Those who remain, who supposed to still champion it, they are already been bought. They are already been given appointment. They are already eating from it. They don't have any say again. Nigeria today, let me tell you what is there now. Everybody just open mouth. Let me just go there and take. If they take you, put to go and lead any position in Nigeria, before 1 month, me and you will be corrupt worse than this one who are there. Because people will frustrate us, the next year that will succumb or will resign. And Nigeria people didn't resign.
No, be so.
I
tell you, I'm telling you that number one, Tinubu really is not in charge anymore, right? You have a lot of rats.
Who is in charge?
A lot of those surrounding him, a lot of his acolytes, people brought in there. And at some point, right now, they've really made a big mistake as far as I'm concerned. He's not like, like I said earlier, he's not in the country. Who knows if he's under severe intrusive surgery?
Why are you saying this? And every time you have been saying this since
Hold on.
Tinubu was
It's a possibility.
Why do you see where your mind go?
Wait, hold
I
now.
don't want to follow you go this place, I beg.
Do you believe
This more than 10 times you have been saying this thing.
No, I'm
Anytime
saying,
you travel.
do you believe in anything is possible?
No, not anything is possible. Not everything is possible. Not anything is possible. This kind one. Somebody travel is not the first person that have been travel. Jonathan travel, Bagmasa just travel. Even all the old governors, all of them travel. Even when Peter Obi was a governor, he traveled to abroad to go for medical checkup. So why? What is the difference?
No, what I'm doing is that I'm looking at all the scenarios, right? You have a scenario that you're talking about. I agree. Sometimes somebody travel, right? But also give me the benefit of the doubt that sometime.
No, that's sometimes because that is what is your own body. Just what? Okay, wait, Pastor. Wait, let me ask you one question.
Yeah.
Be sincere to yourself. For example, now Tinubu now came saying, fellow Nigeria, due to my, is now maybe I'm just saying it to fellow Nigeria, due to some circumstance or family issue or my health something, I can no longer continue. I'm telling my registration letter.
Mm-hmm.
So who do you want it to give power?
Anybody else but him. He's a special case. He could give the power to Shetima, right? Yeah. Anybody else?
Tomorrow now, you will not say Shetima is Boko Haram again.
No, he is. But what difference does it make? Look, the point is this: anybody else but Tinubu, because he's a unique, special case. Number one, he's older, right?
But you must have alternative. Right? That is the problem we have been having in that country. People fought military must go. When the military eventually go, they say come and take power. They say they are not ready. Military should come and give them money. They don't have money to conduct election. All of them, they call her lazy. They call her Federal. They call her Rewa. They call all of them say no. The military are lying. They don't want to go. All of them get angry. They say they don't go to conduct election. They leave the country like that. Then all this what we have now, this Agberu, they now fill the form and submit form. All of them, that is how they now organize the job. People have to fill the vacancy. That is how all this Agberu now come to power. When they now see the power, they see the money, they start looting. Before the whole of all of them, they now come back, no, want to take power. When these people already changed law, they already grabbed the power. That is what we are facing today. The same thing you want, the same mistake. We don't have alternative. We must have alternative. We must have what we want.
Me a good question. You will let me answer it. Right? It's a good question you asked me. We have alternative because, like I said, there's nothing worse than somebody who is unable to do something, incapable of doing it. Right? Well, that's the situation with Tinubu. He has no empathy. So no matter what you say about Shetima, Boko Haram, and all that, he still has some class. Do you understand? He still has something in his soul. He has some class. Tinubu does not have any class. He has no empathy, right? He doesn't have a soul. Now, no matter what is going on, he's unaffected by it. It's none of his business. So when you have somebody like Shetima take over, he will get canceled. But there are people who he's gonna be approached by people around him and say, hey, look, do this, don't do this. You understand? They'll be able to adjudicate, he'll be able to listen. He has some class, right? Has some heart. I'm not saying he's a good actor, but I'm just saying when at least he has some ability, know when to stop. But if Tinubu does not have the ability to stop, so every week he's gonna keep squeezing the people. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Then he will run off, and because he's older and sick, perhaps go for a good reason, go to the doctor. Shetima is younger, he'll be in that country, he'll be watching the people suffer. And he has some empathy. He has some common sense. And he wants to be forgiven for his past, his activity with violence and Boko Haram. That's why every time you see him, he's trying to be accepted in committee of normal Nigerians, right? You see me talk to Janaba and others when they come, I say, look, you're not one of us, right? So Shetima wants to be one of us. Now, he's made mistakes in the past.
Which mistake he made? So you are more Nigerian than Jonaba.
Are you talking about Jonaba now or the
No,
Shetima?
I'm asking you. No, I just trimmed that in, but it doesn't need to discuss about that. But you are not more Nigerian than him. So
I'm more southern than Jonaba, right? I'm a Christian. I'm a southerner. We in our tradition in the north, in the south, in our tradition as a Christian, in our tradition, for example, on this platform, a Muslim could come in here, and we'll be so happy that he's here.
and then when a Muslim, no, not with you, unless you are not here. Muslim only come here, but with you, Muslim cannot come here because you only label them or stigmatize them.
No, tell him the truth. I do.
You are not saying the truth. Don't say that, Pastor. You're not saying the truth. I'm speaking from that of hatred.
By the way, I'm still in charge here, right?
Yeah, you're in charge, but you are so tribalistic with the north, and I don't like it.
I'm not. I tell him the truth. Believe me.
No, it's not true. It's not true. You don't have a empirical fact to what you are saying. See what you are calling Shetima now. You don't have one empirical fact to it.
Let me okay. Now listen. Let me give you the empirical fact. He was the governor of Borno State, right? During that time, WAEC and JAMB told him, "Do not have an exam because there's going to be terrorists who want to kidnap girls," right? And he didn't listen. And prior to that, he was under suspicion with his boss, the guy, the governor that gave over to him. I don't know if you try to remind me his name now. Do you remember the former governor of?
I forgot his name. I know you are saying, but I forgot his name.
I forgot his name. Yeah, okay. I haven't seen him around lately politically. But anyway, so he was there, and you couldn't be a governor of Borno State unless you're a terrorist. They're gonna remove you from office. You're gonna have to accommodate those people there. So just by rule of thumb alone, he's complicit. Now you look at all the actors during that time that we're talking about. They're very, very active today, including Wike, who was Minister of State for Education at the time, right? So JAB warned them, do not have this exam. Now, what Wike did was to write a letter and say, hey, look, I'm signing off. I don't want them to have this exam, but I can't stop them, right? I believe that he wrote that letter afterwards, right? Trying to cover his ass, right? So you have to look at all of them. They came to power. They're complicit in that Chibok incident because Jonathan was president, and they tried to undermine Jonathan, and they used everything to turn the world against him, make him weak. So that's the evidence comes from there. And like right now, the present governor of Borno State, he has a good name. I don't buy it. You couldn't be a governor of Borno State unless you're a terrorist. Because if you
it's okay. Let's change the topic. I don't. You are saying give me a empirical fact. You are just calling people name,
That's empirical, but it's okay.
There's no empirical fact in that or what you are saying. If Wike writes during that time, that as Wike claimed, because I know when he was saying it, why don't he, if it's true, he have the security, the intelligence, why don't they go and stop them or go and prevent it? I beg what is the name? Shetima. Is he a military man or is he a policeman? I bet please they should leave all those
which is worse. Right?
It's not worth anything.
It was a banker. But there's a lot of conjecture there. I agree. You could change the topic. What else do you want to speak about? Because I don't think Yakub is here. Yakub Awadu Tinibu, are you here?
I don't think he's here sleeping.
Okay, because we'll be wrapping this thing up. I don't know why one man is not here to close this thing out.
I'll put us on the background. I'll put us on the backstage.
One man, did you go to drive Uber? What about Thomas and Mike? Any of you can go and close this thing out?
Close it because 4% will take us to where we don't take where I don't know.
Let me tell you now so that you know my situation with you.
They said when they will call Gumi, they will say Gumi is a terrorist. I wonder how? How? People cannot substantiate it.
At the minimum, he's under suspicion because he's able to go in and out of the Sambisa forest with terrorists and they don't do anything to him. It's like the way it's done.
Wait, Pastor,
It's a
please.
legal
No,
thing.
no, no, no.
You're not letting me
So
get a
if
word in here.
somebody wait now,
No,
please.
I
You
know,
have
but
to,
you're not letting me. You
no,
have to
I
let me
don't like
land
this thing to be
sometime.
flying when I'm there. If somebody went to negotiate with the terrorist is for the country, is that bad?
Let me tell you why it's bad. It depends on what you're doing. There's nothing wrong with mediation, right? That's okay. But if what you're doing is to come and berate the country and berate the government and promote the terrorist position and try to force the government into negotiation, then there is something in law that implicates him with that activity, right? It's conspiratorial, right? Conspiracy. If he's part of them. Now, governments have a position not to negotiate with terrorists, so that's standard. If there has to be a deviation, then he has to get authority to do that. Do you understand what I'm saying? The standard is no negotiation with terrorists. So if a government takes that position, now you could do certain things underneath, but you can't come out berating the government, giving soft landing to the terrorists, like what you do, which is why I'm saying you're giving soft landing to the government, even though you do it artfully, but it's still the same thing. Do you understand? So he goes an extra step aside from the volunteering. Now remember, before him, Boko Haram had nominated Buhari to be the mediator, right? Do you recall that?
Wait, yeah, I recall that. But you people, you like to take a narrative that is not. I don't understand what to say. So because Boko Haram said in the bush they want to choose because somebody is coming to power, does that mean Buhari is now working for Boko Haram?
No, because that's what you're making my point succinctly, right? Buhari then did not go that extra step. Do you understand that Gumi is going? Buhari was able to at least keep his mouth shut. Do you see what I'm saying? They nominated him, but he didn't go that extra step to say, for example, that these people are freedom fighters, that they have the right to whatever they're doing, and that the government should meet them halfway and try to resolve this thing that is best. Because if you don't do it, that they're capable of doing X, Y, Z. In essence, you're pitching for them. All right. So that's what he did, Gumi, that put him across. Plus, he's a Muslim, right? And their ideology, it's shared. You follow me? So he does have things that make people uncomfortable. So if you want
It
to,
doesn't do anything. There's no fear because it's what let me just say is what majority people believe in their mind because of what they hear from Nnamdi Kanu. That is it. Honestly, that is it. Let me be honest to ourselves. Somebody's risk his life, go there and negotiate for the country, and we are for we to applaud that person. Then we are saying it's part of parcel of it. I don't understand.
yeah, that's the point. I agree with that. By the way, you'll be surprised. There is something there to be said. Like I said, he then goes overboard. He takes a couple of steps beyond that point. I would say that he would have been rendering a good service, right? If he just played the role of a mediator, but his history, right? He has a history. The government has intelligence that you're not privy to, right? Maybe while he's there in that forest, the United States can pick up his communication and pass it on. Intelligence, there's a community, they're able to pass on information. So once you're not privy to everything, right? What's your name again? Najaman, right? So once you don't have all the information, there's a cause and effect, causality. There's something there, because who wouldn't want that? If he was a neutral actor, he's still a terrorist because you're not supposed to be neutral. You become a traitor when you see evil such as Boko Haram and these terrorists, and you're trying to make it an equivalent stuff, right? Like the Valency, they're equal. It's not equal. These are terrorists. Do you follow me? So that's what it is. I believe those
People,
people
Jonathan, President Jonathan, when this Chibok gets happen, go
Hey,
and listen to the
wait. Did you hear when
video.
you say Jonathan now? That shows you're a Yoruba guy, right? See, Yorubas, they will say Jonathan. Instead of
No, I said Jonathan. No, I said
instead
Jonathan.
they say Jonathan. All right, say John. Let me see.
John.
What about Peter?
Johnny.
What about Peter? You say
Peter.
Potato, right? Okay, go ahead. No, it's true now.
No, see, President Jonathan, see, if you listen to his clip, he said when the thing happened, he was waiting for Nigeria to come together. Let's find solution. But the next thing, all this the Maisha Yusuf, they're already in America. That's why some people applauded that Nigeria today. I wonder how do you know that? Because somebody just support to be 2022, 2023, all of you just look there to become a saint. You understand? So, who created those insurgency in Nigeria? There's where it come from. There's people who are behind it. It's not even Nigeria. Go and look at all those places. You see white boys and for all of them are banning our mineral, our gold, banning everything. Look at China, all of them are there mining our this thing. Look at the southwest. All of them are mining our natural mineral resources there. You understand? And people are creating all these things there. We don't look at them. We don't look at where they are coming. Somebody, part of us, who take his life, go and risk and go there, come back. We will say, it's a Boko Haram, is a part of there. And we see millions of Nigeria in the diaspora. Would that be running with that kind of narrative? This thing was this TETA. I don't know if I can mention the name here of in Spain. Just put that name like that. ETA, just put it, just take what it means like that. They are the name they were calling them in Spain. That you understand? They were there for 30, almost how many decades? They did worse than what they are doing here. Go and look at the 2004 March 11. What happened in Spain? It's almost similar to what happened in September 11 in America. You understand? Those are who they were for decades. This one they deal with all of their facility, military barrack. That is what they did. People, many for many decades. But the government negotiated with them before the ceasefire after that 2004 to 28 and 2010. You understand? So
I do understand, but do you understand that two things can be wrong simultaneously?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so it's never a choice between two evils at any time. You have to condemn both things. What you have changed this topic here, but
no, because why I'm looking at Gumi or because me, I don't think. Let me use me. Allow you have to use myself. So people don't know say maybe I'm biased because you're in that condition. I don't think even those are the most intelligent military man. I will say I will go and give my life to go to that kind of extent to go and negotiate, to even go volunteer to go there. I can't try it because those people who are there.
Do you know why?
Yeah,
because you're not a part of it.
Right? Part of it, but the person that give his life
to
go there because he's not the one that put them there. He's not the one that created them, but they believe.
I know, but
some people.
You have not impeached those who are saying that he's that brave because he's a part of it. You understand? You actually, hold on. If you
it was a military man before that. It was a retired general.
But if your safety is guaranteed, right, you could do it. If let's say in the back you hold the same ideology, right, and then you are the front. He comes very close to actually saying that, look, it's my thing. He doesn't explicitly say it, but he sympathizes with those terrorists. He talks about the government. Now, our government, somebody could talk about them, especially if you're not a negotiator. You follow me? So I'm not really, but I also give you
no, Mr. Pastor, is before that guy starts speaking on television, he with this man, the former minister of I say minister, this national health insurance, this was in Usman something from Katsina too. He said they have with that man, with many groups. He said they have been there severally. For government, we send them there, they will go and talk with them several different, even with Jonathan, they bring the resolution, they went back to even Buhari. Different. He said some other governor will go for their back and go and meet the government. Say, no, don't do this one. They'll collect money for the government and they will not do anything. So that is why the begin start coming to television, start
Okay.
coming against the government. You
Right. But
understand?
do you remember the point I made when I said that you are not privy to everything, right?
Yeah.
Saying there are clandestine stuff that I've
But we have to take that by what they say now, even though I'm not privy to everything.
and about what I'm saying though, if I gave you an example where the intelligence community, they're close knit, they cooperate, international lines between United States, all these guys. Obviously, you pose a very good question: who created this Boko Haram and all this stuff? And we suspect that foreign hands are in it for their own interest as well, right? But at the same time, though, I'm saying that the government may not take Gumi to be a good actor in the situation, right? So we don't know; it's an unknowable. We just have to take their body language now. But I made a point earlier today that should come in here, which I said, do you recall when former governor of Kaduna said under Jonathan's government that there are 2 or 3 forms of Boko Haram? Do you recall that statement? He says there's more than one type of Boko Haram now, that the original Boko Haram was there, but that because the government is now using the Boko Haram as an excuse and doing all kinds of things. He suspected that even that the Jonathan government was a Boko Haram, right? Doing certain things under the name of Boko Haram. Maybe you should Google the information that we see.
But those who are those people saying that? Those are opposition. Those are people for power.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying to
So
you,
whatever Rufai say, why will you believe whatever they are looking for power?
exactly. So now I'm saying to you that the kind of Islamic terrorism that we should be worried about now are the economic one. We have a refinery, Boko Haram, right?
We have a Boko Haram refinery.
We have a Boko Haram refinery. We have a Boko Haram.
Where is it? In Nigeria?
Let me land now. Yeah, in Nigeria. What else are we talking about? We have a Boko Haram INEC. We do.
God,
we have a Boko Haram Supreme Court.
Jesus Christ.
Right? All our institutions have been like Rufai said. He's right. So all these things that that's happening to the country can only come from an enemy of the people. This gasoline issue, it's an Islamic tax on Christians and the country. It sounds crazy, but I'm telling you, nobody.
So the judiciary, the CJN is Boko Haram.
Believe it or not, that court state is gone. Now, there's something you might want to do is to do it geographically. It's not a geographical thing. People.
So these people from the south,
yes.
the judge from the south, is the southwest, the Supreme Court. We have 21 judges there from all parts of the country. So all of them are Boko Haram.
Exactly. Because
so south is Boko Haram too.
Some of them are
why you say some? You have never said some in the north. Why you not say some?
Because the status quo, right? And right? That's if you keep thinking that corruption, hold on, you think corruption is only monetary, right? Corruption is not only monetary.
No, it's not monetary. I know. I know. Yeah.
And I want you to hear me, right? For example, in the United States, the spies, if they know somebody is a womanizer, right, they can use a beautiful woman to corrupt a politician, and then get something on them, and then that person then becomes they will use it to hold you, blackmail you, right?
Yeah.
So in the case of the Nigerian space, they know that it's a three-legged stool. There's always this competition between the Yorubas and the Igbos. So Northerners, they know that, Northern Muslims. So what they do in this case, there's something Tinubu wants, which is re-election. First, he wanted election. He wanted to be elected. So he did all kinds of things to get that post. He sacrificed a lot of Southern interest just like Wiki, right? So what you have to understand that now that he wants re-election, there's some things they're going to hold him by the balls by. Now, but unfortunately, not even the northern Muslims will go as far as Tinubu would go to make money. Do you follow me? So this time there are some things he's doing that is even the northerners are going, hey, no. This is too much.
Okay, can I come in?
With that, let me just land with this. Within 1 year, you saw that clip that I played here. Endo is the biggest oil company. This is a company that was on the verge of being sold. It was in supposed to be bankrupt. But within 1 year, is the richest oil company in the country, taking over other countries' refineries. They understand more about refineries. So they're giving him what he wants, and he's giving them what they want. So that's my point. But go ahead. We can check it out. I want you to check it out before you speak.
Yeah, I will come to that. I just want to answer something before I answer your question. You said Tinubu sacrifice all everything of the Satan to the Muslim to get the power there.
Yes.
I want to direct that question. I want to flip it to you now. So I want to see another of your back of your back. So before during the British, before they leave, when they said two regions must come together, So two regions must come together so that before they can hold the election. You understand? Because they wanted to hold it region by region, but the Eastern region, Western region, they said no, two must merge together for them to be able to contest election. Why? So Anazikiwe went to North. He lived the Southwest, Midwest. He went to North to merge with them, to win the election. So was Azikiwe sacrificed the interest of the South to, or the East too?
In that case, it was a coin flip, right? It could have
No.
Hold on now. You cannot ask a question and answer.
There was no conflict then.
No, you didn't. You're not listening to me. You're the one who set it up right. Two has to come together. Say 3 against 2, right? That's what you came up with that question. So if it's a 50-50 proposition, in essence, you could have gone to the North. There's a 50% chance he would do that, or there's a 50% chance he goes to the Yoruba. So it's a coin flip. Who knows what's on his mind? There's reason for doing it. I would have done the same thing.
So why are you blaming Tinubu for it now? Because
it's not that's totally outside the realm of what we're talking about, right?
No.
Stop living in the past, Nigerian. And it's another thing
you are too biased. That's why I don't like it.
It does. You live in the past.
Leave Edo. Don't put Edo. Let's focus on your question now.
You talk about Igbos, right? You're talking about
not talking about the Igbo. No, this is what you want to do. You want to turn it to tribal so that I cannot have my opinion again. You want to push me to the corner now. When you put Igbo, that would not be afraid to talk, Abi.
No. What I'm saying is that minorities don't like talking about it. I normally put the mirror in front of minorities, right? Because you know what you guys you like to talk about Yorubas, you like to talk about Igbos. Then you sit back.
Because
you sit back and watch us fight. So what I've been doing in the last 6 months is to actually put the mirror in front of his face so you could talk about your people, right? Because
if you want to talk about people, let's talk. I don't shy away. I'm very proud of my people. I'm proud of myself.
What can you say? By the way, right? That's one. We used to make bronze before the Lord Jesus Christ came. Okay, 2. What is the other thing?
And I saw it deal.
You're so small. There's nothing else to talk about. You talk about
small but mighty.
You talk about Igbos and Yorubas. That's all you do.
Small but mighty. I mean, we are small in our own place, but we are mighty. I mean, the habit. Don't you see our the habit of Nigeria? The habits of Nigeria.
It's what?
That is Edo State.
Okay, look, I'm not against it. All I'm saying is that
you see the motto, the heartbeat of Nigeria. No, it's true. I'm not joking with it. We should know.
I don't know.
That is our motto now. Like maybe you have Lagos now. They'll say Center of Excellence. Every state have different motto from every state. You understand?
Okay.
You will say, or your piece of peace setter or something. You understand?
Right.
Those states is the heartbeat of Nigeria.
All right, no problem. It's in the center there. It's
So
and it's a
when
mini.
it shake,
It's true.
they know something is here.
It's a mini Nigeria because, like I said, Edo is made out of Igbos, Yorubas.
No, I don't come from it. I didn't come from Igbo. Igbo created Edo.
I,
Created
I
Igbo.
I don't go that back far back on things creation and all that. We're all created by God, right? But what I'm
Let's
saying,
go back to our discussion. That's
yeah,
one is
what I
because
wanted
you did not push this one yet. I don't. We are not here because you don't want to answer my question. I've hold you by your broker, so you want to touch start
I'm saying to you, right?
bringing business,
Listen to
bringing
me.
the to it.
No.
No, you said something. You want what you want me to say. You want me to because you bring a gumi, you bring Shetima. There is no way I'm trying to drag you out. You want me to condemn them for nothing. That is just what you want me to do. So you want me
No,
to condemn people for nothing.
no.
Without any
I agreed with you that the courage that Gumi shows by trying to resolve these issues, because they say one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, right?
Yeah.
But you must admit that we have those who are fighting for liberty for their people, like Nnamdi Kanu and Showore, who's been manhandled by the government. But Boko Haram is not one of those.
No,
Those
but you're not
are
Kanu is not fighting for everybody. It's fighting for you people now. For only not the Kanu agenda is only Southeast agenda now. It's not Nigeria agenda.
No, it's not true. And I want you to hear me
No,
out.
it's not Nigeria agenda. Wow.
Hold on. I'm not an Nnamdi Kanu spokesman, right?
No, I know, I know. No. You see
Listen,
why?
whenever there's a Nnamdi Kanu, you just go off your
No,
rock.
I just want to put myself my point right so I will not miss
No,
misquote.
I'm not. You said he's fighting for his people, which you mean the Igbos, right? And then I'm saying that Nnamdi Kanu's message is more dynamic than that. Yes, he's fighting for Biafrans, not Igbos. Biafra is synonymous with so many other ethnic groups, right? At least states as we know them today. He goes as far as saying, I mean, Nnamdi Kanu is so inclusive that one of the problems he has is there are people who are saying, don't include us. Do you understand? There are people who are saying, you cannot include us because our mothers tied 2 or 3 rappers or whatever was his elucidation at that point. So you cannot accuse him of myopia. Now, you could criticize him for having his hands out to many others. So because of political reasons, some of those people are saying, hey, look, you cannot include me. It's not by force. I'm not a Biafran. Do you understand? So that goes to the point you're making about that it's only fighting for the Igbos. So
okay,
let me make sure that you understand what I meant by going there.
I understand you, but you didn't understand. That's why I wanted to finish my point. See,
Okay, go ahead.
if we said for example, now let me put it before, maybe you can get my question like this now. If you have an organization now, you say it's inclusive, Abi, and it's a Nigeria project, for example, without this is Nigeria welcome there. You can't. You pass out now. You are from the. Let's say you are from the SBA from the south, the Midwest now. After those states, sorry, say Midwest doesn't exist. Okay, you cannot have organization that 1 to 12 or 1 to 6 leader there will be just from one ethnic group, and no other person is the part of that. Is the part of the leadership of that organization. So you're not telling me now, say, Nigeria, I'm fighting for you. You are part of me. How would I see myself a part of you?
All right. That question you
All
asked,
the
you have a
leader,
bad habit. You ask a question, you have to let me answer it.
Okay.
Now, that question that you asked, it's not in the abstract. So since it actually happened, let me use the real thing. When Nigeria declared their genocidal war on Biafra, a lot of Nigerian areas were undeveloped.
They had no soldiers. They had no engineers. They were uneducated, like your
No,
people.
I'm not talking about Ojukwu, but I told them the crowd. Leave that one. That's what is
No,
smart.
I'm saying, oh, okay. You're not talking about the original Biafra. You're talking about Nnamdi Kanu or something.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So in that case, the same thing obtains, right? The Igbos are the core. They're the center. See, in Nigeria, you have three major groups: Igbos, Yorubas,
Hausa.
and Hausas. All the other people, like you belong in one of those. It's just like you have West Africa, you have South Africa, right? So when you're talking in that realm now, Nigeria is part of West Africa. We and Ghana and so many others, because we're talking in that umbrella of dividing Africa into North, South, West, and East Africa, right? You cannot be from Edo when we're talking about Biafra and you're running your mouth. Edo. No, it has nothing. You're going to be under Biafra if you're there, or you're going to be under the Yorubas. Because it's the same thing. We're talking about West Africa. You cannot be saying somebody from Ghana saying Ghana. It's West Africa, right? So when you look at it that way, the Igbos, you have over 80 million Igbos, maybe over 100 million.
Where is the record for that?
By observation, which is better than
No,
what you have the Nigerian record. But anyway,
no.
just believe me on that. So now,
I will give,
my rule of thumb,
if you didn't go there, I will give it
prove
to
it.
okay.
Okay, and Edo is under 1 million people. Think about that. I got more people in my village than the entire Edo. It's true. So
you have Abia State have 3.something million. So are you more than the entire Edo?
Let me finish. Now, I'm not from Abia State. So but what I'm saying is that
Imo have about 4.something million. 4.1 million. Anambra, there's no state in the southeast that is more than the population.
There's something I'm going to reiterate for you today. I want you to know that, because I don't want to
no, answer my question first.
Hold on. Niger man, there's something I want to tell you. I've told you before. I'm going to say it again. I don't want our conversation to go tribal like that, right?
No, not tribal. No, why must a leader, organization, we just have one part of the country as the leader, and you say we are together, we are fighting the circle, we are fighting for me? That is what I want to answer.
I will answer that question. It's a good question, but listen to what I'm saying to you, though, right? Pay attention to what I'm saying. It's very important. I've said it to you before, right?
Yeah.
When the Fulanese, what we call Fulanese, will be the Hausas too, right? The bad Hausas, not the good ones. When they're dealing with the Igbos, there's something they do with numbers. But now figure it out. What is the rule of thumb, right? When they give you a number for the Igbos, you have to multiply by 4. And when they tell you their own number, you have to divide it by 4. That's it. Then you arrive at the right number. Or when you're looking at the map of Nigeria, you're gonna see them make southeastern area so small. It's like, how could you even feed 10,000 people in that area, right? Or they take the population of the southeast, multiply by 4, because ordinarily by observation, we have more people in restaurants than the entire Fulanese at any one point. That's how much bigger we are, right? So I've said that to you before. Don't go by the numbers that Nigeria gives.
You have people in restaurants more than the Fulani, but the Fulani have more people.
They don't go to restaurants.
Yeah, but the Fulani have more people in the forest more than the Igbo.
Where they have more people? What, in the forest?
Uh-huh. The farm.
In the farm, we have more people too. See, that's
no, where is
we have more people PhD than Fulanis.
How many people is farming in the southeast?
You have more Igbos with PhD than Fulanis themselves.
How do you have more PhD than it's not fine. You can say that it's not that Igbos that having PhD education. What are you saying? What are you saying? If you say it's now, it's not like the 60, 70, 80, 90. It's now.
You want me to fight the Fulanis, right?
No.
Why don't you fight me as an Edo man? Just speak for your own
How
tribe.
do you want to fight? You don't have to bring Fulani, they are not educated. You that is educated, are you better than the Fulani?
Well, let's talk about you. Forget about the Fulani.
Oh, talking about me, yeah. You said something again. There is only 3 tribes. I have to be either Yoruba or be South Eastern or Igbo. How?
Period.
Okay, you see,
that one is whether you like it or not. You're not
no,
gonna like
not whether
it.
you like it or not. See the one where you at this authoritative way you talk. This let's not get me upset. I was talking to a professor in Switzerland like at least earlier this year. No, before earlier this year. A professor from Southeast was telling me, we was talking to the same, we're having this discussion. No, Nigeria is, there's nothing like SASA. I said, what do you mean by there's nothing like SASA? I said, what do you mean by there's nothing like SASA? He said, oh, no, there's nothing like SASA. Is what is SASA? I said, I now asked him what is SATIS? The meaning of SATIS. He answered, Professor. And I said, what is this man? This is a professor. I didn't believe this man is a professor. And this one is, he said he's a professor. Maybe it's by title or by merit, I don't know, but he just called himself professor. Everybody's calling him. I said, what do you mean by there's nothing like SAT? He said, there's nothing like SAT. No, he said, what's the meaning of SAT? I now asked, okay, you, what is the meaning of SATIS? He didn't answer me. He's trying to, he's jumping. I said, look at this man. This is the way you people want to, you are just trying to distort people's history. You are saying, you want to say maybe because the Eastern region there was still East Central. Even when they divided, when Gowon created
That was after the war. They created
no,
yeah,
no,
states. That's when they have East Central State.
No,
they created the 12 states.
They created the 12 states. You have only 2 states. You have only 2 states. And that 2 states today, Igbo and Anambra, only 2 states. Later they share it to become the created most they thought of 5 states today.
No, not at all. Make I tell you something, right?
Wait, now let me finish. Like,
you don't talk now for like 5 minutes. Are we about to get into it here? Let me say that Edo, you have to, Edo to us is like a clan, right? Benin is an ancient kingdom. So anytime you have to talk about history between Edo and Igbos, right? Because you only have one state there. It doesn't even belong to you, all of it. You have Akoko Edo side, you have the Fulani House up north there. Then you have the other southern side, Ovie is from
okay, so Igbo and that Fulani.
Edo, all right. So that your little state there is made up a lot. Then you have the Igbos there. Now there are more Igbos in Edo than your own particular clan.
I tell you where Igbo dey. Forget it.
Hold
on. Why you like to tell people their history when you don't? This is what we're doing yourself. I'm telling you, how many people there?
I'm an Igbo man here. Have some respect.
Oh, how many people? How should I respect? I don't have some respect for me. Wait, let me tell you. If you say no, let me finish my own before you come. Because you didn't let me finish now. Before you say there was Eastern region. Before they created Eastern region, they create Western region. They create Northern. Well, what did the British have before? It was Southern Protectorate and Northern Protectorate. Is there anything like Eastern region before? No. Okay. So and now you're not telling me Midwest that will create other constitution referendum. The 1961 referendum was for the Amazonian to leave the part of the Eastern Cameroon. 1963, that only me that have in that Nigeria today that have referendum that I say I want to go, I can go because it's constitutional. It's constitutional in 1963 constitution that I have the right to go. You are telling me I'm part of you. I must be Igbo. Why can you not be Bini? Why can't you be Bini?
Now hold on. I make I answer you now. I listen to you very carefully. And this we're just playing around, obviously.
No, I know. I'm not getting upset.
You can still tell the truth while we play, right? Have you played Monopoly before?
No, I've not played it.
Yeah, the way when you play Monopoly, you're just playing around. You buy a house here, you buy this, you buy a castle, you buy a rail station, even you buy a utility. But then when you're done, you say, okay, we're done. Then you close it. You follow me? And then go back to real life, and you cannot buy a railroad station. You don't have the money. You can buy a castle, right? So you're done playing. That's what Nigeria is doing, right? We're watching them. They come, they create this, they create River State. It's monopoly. When we I was warning you on at Dr. Damages the other time. I said, when we come, we're not gonna recognize those things, right? let me tell you, we play Monopoly, Niger man, right? When we come, we know our people, and our people know us. That's a funny thing. We're a country, unfortunately for you, that existed already. So it's a state with defined borders, with people that are aborigines, not indigenous. Like when you go to Edo there, you're probably indigenous to some part of that Edo state, right? Even Fulanis are indigenous to part of that place, but they are not aborigines. We have Igbos that are aborigines in Edo state. We have them. We have them as far north as Kogi State, right? And all that. And then the entire rivers. Let me land now. You talk for a while. You have to be able to handle the truth.
You are too your conversation is too long. Don't let me forget the
Okay, so
conversation.
what I'm saying is that when you go like Cross River, Ebonyi, Enugu, there, Benue, right? Kogi, Anambra. I think I mentioned Enugu already. Delta, Imo, Abia, Bayelsa, River State. Some of Edo, but we are Edo people. We're really one. We don't sweat it, but we have people who are there who are aborigines. That's where their great ancient forefathers come from. So a lot of you are there because those are troublemakers. Nobody wants to argue with them. So the Igbos there really don't talk a lot, right? They're just waiting until we come. Now we've been there before when on August 9th, 1967. We conquered you. We came there.
Put it straight.
Let me land. Let me land. It's the history. Not only did we come there,
but the history is to come out you come to rob now and loot our money 54 million pounds and our food bank because they say we should leave it. They are fighting war. We should leave it.
If we
When
have
we come,
hold on now. You go talk.
You talk as small and to the far to the take time. Let me forget.
If we're talking about Fulani fighting the Igbos now, you let me talk. You just be enjoying it. Now I'm talking about the Edos, right? Benin.
Yes.
We came there, right? Because on a just they run on the mouth. Sometimes they laugh.
Yeah,
when we came there, sometimes they say Ojuku run, Ojuku do this. And they hear no be Yorubas where they abuse us for internet. So now Edos. But not the Igbo Edos or the reasonable Edos, it's the Yoruba Edos, like you, right? So when we came there, we saw David Ejo, the leader of
identity, Yoruba Edo.
David Ejo was running on a bicycle. We captured it on film. We were laughing. We could have smoked his ass, right? But we didn't. We took over that place, Benin, took it over, and only 2 battalions. And then we made you a republic. That is huge. You know, sometimes when people they come, they're boasting, they say, hey, we're Republican. And those who don't know the history, they be running their mouth. They say, hey, all these Biafrans, they always say they're Republican or they're Jews or this. But now we came there and we made you a republic, right? What else? We removed that monarchy, cumbersome monarchy. It's the same thing America did for Japan. We even did it better for you, but you couldn't keep it because you died in the wool monarchies. But anyway, I have to take this call, so go ahead and respond. I'll be listening to you while I'll be multitasking.
Okay.
It's your turn.
Okay. You said, see, don't make me forget everything.
Grossman.
First, you said, okay, so because Yoruba have Muslim now, so their region now is Fulani, because there's Muslim is in because some people is in Benin, in Edo State, or some Fulani is in Edo State. That make us we are Fulani because we are dated with everybody. Number 2, you said you take over Benin. Now you take our what did you call it? You remove our monarchy. I never see that history. Now only you they know that one. Only what I know, you come to rob You come to rob our bank, you steal our 54 million pound, our food bank, you then looted it. And I want to tell you that if when we come for you, when we come for you, eh, we are going to collect that money. And I want you to be thinking of the interest since 1967 to date of 54 million pounds. Because we are going to collect our money with the interest. Honestly. That's that. And I know I will first come and seize your. I think you are driving me back. I will first come and seize that one to start collecting my money now. I will meet you in the States very soon. Prasad. You too like my moves. Oh God. So you want to leave your state to come and take my land. How is that possible? I beg you, forget it. You like trouble. Prasad, I want to go before you force everybody to become Biafra. I don't know what to tell Passat again. Passat is too like Fulani. What did Fulani do you? At least we have to marry a Fulani wife for you now. That is what we have to do now. Have to marry a Fulani wife for Passat.
Niger man.
Yeah, Pastor. Yeah.
Are you sleeping?
Oh, I thought you were close.
Yeah, I was on a call,
I know.
but I'm out off the phone now. So what do you want to do?
So I said because Fulani, as in the Europe, because the Yoruba are Muslim, so that means Fulani is the one that owns their land, according to you. So when Nigeria was a northern protectorate and a southern protectorate, there was nothing like southeast, southwest, south. The south, the south that the south today south was the headquarter of the southern protectorate. Because the Calabar they came from, the Gelegele, the Saple, now we are those British, we are coming from there. So we Benin are supposed to claim land to the southeast. Southeast doesn't have land there in Nigeria. We are the ones that are supposed to claim land that because they don't share it to eastern region, that some part of the south to this south was that's okay, be joined together with you, be reporting before Adakaburo declared Niger Delta Republic. So because of that now, you will not say 13 states belong to Southeast.
Let me answer you this way, because like I said, we're all one people, right? We've been divided here and there, but we're one people. Those and us, we don't have any problems. Right?
Please let me finish. There's something
I wanted to answer you on that.
No, there's something I said when you are not here. I want to repeat it again, please.
Okay.
You know, when this thing came to Benin, they came to Benin to come and loot and they loot our 54 million pound in the Midwest Bank and our food bank. So I want to tell you, we are coming down to take that money. Please, I want you to calculate the interest since 1967 till date. So first, I'm coming to seize your car. I think it's drive a Maybach or Maybach or what do they call it? So
listen to this. Make I tell you, there's something that we have to learn with what's happening in the Middle East, right? A long time ago, God gave Israelis their land, Israel. And then during the Middle Ages, Muslims started conquering, or even as far up as Europe, but especially in the Middle East and then in Africa. Instead of them going to school and being innovative, when there's a great capital like Egypt, region, right, that has influence, built all those pyramids that you see right there, they came and took it over, right? They took Egypt right now. They're sitting there. They don't know, have nothing to do with the pyramids. They don't know what to do with it. They have Europeans coming there, disrespecting our ancestors and pulling them out of the ground and put them in museums and doing all kinds of things. But Africans are not conscious yet. So we haven't started asking them about it and say, what the hell are you doing here? What do you want, right? But Jews are able to do that. They came back. You know how long ago that was? In the Bible. Like, remember the guest that came to Rudolph's channel and said to him, look, the story of David and Goliath was about...
Do you know how many years that we are in Egypt, the Israelites? Or what do I say?
Say that again.
How many years the Israelites spent in Egypt? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying that Egypt belongs to us, Africans. You know, one day Africa is going to be a country. We're going to integrate. All these divisions we have right now is just Oyibo nicking us here and there. At some point, we're going to integrate like the Europeans did, European Union, like America. America used to be 13 colonies. So because America was able to integrate and form a big, giant country, continental, so they're able to recover things, some rocks that were done by Muslims in the past. That's why when you have aborigines, people whose land it is, like you go to Edo, you see those Igbos there, the aborigines.
go to Benue, you got all, but I'm saying it to say the ones you said lately where Nigerian go on when it was foolish, being used by Fulanese to commit massacre. He created states politically. If he wants to, if the British want oil, he will go there, he will create South, for example. It's monopoly. You're just playing, right? I'm trying to tell you that the one of Israel that was done a long before the Lord came. You had the Philistines, the Palestinians, right? They had Goliath. It's big. But David small. But because God gave him that land, David was able to slay Goliath up to today. That's what you watch on TV every day when you see Israel, small, tiny country. Whooping Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Iran, all those Goliath, right? Just to have this small, tiny country because God gave him that land. So now that was before the Lord came. So eventually, these 12 states you're talking about, South, this, Port Harcourt, Rivers, Bayelsa, all those, that's our land. Those are our people. When you see Wike, unless if you don't know him, you know it's an Igbo man, right?
We can still Igbo man. Oh, I have the video.
Go and ask Fubara, right? Fubara is fighting him now as an Ijo man, right?
Oh, Fubara is.
Let me land. If you listen to Asari Dokubo, he's gonna tell you, he's gonna say to Wike, do you think we're cowards like you? You're an Igbo man, right? Now, I'm not claiming Wike. We don't want him. He's been diluted. He's sell out. He's gone. But what I'm saying to you is that do you really think that when we come back again, right? We're gonna pay attention to all that nonsense, monopoly.
Yeah. So we force people to become Igbo by force.
No, I'm gonna force people to be Biafrans.
Why are you not becoming Ikwere?
No, listen to me now. We're gonna force people to be Biafrans, right?
You can't force people to be Biafra.
Well,
what is the meaning of Biafra?
You're gonna find out.
No, Pastor, I want you to educate me now. Wait, let's forget everything we are saying. Yeah. Let's forget the joke. Tell me, what is the meaning of Biafra?
You mean as far as the meaning of the name?
I
don't care.
No, you cannot say you don't care.
I really don't, because what
oh my God.
Listen to me.
Something give you identity, you don't care.
No, listen to me. This is why I know what it means, but what I'm saying is that a lot of people, Biafrans too, not just you, Biafrans too, who are in the South, quote unquote, right?
So wait now. So you are Igbo man. Yes. So somebody sit down, create a Republic of Biafra, 1967. You have grandfather, father. So is that person now change your identity? Say you must become what he created in 1967, and you will believe you believe on it. Well, I don't know. Problem though.
No, you need to understand what is the meaning of Nigeria.
Nigeria is different. Well,
no, it's not different. But listen to me.
Niger. When I say Niger, you know, they just Niger. Nigeria was Niger. Now you understand that is maybe people in the river side or river Rhine or something. I don't know how they say that this thing. So they not say Nigeria, like Nigeria, like Nigeria. In French, they will say Nigerian. Yeah, they will say Nigeria in English. You understand? It's almost the same language.
I wanted to see how you answer it, so I say the same thing. You have Bite of Biafra. You have the same thing you're talking about. But the true Biafran,
Bite of Biafra is different from. It's different for. Wait, Bite of Biafra is different from Republic of Biafra.
No, it is. But the way names of a country come about, right, is what we're talking about. The nomenclature. I'm saying to you, I don't care, but I could tell you with today's map what are Biafrans. You got Cross River. You got.
No, that is to you.
I beg, listen now.
That is not on ground. Now, what is on ground? I want to know. Not what you are thinking.
No. I just told you. I wasted my time telling you one that was all the way back before the Lord came. Is being corrected now. They came to get their land back, and they're throwing people out of there, right? So you have to know something about Biafrans, by the way. Your people are not going to school.
We are.
No, we don't want to go to school, Biafra. We don't want to go to that school.
We can split the atom.
Oh.
We can make a neutrino react with nature, with matter, right? Biafrans, we're far advanced now to where we're gonna kick some ass when we come.
Yeah.
Next time, see, the last time we conquered you guys in a day, one day.
Yeah. Hours. Within hours.
I told you how we have David Ajo, your leader, on a bicycle, right? But anyway, with all seriousness, now I'm trying to tell you, the Biafran state, forget about what the name means. That's just nomenclature. People name things according to, like, say, the bite of Biafra, and then they take their name from that. We could name ourselves Egyptians if we want, because we own that place. Just because Muslims come and took it over and they're saying they're Egyptians doesn't mean anything. They fall from the sky.
But you are not substantiating how do you hold that place now. That is
Which
what I
one?
want to know.
Which one?
You say you own that place, you hold that place. Or man, how is it you that hold that place? How does that for example now? Okay, let me put we have foreign job before, Midwest. Leave Midwest, which was Delta, then the little Delta PD, leave all those who are part of Midwest. Okay, the other states now that you say the whole Bayelsa, River, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Abi. I think with the southeast 5 states, you say who. So I want you to tell me, how do you own those land? Because I know their language is different, or their chief, their deity, dynasty is different from. So how do you hold that place?
Okay, the
That's what I
way,
want to know.
if you, here's an example. You go to your place now, Edo State, right?
Uh-huh.
You go and you ask, where's the Ebanke tribe?
Uh-huh.
Eka Igbos, right? You go there, there are aborigines there.
Uh-huh.
You know about that, right?
See,
Delta
Igbanke, Eka Adeibu. No.
Yes, they're Igbos.
No. Wait.
Hold on now.
I told you, wait, I'm not talking for them. It doesn't concern me. No, I'm not talking for them. But according to them, to their leader, to their video that is, they say they're not. Number 2, don't say because people during the intermarry for
You're
many
not letting
years
me
coming.
answer. When I say
They are
one
not saying.
thing, hold on. When I say one thing, you start talking, right?
Oh, but you are
Because
just
here's
giving me
what
the story.
let me then, since I know you're gonna interrupt me, let me just quickly get in the very important thing first.
You take just short, so that we can answer.
That question you're asking is
Uh-huh.
not supposed to come from a weaker people to a stronger people. We don't have to tell you. We're gonna do it, right? That's the answer. But let me tell you, but because you've been reasonable lately, I'll give you some explanation if you want to hear it, right? There is a question a weaker people do not ask a stronger people, because according to Machiavelli, the strong do what they must. You understand? So you have to understand that Igbo communities in Rivers, Delta, Akwa Ibom, indigenous people in Edo State, we're one people. We're not going to take any nonsense from you guys. We're trying to see if we have a democratic setting. But we're going and we're voting, and they're turning off the IRF, and so any day we all determine that democracy is not going to work, then we'll have to go back to what I told you before. When our people came through Benin in 2 battalions, took it over, and your leaders were running, and we made it a republic. I said, we're going to do it this time faster. But this time, when we see David Ajo running, we're going to smoke his ass, right? Because now we know that you're a recalcitrant, you're helping the enemies set us back, right? We're going to take over those oil fields. All that stuff belongs to us. I hear some of your people sometimes, they say, oh, we're landlocked. Well, we're landlocked in a monopoly game where you bought you bought all the utilities, you bought the waters, you bought the oceans, because we're playing that. And if democracy works, then it's going to stay like that permanently. It's okay. We don't mind. We're all Africans.
if elections count and we form a Nigeria that's progressive, then all that doesn't matter. Igbos can compete anywhere. Then there'll be no need to be primordial and fight, right? But if the democracy doesn't work, we're not going to let Fulanis come and take that oil like they're doing now, and jail Southerners, quote unquote. They may fail, put them in jail. Nobody cares. You go to Benue, they take over their lands, put them in IDP camps because they're minority like you. They can't say anything. They can't even say, we're sorry that they were used. Like Gowon, a foolish man, he's supposed to come out and say, I regret it for committing that genocide. This
They commit any genocide. Don't say commit any genocide.
No, they did now. They did.
You fight war now. It's war. You heard that one.
Okay,
now they whip your house and you whip the other one house.
Okay. So you got
why can you do war commit genocide?
You got me back.
So even today, when people will say, some people will say, fine, I know, I'm not mocking the death. I know people lose their life. Even if you listen to Onati Asiki, when he came back after that war, he said the both sides lose almost about 1.5 million people. But today, they will hear some people from the South will say 6 million. I've asked many of my friends, please, can you take me to Southeast and show me the mass grave? The mass grave. The population of Igbo then in 1960, before the war, was 3.7 million. The most people that die is the today South that lose their life, that the Biafra was forcing, taking their property, taking their bury alive, taking to fight in the Biafra war. But you people are not even having compassion, having this remorse about them, and you are forcing them to come and become Biafra. That is the problem, Biafra. You are still making it your own personal thing. The people who lose their life, there is a many document. People lose their life, and majority of those today South that the Biafra came, they invade, taking them by force to come and become part of the war. People doesn't prepare for it. People was not having the number right from the beginning. But the people that Ojukwu put in the face of that war that died, look at Asaba massacre, is the same people there. That is why those people are still angry. And you people are not even making it to you. I still trying to tell them, there is nothing. If you want to fight, honestly, but we are joking. If you want to fight, there is no way you are going to win one war. There's nobody that's going to be a part. Even Ikwere came out, the IPO now they came out and giving another warning to the Igbo. They should stop parading themselves there with them that they are Igbo. They are not Igbo. Because you are not making people to come.
Who are you talking about? What do you mean they're not Igbo?
No, the IPO, no, I have the video. I can send it to Muhammad to play it. Honestly, even the car one, I still have the car one. They are headers. This is not the children, maybe this one on social media. They are headers having a conference call, a press conference. No, I'm not joking, honestly. On Arise, not on YouTube, on Arise live. You understand?
Okay, let me tell you something, right? When the war came, war is not a good thing. People, Igbo spread along many areas, right? So those who are the who border other communities, some of them would say they're not Igbo. Like I said, the Banke, which was formerly called Igbo Akere, Igbo Akere. So in '67, the military head of state then, Brigadier Samuel Obenwidia, changed the name from Igbo Akere to Ebanke due to fear of persecution, right? So all that are wrongs that are going to be corrected because you cannot change anything. A lot of those Igbos, even up to today, they don't want to flaunt their Igbo-ness because they're going to lose, right? If you go to a Banke settlement today, we have villages as Omoloa, Obiaba.
So because we have a bed there, wait now.
Hold on.
Wait, I want to ask one question. How this one to eat?
Huh?
Because we have Bende local government in Abia State. So that place belongs to Edo State, Abi?
If you want to make a claim, then you have to put off your proof like I'm doing now. So Ibonto, Idumodin, Ake.
I Idumo there. Idumo there now Igbo.
Ota. Right? There are many stories people are gonna tell me. We know our people know us. It's gonna be from their dressing, the way they dress, the way they do their thing. So right now they want to get along, but at some time when we come back, whether you like, if you don't like it, if we will come to reclaim our place. If you even from there, you're an Igbo person, you say, look, I'm not Igbo, there you get the hell out. That's all. We're not doing it. We're not doing it for.
I know.
They do it right.
The Kano said, he said, Gbine Weka, which if I abbreviate it, it become Ewek. I say Iweke. He said, it's from Dili Palace. He says it's Iweke.
I don't say the people on when they talk. I see the sweet us.
If we never can, they abbreviate it, they do because I say
use this opportunity to say hello to my sister Florence in the comment section.
Okay.
As they listen to us. That's one thing I love.
That's what I'm man, not be woman.
Our people. Who's a man?
I think somebody in the comment section. Oh,
Florence.
Okay, Florence. Okay, the lady. Okay, Florence. You're saying okay. I thought it's the first one. Okay, not talking about it.
No, but what I'm saying that you guys are lucky. You're spoiled brats. People from Edo, like I said, Edo does have people who are Yorubas like you. It has people who are Fulanis, like those who are Muslims up there. They may not be Fulanis, maybe Hausas and all that. But there are substantial part of them that are Igbo by music, language, dressing. But they don't want any trouble, so they're not gonna come and say, "I'm Igbo."
There's no only the place they give. You can say Igbo where they pregnant all the old women. You can say Igbo they know how to pregnant women. It's only one village. That place, I don't like to even mention that name because for them to call people there, they Agor Igbo. For them to call people when you call somebody is from Agor, my brother, that word is so demeaning. That is why I don't even want to use it. It's only Urumi where we will pregnant all those widow way food they finish. So all those one they are 50-50 blood. Urumi 50. Yeah, if pack all those one go Anambra, no problem. Well, come and say
when they hear that what you just said now, they will not be happy now.
Oh,
people from that area you're talking about.
No, it's true now. That is that place. There is a place we call they will call it Agor. When you call somebody in Benin from they say of Agor, that is a typical village man. No, because when you say some people say I'm going to the village, I go to the village.
Yeah.
It says sound in the ear. But when you get another word again, I don't know for people. Like in Benin, when they call say Igwe, that is village. It looks sad. I'm going to when you not say Agor, that person
that's for you.
It's less human. That person is less human.
Look, that's for you. That's for
it be like when Yoruba say Yoruba call you that maybe Yoruba say Araoko. Oh my God, when Yoruba call you Araoko, it be like no. Then you say not. I don't know how to describe. Very demeaning word. You understand? Looking less human. Say Araoko, like somebody else have sense or have not seen civilization. Those people you refer to with that name like that.
Make the carry go down.
That is the place. That is the only place. I know that place. We call it
we are people of the soil. We don't discriminate people based on if they're in the village or in the town, right? But make on a day there, they harass our people there that you consider a minority, and it just make trouble. Don't forget, we can always kick your ass any day from that southeast that you always Biafrans that you're talking about.
I told you where you are. I said we'll give you that place. Already. You're not pregnant all the old widow when they're not able to marry or they don't bomb for
full club.
Those who are happy 50 block. Those are the one. So, Mr. Pasa, those are the same people you see like Ishana. They are shouting Jenny the Biafra. They say they are Biafra. They are not. They are that the Igbo are the Biafra are using to insult us in the palace. Those are the people you see that they are using that will go to like Unam the Kano that they will say if we want to pronounce Ugele, nothing will not be telling Uge Alo. It's not Ugele, it's Uge. If I know that the kind of video I have for you, we laugh.
I know what know about Igbo so much. It's incredible. I see. You're just jealous. It's not like
I'm not jealous.
You're jealous.
All my friends
know about Igbos well. I can tell.
No, I all my friends. Let me tell you, Is here. Honestly, I've told them even I think maybe via platform. I started knowing about tribalism in Dr. Damage show all my life. Honestly,
Now lie, it's a lie.
honestly, no, no. Let me tell you what. I
Every
say
Nigerian knows tribalism now. There's no
no
Nigerian
because
who
when
doesn't know tribalism.
when I leave Nigeria, when I leave Nigeria, the time I leave Nigeria, I grow in a barrack. I don't know if you understand, barrack.
No
You
wonder.
have everybody. We don't know what is tribe there.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
You understand?
Come on. How you not gonna know?
No, you know your
You go
problem
know
then
now.
is not gonna be asking you. We call names.
You know, make
We
I ask
call
you
names.
something.
We
Make I
don't
ask you
go
something.
maybe wait. We don't go maybe where before like today now. Before me and you will talk now. Where are you from? If you say Nigeria, we are part of Nigeria.
No,
We
no.
don't do all those things
If
there.
somebody wear a hat, say you know they for uniform, you put on your hat. Now you buy hat you go wear now.
No, we don't
I
do.
put
I
on my red
started knowing.
cap.
I'm telling you, I
Make I
started
talk.
knowing.
Can I get a word in here?
Yeah.
I know we're playing, but let me also get a word in here. What
Okay.
I'm saying is that we don't have to ask anybody anything where you're from. If I wear my red cap, wear my Isiago or something like that, you know, say I'm an Igbo man now. Where you gonna ask me where am I from? You're gonna say I'm an Igbo man. Or when you talk, like you right now, when you've been say if you say potato, like you said a minute ago. Now the only mistake I used to make then was I didn't differentiate between some Edo like you. Anybody with that accent you have there to me say Yoruba man, right? Up till now. You talk like that, you're a Yoruba man to me. That's another way somebody talk. It's an Hausa man. It's an Aboki. I don't give a damn if it's from southeast, northeast or northwest. To me, it's an Aboki guy, right? And then if you're an Igbo guy, you can be from Port Harcourt, you can be from Ebonyi, you can be from, Mata in that case. Can be from the Edo central area there. All those are Igbos. So
I don't say area.
but the what question I want to ask you be say, say Yorubas and Igbos they have their thing, right? But Yorubas also they're accommodating you so you can puff up their numbers. If Yorubas don't like you, they don't think that you and them are in the same class. I hope you know that. Do you know that?
Yoruba never claim.
Just yes or no?
Yoruba never claim. Benin never claim a Yoruba one day.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying even though you see Igbos fighting with Yorubas all the time, they don't like take you as their equal. Say, okay, look, this Nigerian man is me and we are the same, right? They still know, say you did different. And as far as they're
I'm on
concerned,
different now. I don't want to be Yoruba now. Why must I leave my own Benin and
but
not be
that's what
Yoruba?
I'm saying. And say Igbo do not look at you that way. Igbos look at you either as a non-Yoruba, which means you're okay, right? You're not a
No,
Yoruba.
because Igbo look.
Make a land. I'm not saying that we put you on a pedestal. No, I'm saying that when we look you, you talk, we notice say you be a do, right? We just shove you aside. We don't hate you. We don't like you. We don't have any problem with you. Like one of us, right? That's it. We don't look you down on you. We don't have any problem with you. You're like, okay, you're one of us. Because the only difference we want to make when we see in Nigerian back home, now I'm talking about back home with them, primordial tribal thing. You have the Hausa Abokis. That could be Fulani, it could be whatever the hell they call themselves over there, right? Then you have Yorubas, right? Could be from Ibadan, Lagos, whatever the hell they come from, right? And then you have the rest of Nigerians to us. That's where we look at it. I hope you know that. And we have no problem with you. We have no disrespect for you. We just look at you as one of us from somewhere. You're some kind of Igbo person. That's what we look at you. Yes, that's right. I'm telling you the way it is now, so you know that. Okay.
You look yourself well.
I'm not telling you. Now, the reason why we can afford to do that is that Ojukwu, they made a mistake of going to fight Hausas, Muslims in the north. But the problem we have are you people there in that south, south, and your disrespect for us, right? And I'm gonna correct it. I'm gonna fix it because we didn't have to go to war up there. All we have to do to cut off their nuts is to make sure that we took over that place completely, right? So they don't come and get a hold of their hands on that oil. Because now, without that oil, what would be Northerners doing? They be bathing with cow dung in the desert somewhere. The
Yeah,
only thing that gives them any impetus is that they came and took that oil from you, so they're able to conduct foreign policy with Britain and all that. Without it, without that stuff, now what other African country do you have Fulanis doing that stuff they're doing in Nigeria? Ruling, doing this, taking over all the ministries. There's not even Ghana. A lot of Guinea and all those people, they have no time for that nonsense. The only reason they're able to do it in our case is a lot of recalcitrant minorities, because you have a lot of minorities, right? They make you hate us, disrespect us, as if we are your mates. We're not your mates. We could take you over any day.
We are not your mates. We are the ones
I'm
that
trying to
tell
tell
you.
you, one
You're
battalion.
not supposed to be afraid of
One battalion would take over that entire.
Okay, you come to rob. Don't say one battalion. You come to rob.
You don't go to school, right?
I don't go to school. I don't even want to go to school.
But when I say go to school, not be to go study English now. I'm talking about learn physics, learn chemistry. Right?
I don't know what those were. I finished my primary school, then I start my life.
All right. But anyway, I just telling you, Biafra, they come we and we're gonna pray that you fix this democracy. It works, but if that democracy doesn't work, you have to know that Fulani don't like you anyway. Look at how they treating Emefiele. They wouldn't even give him due process. Are these people in the South shouting on top of their voice and say, "Hey, look, give him due process or arrest Buhari, arrest Dangote"? They will not do it. I'm telling you, it's surreal. They come to the South, they take that oil. You know, it do has oil as well. Go to Bayelsa, take oil, and then they say after they refine the oil, they say the oil is refined in Lagos. Say South go pay more, 1075. Say Lagos be where they refine them, 900 and something, right? Not 1040 or something like that. Okay, so South where the oil come from, you know, save money when you go get the oil from there.
We don't save money. We don't save money. Pansat,
do you know how much? Do you know how much South are gonna pay? Are paying in the pumps right now? 1075. Whereas
they should pay more. They should pay more. They should pay more.
They should pay more.
Yes.
Even though say the oil come from them.
If the oil come from them, because the bunkering they are doing, why they not selling the bunkering? What the problem you mostly you people have in that Nigeria. I don't know, sorry to use that. The problem majority of people have in that Nigeria. Let me say mostly from the Southeast, honestly, sorry to say that, but that is the right word. You always want to believe that one part of the country is the problem. If the South really mean well for their people, the bunkering they are doing, why are they not giving to their own people for free? They should pay more. The Northern you are talking about, when they did only one Niger State the other day, said they should not take food out unless first for their people. The first people that came out on social media were the Southeast and start complaining. Why must they say that one? Why must they say they don't bring food? But we are saying that, but we are bringing food, importing food to the South. We are buying it. Why are we not condemning the food? Why are we not saying the food is Boko Haram? Why are we not calling the food terrorists? But if they don't say they are not going to import food to South, only one day they sell in one state to send it there, everywhere go, all the internet go and go. They might have to come back and retrieve and clarify himself, a new governor. So no, this is what and I understand what he's saying. It I watch it. I don't know the cut part, they twist it in this thing, they start doing propaganda with it. The governor has to come out again by his own self and clarify himself and bring the full video again. Huh? We should stop all these things. Everybody there, this life, if all those you have your Biafra now, you have your Biafra. You are saying, oh yeah, this one, that you have your Biafra. Are you going to live alone with your oil and eat oil you have your region and be there? Don't say all these things. You need people. You need people to work with. You have to have border with people. If now you have Biafra now, they say, okay, now take your Biafra, for example, you say, no, I want to go with my 5 South State. They give you 5 states. Many people,
I don't tell you, say
many people will
you
block
have
their
to
brother against you.
differentiate when you're playing Monopoly. In the Monopoly setting now, we have 5 states, right? Now we're just
Okay, no,
playing.
okay, sorry, sorry.
Wait.
No, oh, sorry. Maybe say no, because I don't know Benue. When this one you had the Benue and Kogi, I don't want to go that side. Maybe okay, now you have the Usas and actually was Eastern region before. You have all of them as a Biafra. Eh?
Wait. By the way, I was talking about Biafra in the sense of Nnamdi Kanu there. Now, I have my own.
You did clear it.
I can tell you my own. I go back to independence. Azikiwe, our son, got independence for Nigeria. So my own Biafra is the entire thing. I just want you to know that now.
The entire nation.
Matter, Yorubas, all of them come under that Nnamdi Azikiwe Biafra, right? Including, in order for us to have some buffer, charge them. Now we're gonna have to, you're gonna have to understand that if this democracy doesn't work, I want Biafra to take over the whole thing, and we can, and we will. All right. Even don't. It's not when it happens like Dr. Damages was asking me that time. He says, but when we took over Benin, when they do them, that they didn't know they had no soldiers. That's none of my business. Right now, we're talking. You're over there running your mouth. You want to make it like we're the same. Or you're gonna give us 5 states. We're landlocked. Talking all that nonsense. But only because we want to see if democracy can work. Now, when that last war, we were fighting Britain, not you, not Nigerians. We finished taking over Edo with a few battalions. We're going to take over the Yorubas the next day or two. That's how much more powerful we are in that country. But the problem is that Britain did not want that to happen. They wanted that oil. So they had Egypt, flying planes, Russia, and all that. So that's who we're fighting. It was a proxy war. It's not Yorubas or the Fulani stopped us or blockaded us. It's Britain that blockaded us. You had this Yoruba nice guy, honest guy, author. He came there. He did his research. You heard me ask him, and he was very honest. He said yes, that Britain was a corporate. It's not only in our country they do things like that. In South Africa for the diamonds, they're doing it in Congo with Germans doing that primarily. And many other places. They come, they divide people, and that's who we're fighting. So it's not you or the Yorubas. We'll take all this up to the Fulanis, the Hausas. We're going to take it over. We were in charge of the Nigerian military, right? So, I want you to know that next time we will come back, and we will. But this time, we're gonna be armed with neutrinos so that not even Britain, because I was making. Let me just take 1 second to conclude this. I was gonna say, I'm saying that Britain, here they are. They have the same problems we have in Nigeria, right? They're occupying Northern Ireland. They're occupying Scotland. They're occupying Wales, right? Just a tiny England, right? Those people are not happy, but we don't come there try to instigate and cause trouble for them. Right,
but you know, a Scottish man can never be prime minister here.
Excuse me.
Do you know a Scottish man can never be prime minister here in UK?
Yes, Tony Blair is Scottish, right? So many others. They actually have more prime ministers than you think, because they're trying to placate them and have them stay there. Somebody like Tony Blair is from Scotland. You wouldn't know from his behavior though, because it's like a weak kind of character. It's a sabo. It's a sellout. But let me tell you, England, it's a monarchy. They don't know it. They've never elected a head of state in their life. Like you over there. You've never voted for a president. They have a bloody monarchy. And they know that Igbos will emancipate the black man. Period.
But that's what
we have technology. Your people don't, right?
You have
yeah. Let me land.
I want to tell you. I want to remind you something. What? That is exactly what they are doing in Nigeria today. Now, this constitutional review. They want to go back to parliament. What do they call it? Parliamentary system. What do they call it?
Yeah.
That is what they want to do in Nigeria now.
Nothing will work in Nigeria, even communism. right? Even parliamentary, even because there's an intersection that we're at, the traditions, Muslim, Islamic tradition and Western tradition. That's what the problem is. It's not tribal. Now, you have to know that, for example, the Hausas, who are our brothers, the Nigerians, they were conquered by the Fulanis, cut off their nuts, effeminated them, right? Ruined their kingdoms. Hausa man probably could not lead a prayer with the Fulanis. I know for sure you and the Yorubas cannot. Some of those of you who are Islam. But anyway, Muslims don't get along with others. It's not just Christians.
I
It's
totally disagree with you.
now let me learn now. You give me an example. What I mean by that,
So
when
give
you
an
have
example. Okay.
okay, when you look at India and Pakistan and India, they were one country. Now, Hindis, they're peaceful people, right? They don't get along with them. They had to divide that country. Where you have Pakistan, they have Indians. And so many others. There are other renegade regions that gain their turn there, now, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You go to Israel, they don't get along. Jews don't get along with Muslims. Now, that's clear, right? But then if you also go to other areas, even when inside Islam itself, they divided between the Shia and what's the other one called?
Sharia.
Sunni.
Sunni Muslim.
Sunni Muslims and Shia Muslims don't get along. Like Iran is Shia Muslim, and Saudi Arabia is Sunni, right? So, for example, when you go to Saddam Hussein's Iraq, Saddam Hussein is a minority Sunni in a Shia majority Iraq. So he took over power, which is analogous to what we have in Nigeria. Okay, so he took over power there, and eventually Shia, who a lot of them were in exile, like we Igbos are in exile in many areas of the country because they just don't want the nonsense. A lot of Igbos left, right? Millions. Now, one Iraqi in particular, he said something that's indelible in my mind. His name is Mr. Shalabi. He was like a dentist here. So when Osama bin Laden knocked
You don't
down...
go Iraq again.
Huh?
You don't carry me go Iraq again.
Okay, you know what? Okay, no problem.
Maybe in Nigeria, I don't have anything. You want make people forget.
I just want to tell you that we have an Islamic problem. Muslims
I'm not a Muslim. Why are we discussing people's religion?
I'm saying, I'm saying the problem we have in the country is tradition and nature. So when Muslims are dealing with Nigerians, they're not really dealing with us like it's our country. So they don't want to build any monument, something that's going to last forever, or schools. Do you understand? No monument for sure you could see from space. The only time we made progress is when you have a couple of Christians come to power, like Obasanjo and Jonathan. The other time, when you have a Muslim, they're not looking at Nigeria as a permanent. You have to know these people are nomads. They're just hanging around there because of that oil. When that oil is gone, when you, Niger man, go to them, they're going to say, get the hell out of here, monkey. We don't look like you. We look better than you. Our nose is straighter. Our hair is this. Do you understand? They're only tolerating you for that oil. So they're not going to come there to build any monuments. If there's something that happens between Niger and Chad, they're going to fight with those people against Nigerians. They're not Nigerians, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Right? How many Fulani do we have in Nigeria? 7 million.
Not up to that.
It's like maybe it's not to that because we don't have an accurate reportage. Today, the last time I checked, 7 million.
Whatever they claim, divided by 4. They're a bunch of liars.
So why we wait now? You see, sometimes when we are deceiving ourselves, we just believe maybe from the story our father told us to him because they don't want they don't want you to know the atrocity. That is what I think. Well, let me tell you one thing. How can you say wait now?
Yeah.
You say you are Igbo man, that you have number, you fight for Nigeria. You Azikiwe this and that. You only say Azikiwe hold that Nigeria. You hold that Nigeria. You only say so. Same you will still come and tell me you are looking for Biafra, you want to leave Nigeria because somebody who is down to 7 million now is chasing you out. Is that make sense?
No, because I just told you it's not chasing anybody out. A lot of
No,
our
because
people. Hold on,
no,
but can
that
I
is
answer? Can I answer? You asked me an
yeah.
intelligent question. I have to give you an intelligent answer. Only because I have respect for you, right? If I don't have respect for you, I just told you that you're a small, tiny minority. You're not supposed to ask any questions. You're supposed to keep your mouth shut and choose which side you're gonna belong to. But I have respect
Okay.
for you, so I'm answering you. Here's what
Okay.
I'm telling you. A lot of our people, like Nnamdi Kanu inclusive in this, they look at it as nuisance, Nigeria, right? So it's like me. I have a lot of cars here. If I could give one of them away to somebody just to get rid of them, I say, okay, take this and get the hell out of here, right? Even though it belongs to me, I'm not willing to do that. Nnamdi Kanu is willing to let our heritage, our country, just to get rid of you guys so that he and his people can progress. He's willing to give away, take the oil, take anything you want. To him, he doesn't need it. He believes that we should go to school and develop things, supercomputers, satellites, AI, you know, and that way he's still an African, so he's going, okay, you guys, you need this, but take it and go. Let us go. You develop at your own pace, we develop at our own pace. That is his stand. He's writing off Nigeria as a nuisance value. You follow me?
Yeah.
He and so many people, Biafrans, believe that. They're willing to give away a lot so that you just go your way, carry all this to come out. Make we go out. I'm not willing to do that. I believe that my people founded Nigeria, got independence from Britain. It's a lot of hard work, and I'm keeping it, right? I'm keeping it, all of it. If you go and have your own people find the country, let your people. If somebody from Edo, Mr. Nahoro, I think he raised a motion or something.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So he played a good role there. But who went to Parliament in England and Americas and argue and got that independence? Are Igbo people. It's our country. That's why we're all over the place. Somebody, the way you behave is dependent on how much your treasure is. Where your treasure is, there will be your pleasure, right? We don't differentiate between Lagos, Kano, Edo, Abia, because the whole thing belongs to us.
I know.
And I'm going to make sure that nobody's going to come from Futa Jalon to come and take it because of recalcitrant minorities like yourself, right? You're gonna behave yourselves in that country, or we're gonna come take it over from you because, well, in your case, you know we can do it. We did it already. We're gonna do it again in a day, and make you a republic. And your David Edger is gonna be on the bicycle running.
In hour, no.
We're gonna
You have
smoke
to
his ass. This time we're not gonna let them get away with it. So you know,
that is where I have problem with you. You will say you come, you come in a day, but wait, I don't know. Yeah, that is where I have problem with you. You will say you run us in a day in the Midwest, you take over your republic, but you are not saying what you come to do. You say you come to the Biafra come to rob in the Midwest.
No,
they rob within an hour.
I've heard that allegation. If any soldier, you know how soldiers are, right?
No, a soldier. If you are wait.
Listen to me now.
Wait. Nah, no. I want to hold you again, man. You see, let me tell you what. Ojuku, what's that? Something. Okay, it said December 2nd, the Biafra is coming. Ojuku said the pogrom started in the north, in the west. Abi, yeah, maybe some in the west. I think, according to them. Okay, after the 1966 coup, they said, okay, they now find out what happened. They're mocking there. They start buying from people from the south. You understand? Ojuku said he want to fight war. Ojuku never, this thing, what's the name of this thing we throw during Christmas time? They call it banger. I don't know if you can remember. Ojuku never went to north during that 2.5 year of that war and throw one knockout in the north. So he now come to my region and loot my bank, and you still have mine. Now you are telling me you invade us, and you want me that tomorrow
Make
I
I tell you.
will not come and collect my money from you.
Listen to what I'm saying, Niger man. Soldiers, what you're making is an allegation. It has to
No
be
allegation,
proven.
fact. I
Can
have
I
the proof.
answer? Can I answer? Let me answer
No.
you. You say this
Okay.
all the time. Let me answer you. You're making an allegation. We can forensically look at it. I'm not going to dismiss it off the top of my head, but I'm not going to take that as gospel truth. So we're not like Florence noted in the invasion we're talking about is metaphorical, right? It's a metaphorical invasion. It only takes place and become real if there's recalcitrance and no democracy. If we are forced to, of course, we're going to have to protect our stuff, especially when we can. When you look at it, a lot of times the problem I hear a lot of lazy Edos come and say, "Oh, the Igbos are insulting them." Not Biafrans, but Igbos. Okay, fine. We came over there, and we took you over, and we are and all that kingdom stuff, right? Monarchy. I made you a republic, right? And we had a fat mouth, loud mouth Sadoana of Sokoto. You Google it, you're gonna see him running his mouth, insulting our people, right? And then
How does he insult your people?
well, go on. I'm
Because
sure
you say, well, if you bring
you've seen it.
Igbo, then wait.
You've seen it. So there's no need to.
Is that what you thought?
Is that an insult to say that people come over or they do? They want to take over and they want to do this.
Is that insult?
Yeah, well,
They were running regional government there, and that time was during the election. There is a video, maybe I can find that video. If you see what Azikiwe said during that election too, you will run. I don't know why people are looking one side.
Would never ever
insult. It was a campaign
wait
period.
now. Look, everybody knows Zik is Zik of Africa. It's not your. It's not your.
No,
it's not Zik of Nigeria. It's not Zik of. It's Zik of Africa. So use your head now. What I'm saying.
No, what I'm saying. I didn't say insult. I didn't say insult. I'm not talking about insult here.
I know, but he would never say anything wrong, though.
No, that is your problem. You never say anything wrong. Obi never say anything wrong. It's only the rest people say something wrong. You see, I will say what I beg.
Yeah, like Forrest is saying, Biafra will never take anybody's land except land that doesn't belong to anybody.
You are taking our own land now.
You are claiming it, right? If it doesn't belong to you, you claim we're gonna take it from you.
But you are telling us now you have two states. You have two states out of 5. Now you say you want to claim my land.
Like I tell you,
Benin Kingdom that up to 11th century. The Guinness Book of Record. Go and check there. You will find the wall of Benin is 4 times than the wall of it. No.
Wait.
Guinness Book of Record is there.
I told Ovie every time Benin people they always talk like, which is fine. We're proud.
No. Mr. Passat. No, wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
Joke apart. Joke apart. Let's forget joke. Now I just want you not to say because I'm saying it here again. I don't know. Maybe you're only the first person. Even on the Agbakoba, you have read it. You have talked about it. You understand?
Yeah.
You understand? So if you don't,
what I'm saying is none of my business. I'm not saying it didn't happen. Before
the Lord go and check Guinness Book of Record is there. So
you're making figurines or you're that's none of my business.
The way the Guinness Book of recorded it, there is documented. They say it 4 times.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. It's true. The ancient Benin Empire, we are proud.
So you have to know that we can run you. We can run the whole Igbo less than 2 hours.
Well, you're gonna throw figurines at us or what? You're not going to school. You're not doing important things. You're not supporting the truth. You're electing bad people. Somebody like Buhari come, you go vote for him. Somebody like Tinubu come, you go vote for him. You know. Make I tell you, all joke apart.
Is the leader supposed to have, even the UK, America, you are, but the leader supposed to have PhD to become a president or governor?
Ever now. If Edo has
so leader to become a governor, or president is supposed to have a PhD or master.
No. There are quality. A leadership has quality. You have to look at what they're promising the people, what they're capable of doing. Sure, I understand. They have to have empathy. They have to have a heart. They have to have a plan. So whenever an election comes, there's usually a lesser evil of the two, right? Unfortunately, that's the way it's in our country. That's the way it's here anywhere in the world. There is somebody better than the other one. Even though if we were allowed, the people allowed to go outside and pick somebody, probably going to pick a better and a third candidate, right? But we don't have that luxury. But at some point, then when they bring two people, like say Jonathan and Buhari, that is a no-brainer. Now, if we are, let's say Southeasterners, right? You're gonna notice something. We always get it right. Because we're for progress, we're for the truth, right? We're not voted. We love. You see, the difference between the Southeasterners and every other tribe in Nigeria, you know what it is? The other tribes hate the Igbos more than they love themselves. But, that's a very big problem. Let me land. Right? If you there's no way you're gonna see a Jonathan who's not an Igbo man, he's a Southern like you call them, right? Biasa. Right? He's not the brightest bulb in the room, true. But then when you have him though against a former military thug, a coup plotter, somebody who has no brains.
And he has no brain. He plan coup and he win. He plan coup and he rule you. He have no brain. He come back and rule you for 8 years. What brain do you want again?
Or rule who?
Oh my God!
We never at any time since Buhari was born, we don't recognize him as anything. If he's head of state, it has nothing to do with us, right? But it's not because of his tribe. Because then when Yaradua come, and the choice now is between Yaradua, who's probably more Fulani than he is, and as a Northerner, as a Muslim, and then we out of the two, we're forced to choose. Then we choose Yaradua. Do you understand? So that's where it works. Now, when you have somebody like Jonathan, he's not the brightest bulb in the room, but you have to be able to choose to vote for Buhari over Jonathan. You have to be an able person. So those do that.
So wait, let me ask you one thing. Let me ask you one thing. It's okay. If you take too much long, I will forget. That is the problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
Say, let me ask you one thing. For example, now the late Yaradua, Jonathan, will you pick?
Jonathan.
You see you. So why? What's the perimeter? Because you are the most biased because you believe Jonathan. You can claim it's Biafra, it's Igbo.
No.
No. Tell me antecedent of wait. Jonathan was a governor. Jonathan was no, you are laughing. It's true. Jonathan was a governor. He had no antecedent. Yaradua was a governor in Katsina. That is the place where school started having Selifat. Yaradua have an antecedent. You see what? Because you know this one is Biafra. This one can give me Biafra.
No, but at least you should have asked me why. Do you understand what I'm
saying?
That
is only the point.
You didn't ask me why because you know what I'm gonna say. But it's okay. I don't have to answer. But I'll give you my if you have Jonathan, who's not the brightest bulb in the room, like I said. If we have to go and find another person that's capable, I'm gonna find somebody. Now, Jonathan, to be fair, was a decent president, but he's a horrible ex-president, right? Probably the worst ex-president, right? But you have to understand something. Are you a Christian or Muslim, Niger man?
I'm a Juju worshiper.
Okay. No wonder, right? No wonder. But like I said, when you make up your mind to become a true Nigerian, you're gonna have to open your eyes. You're too myopic.
To become a Christian.
All right? Huh?
To become Christian.
No, you don't actually have to be a Christian, but you have to embrace the tenets of Christianity. It's a
You see, you are.
Western.
Thank God we can't have people like you to come and rule us in Nigeria. All these people that will come with Igbo ideology, so that's why we are not moving forward.
Do you see what Florence wrote right there? That's one thing I like about comment section. You
What
have
is
a
it?
lot of nuggets from there.
He said
People
what?
who are not on here, they will tell you.
He said,
When he
well,
saw
oh,
Buhari,
Buhari.
he saw his human rights slipping away. Right?
After Buhari have left, before he left, you didn't see it. Now, not the kind of I carry Buhari matter put for everybody. Paul and they have been with us for years. Nobody cry. Nobody have cried. Yaradua, everybody see meeting Yaradua till tomorrow. Miss Yaradua is a Fulani. He descend from Castina. So it's because when you
Guess
Jonathan
who
lose.
we have in the comment section now? He must. What is it?
Oh.
Chioma is in the comment section. It's unbelievable. She probably just got back from a
Just
party.
get
But you know, Niger man. Before I didn't want to talk to you over these months now. The only reason why
I'm not a minority.
the only reason why I'm talking to you is that you've come on, you say you're in diaspora, you're not back home, right? Because normally I don't blame people who are back home. They're under they don't have freedom of speech, really, right? They understand. But a couple of days ago, you convinced me, say, look, I'm not in the Nigeria, you're outside. So it behooves me then. You're out here. You see how societies are organized, right? You don't see anybody driving their cattle right through streets, towns. I don't know where the hell you are, but I doubt if you have anything. You're in the UK, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay, so nobody can drive their cattle. Sometimes one person driving like 100 cattle, right? 100 cows in Nigeria through the city. Do you condemn that?
Yes, now we
Okay,
condemn
hold on. I
cow.
have a series of questions for you.
Yeah,
Please.
but yeah, do you know you can find cow here in the rural area? They move cow through the street too.
I know, but that's not what I asked you.
Okay.
If you go to a city, in say in the south, even in the north, but to hell with them in the north. Let's talk about the south, right? Let's say Port Harcourt, or Aba, or Enugu, or any of these, or even Lagos. Somebody would drive 50 to 100 cattle by himself with his AK-47, drive him through this city, right? Would that be allowed in where you are, in the country where you are? Yes or no?
We take it 47.
With or without? Let's say he has a dagger, right? He has some weapon on him.
And because here people doesn't look. People
I
doesn't
know,
look.
I have a
No.
series of questions for you.
I cannot just give you a yes. Let me expatiate on it a little bit, please. Because
Okay, go ahead.
see, please, just give me a little time. Yeah, people doesn't believe and castigate. We have Muslim here. They have Sharia lawyers, Sharia court here. You understand? People doesn't castigate you because of your religion. You can stay with a Muslim here in the same house. If you know you are not eating this food, the country is like, he cannot give you that thing. But we Nigeria, we want to force people to do what we want. We don't want to respect people tradition. That is the problem.
That's not what we're talking about. Right now, I'm talking seriously now. I'm trying to say it because you kind of paint me somehow. I'm trying to tell you where I have a problem on a serious note, right? We've come out here in diaspora, so we see. See, if you're in Nigeria, I want to ask you these questions because you probably don't know, you haven't seen it. But you're out here now, so we're looking at it. We're observing on a cliff and we're looking at it from our side, right? I ask you again, do you condemn people driving cattle through the city?
Right from time when I was in primary school.
So that's yes, you do.
Yes, wait.
Okay.
When I was in primary school, wait, let me tell you, because you didn't let me finish. When I was in primary school before I left Nigeria, I see, unless I don't know, I see cow walking in the streets. They will be feeding there. They will hold stick there. They will hold stick. They don't carry they hold stick, taking their cow. So people doesn't have who doesn't take their cow to the street. So we go and cut grass. They will use this vehicle they call pickup. They will come and pick all those grass there and take it to wherever the cow is. You understand?
Okay, let
So
me look at it in the with the eye that's most favorable to what you say. Let's say they don't have a weapon, right? But they drive their cattle through the city. Do you condemn that?
no, that is very condemnable now.
Okay, very good.
I don't
So
know.
now, if somebody drive their cattle to a farmland, somebody else's farm, right? It doesn't belong to them, and they drive their cattle and eats up the farm, their products, their plants,
The crops.
the crops, right? Or even if it's their trash, do you condemn that?
Yes, condemnable, but in one condition.
What condition is that?
I have a farm. I have big farm. You understand?
Yeah.
See, this Fulani, many people doesn't understand. If Fulani, their cow eat your crops, you find the person who doesn't live there. If you find them or go, all of them, they have a Sediki. You go and explain to that Sediki, see. They would know. These people doesn't lie. They will tell you this. If they come to that route, they will tell you, give them time, maybe 2 days or 1 day, they will come back, call you, come back. They will find that person and call. They will, if you give them the estimates of what your farm, whatever they eat. If they don't have that money to give you, they give you 1 cow to go and sell that money. They give you that cow to go and sell and collect your money. But when you now start flogging them, beating them, or kill their cow, that is where the anger comes. Let me be realistic.
Okay, but let's say it's me. I don't want anybody refunding me anything. I don't want you eating anything on my farm. I don't want you trespassing on my property, right? That's what I want. I don't want you. I don't want to talk to your Sedeki. I don't want to talk to anybody. Just stay out of my farm, right? If somebody comes to that farm, do you condemn it?
This is condemned. That is 100% condemned now.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, let's say I love the Lord. I want to worship the Lord. I don't believe in Allah. Don't hate him. Don't know anything about him. Just do your thing and I do mine. Right? And that person starts kidnapping, trying to force me or my people to respect that religion. Or let's say I live in Nigeria where there's predominance of that religion. I'm not against it, but I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know anything about it. I don't want to pray for it. I don't want my wife to cover her hair with anything. Just worship, you're going to worship mine. And that person commits terrorism, violence. Do you condemn that against me because I'm not into that religion? Do you condemn that?
Why must you go and commit terrorism? I don't understand. Anybody commit terrorism, it must be. Need to that person is a capital punishment now.
Okay. I by the way, you're answering very truthfully, correctly, but I think you're uncomfortable. I don't know when you're saying it, but I'll take it. At least you're answering very well. So now, to make it to where you can also speak, I'm saying that put it all together. You're condemning these Muslims. That's what you're doing, because that is why Benue Plateau is not happy.
I'm not condemning Muslim. No, don't put that in my mouth. That is your own word, though.
Or what do you? Or I said you condemn it. You say you do. I'm saying that if Benue Plateau Governor Autumn, for example, he says, "Look, these people are coming into my land, eating my stuff, and when I talk, they come back later and they put my people in ID camps, sack my village, right? So why can't we condemn it?
Because you believe what you hear on social media. That is the problem. If authority mean well for his people, how can he put a vigilante almost how many months for him to leave office? He have been there for 8 years. He didn't do it, and he didn't pay. They say volunteer, and you are collecting security for your own pocket. How can you love your own people? Anytime you want to pay, I have Benue friends, many Benue friends. in Nigeria till tomorrow. Don't say this thing where they are. They almost will fight you. They don't want to hear anything about that. Anytime they want to pay the people, it will bring that rhetoric. Hey, Vladi. That's all those who are just bad he was doing. Nobody supporting. Nobody know whatever he's doing. It's only him. When they leave, don't you see EFCC start chasing? Do you see cars that this man purchased and keep? You know, don't tell me you are not even. Pastor, I don't know why you.
Look, no, I hear you. But
All these people.
Here's the difference between you and I, right? See, people, you have to give them due process, right? You see, the minorities in Nigeria, I don't know what the problem is. When these people come and they use the same trick over and over, they don't even try to innovate, right? Before Autumn left, he was challenging these people. So now, when they go and they populate EFCC with their people, and then they say, okay, you were giving us problem. You don't want us to take over your land.
I beg
you. Hold on now, hold on.
I don't want to buy all these things.
So what I'm saying, when that person is leaving, then you accuse him of something. Fine. But you have to take him to court. And then you have to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's not, they're taking him to, I think they're taking him to court now.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that if two parties are fighting, let's say we're you and I, we're not Benue people, we're not Fulanis, right? But we know that if the government wants you, you could be Showere, you could be Nnamdi Kanu. They're going to make accusations. For example, I don't know what the allegations are, I'm sure, but I know that some of them are quite heinous crimes, right? Bordering on subversive, taking over the government. I forget what those counts usually are called right now. But you understand what I'm saying? For example, Emefiele, they charged him initially with running guns, terrorism. Emefiele. So what you minorities do is when they do that, when these Fulanis pull that trick, then you really believe it. You give it credence.
Do you see Buhari?
So a governor, you saying that the governor.
I said his people. I'm not saying Fulani.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying now.
What people, Benue people I have in Nigeria. They are telling you this man steal their country, steal their state to stupor. They are telling you this.
That's what they say, right?
His own people can say it's not me.
They have not proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. But what I'm
But
saying,
because
see, they are very easy to catch, right? These people have no imagination.
Oh my God!
They use the same thing. They did it to Awolowo, for example, right? It goes that far back. They accuse Awolowo of treason and put him in jail.
It's as if you were the
hold on.
That is not like Fulani. That is not Fulani. That is not Fulani. That's as if you.
No, it's not. Hold on. Let me tell
you.
No,
it's as if. What are you talking?
Because this is where you have to look at it. It's a constant, right? Azikiwe is not a constant. Azikiwe is a variable.
No,
hold on. Let me. What I'm saying is that I'm trying to give you an intelligent answer on this one, right? The only way you're gonna catch these people is what I'm trying to tell you. Azikiwe was a variable. He was there and he's gone, but they're still doing it. The only variable there is Azikiwe. They are a constant. They're still doing the same thing today. They did it to Showere. They're doing it to Nnamdi Kanu. They're doing it to Emefiele, right? Meanwhile, people like Erufai of Kaduna massacred a lot of people, right? He's accused of all kinds of things, but he never gets to answer his in the court. He defends himself on the pages of newspaper or social media, right? Not in the courts. Dangote doesn't go to court to defend himself. Only Southerners and people like you, you're a vector. You carry it, right? You're like the mosquito, the vector that carries all this stuff around, right? Benue guy.
That's what we are paying for.
Autumn, all right, is a decent Christian. It's a good man.
Yeah.
Right? I don't see him. What is he going to do with the money? I don't see him stealing anything. So you do have to use your head.
How will you know? How will you know?
Just by looking at him. Observation is a scientific method. He doesn't appear like the kind of guy that will steal anything from his state. This man is a farmer, he's a hard worker. He was there. We know his pattern, we know his behavior. What is he going to do with the money? Even with money, women are not going to chase after him.
So but you say Buhari still now. What Buhari the farmer?
You could tell. Buhari,
Oh my God! It's a Fulani. Oh my God! You could tell. Oh my God!
It factors in it. It's part of it, but it's not the only thing. There are good Fulanis, right? There are decent Fulanis. There are people. There are Fulanis who don't, who are normal. They're Nigerians. They're patriotic, and they
Because
condemn people like Buhari.
Autumn is speaking the language you want to hear. Oh my God! Because he condemn Fulani. Anybody who condemn Fulani is your hero. Oh my God! He's
No,
mad.
I'm saying,
He's mad.
no, give me props for what I said. I'm saying there are a lot of good Fulanis, right? Who are not bad, who condemn people like Buhari, right? But those of you who supported Buhari,
Who are minority?
a lot of you minorities who supported Buhari, you have eggs on your faces because now we know that he's not what you said he was. Yeah, we know that now for sure, right? You cannot defend him anymore. But so people that he destroyed, such as Abenu, Governor Autumn, is a good man. Now, is he capable of committing a crime? Probably, but you have to go to court and prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. But what EFCC and INEC and all those agencies headed by Northern Muslims is that they don't go to court. They will hold somebody in perpetuity. Sometimes they wouldn't even.
Choma will laugh.
They will not obey habeas corpus. So you have to condemn that practice of accusing people of crimes, but you won't produce them in court and try them. Do you see what I'm saying? And then you just want everybody to go ahead and say that they're guilty. They're not guilty unless you prove them guilty. You could accuse them of a crime, but you have not proven that crime. The only thing that they're doing is like what they did in that election, right? Like holding them the canoe and saying, come and get him, do what you have to do. If they say release him, the court try him, we're not going to release him. So do what you have to do. If we run an election, they say, you know what? We're going to turn up the beavers. So do what you have to do.
Oh my God.
Do what you can do, right? No, I'm trying to tell you, these are provocations. One of them being in Nnamdi Kanu case, right? We're being humiliated by these people, right? They don't want to obey the court. So what I'm saying is that one of these days, we may not take it anymore. Right?
Can I talk?
Yeah, you could talk after I say the next I'm going to say. If your people, Edo people, they flashed a sign of brilliance 2022, 2023, they really, at least half of the population try to do the right thing for the first time. Try to find a new Nigeria. They spearheaded that effort. And everybody gives them credit. They found Peter Obi. I learned about Peter Obi from them. At least 30% of them voted for Labour Party from the rigged election. It could have been more. But there's no doubt that Edo wants to turn the new leaf. They've never done that in the past. They've always gone with the evil, right? Evil forces. But the first time they led the country in trying to found a new Nigeria. So we hope that continues. We hope that continues because if anything happens on Nnamdi Kanu over there, I just want you to know it's going to remove us from the democratic path. It will. And what could come next could consume that country. Okay, go ahead. Niger man.
I thought I was voted, sorry.
No problem.
Before your last submission, you said Edo doesn't go with Igbo. They don't like the Igbo. Now by yourself again.
I didn't say that.
No, your first submission, not this submission, previous one. Now you are coming to say Edo voted, they choose Peter Obi. Abi, thank you for that one. Then when you said Autumn is a good man, because why you are praising Autumn number one, because Autumn speak the language you like to condemn the Fulani. That is only way. Anybody, if Oton mean well for his people, why was Oton not paying salary? The only road they say Oton tie is the only road that go to his farm. There, finish. Yeah? Why is the people of Benue doesn't like Oton? Or why are there the civil servant there we are complaining about him? They didn't receive their salary, they didn't pay them, they didn't take care of the workers. Every time he was dancing with Wike, doing a shebi with him. Is that the kind of person you say is saying the truth? No, he's not saying any truth. I don't believe that. If you say you are accusing Buhari, did they take Buhari? They already court convicted Buhari? No. Well, then why are you accusing him? Because you don't like Fulani. That is just your whole. Now you say they have the beavers. You already repeat every time they have the beavers, the Fulani of the beaver. I want to remind you of something. If you say Bahmudu is worst, maybe this is the first time you are following Nigeria election. That is why. This man during Yaradua and Jonathan. So that INEC chairman is an Igbo man, Maurice Iwu. That even only 12 states out of 36 states, only 12 state election has already been announced. So the 13th state is still collected in. That was Ondo, if I can remember. They are still collating the result. The mark came out from nowhere. It was the INEC chairman and announced the winner of that election. So is it the Igbo now that told him to do that to the Fulani? Passat. Hello?
What was the question? I'm listening. What is it?
So everything I'm saying is what you talking? Oh, it's okay. You are saying you are talking about beavers. Do you hear the rest? Do you understand my rest submission, or I should start again everything again?
No, not everything. I actually heard most of the talk, but you
okay, the last one, Abi.
The last question you asked me.
Okay, I say you complain of the Fulani. They switch off the beavers. They switch off the beavers, Abi.
Yes.
Okay, I want to remind you during Jonathan and Yaradua election.
Yeah.
The INEC chairman then was Maurice Iwu, is from Enugu State.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. He have already collated 12 states. Only 12 state election, 12 states have been announced out of 36 states and FCT. Yeah. The 13 states are still collecting it. It was on those states, if I can remember. You understand? The man announced results, the winner of the results. I'm not asking you, so is it the Igbo now that I told him to do that because Jonathan, they claim Jonathan is an Igbo man? That they're telling you, okay, you have to do that, bring the election.
I'm going to answer you this way.
No, because if you are accusing Yakubu, that is why Fulani.
You really have a bad habit about that. When you ask a question, you don't want to hear the answer. It's not the same thing. Maurice, I just told you every time I talk about them switching off the beavers, what do I say? Either in preamble or afterwards, I say there's nothing wrong with rigging of an election. It happens here in the United States. You could rig an election if you can and get away with it, or actually get caught doing so. That's different. That's political. It's wrong. It's against the law. What you cannot do is to turn off the beavers and say, do your worst. That's not rigging of an election. That's terrorism. The same thing I'm accusing Dangote of doing. The same thing I'm accusing every agency that's headed by Fulanis, right? Or anything they're doing.
Okay, what about the one by Maurice? No, the Maurice. Oh, I wanted to talk about that.
That's what I'm saying. That's rigging of an election if it happened, right? They're rigging the election, right? So there's a big difference between that and the country spends 400 billion naira, make somebody INEC chairman. Then they start collecting the results because it's electronic now. They cannot rig it. So they shut it off on the presidential level, but announce the results for the senatorial on the same system using the same electronic voting. So they just withheld the result. They shut it off. That's not rigging. That's provocation. That is a cause for war. That's not rigging like what you're talking about, Mauricio, where you're making an allegation.
So what are you saying is an allegation? Don't you know what are you talking?
You know, you're making
That is the man that have been recorded in Nigeria history, the worst INEC chairman. One Google it. The worst INEC chairman we ever have in Nigeria.
What I'm saying is that I don't believe it, but even if
Yeah, I'll give you the name now. You go and Google
I know the gentleman. What I'm saying that even if I look at it and the life most favorable to what you're saying, let's assume that he rigged the election. Rigging of an election to me is wrong, it's illegal. It's totally different. Okay, let me here's an analogy, right? As you are there now, if somebody, now don't take offense at this, it's just the extreme example, but to drive the point home, somebody goes and
but don't use my wife, oh.
That's
Can use my
exactly what I'm gonna do.
I'll use my side chick.
Okay, your side chick, right? Let's say your girlfriend when you were younger, right? So another handsome young man goes there, flirts with her, but was able to influence her, trick her, and he doesn't like you anymore, and he goes with him, right? You could say, you know what? Good riddance. I want to get rid of this girl anyway, so go to hell, right? Or you could sue him or whatever you want to do. But if that person comes in with a knife or a gun and take your girl, that girl, right? They get in the car and kidnaps her. You're not gonna blame her, right? It's not like the other one that was unfair. This one right here is provocation. You have to do something. It's against her will. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, I think that one man probably finally woke up to close this thing out. Or
no, it's not one man. The guy that Yakubu Agbado leave.
Okay, no. But I think the session is over finally. So I was here so that we don't leave his thing running forever. But we were going X-rated, so they probably closed it out, which is okay. We'll call it a day. But like I said to you, you're gonna have to try to differentiate between rigged and also coveting something, doing it, provoking us. I think we're still live here. What time is? What am I going to close this thing? But anyway, so that's why
you are still live.
Maurice Iwu might have rigged the election. Yakubu is not smart enough to rig an election. He shut off our beavers with impunity. He should be prosecuted for it. It's a form of terrorism. The same thing with our refinery. Somebody come in, take over $4 billion of our money, sell us 20%. We'll give him all the crude that he's asking for. And he says, oh, the state didn't help me. I did it on my own. I'm going to cut him down to 7%. I'm going to sell him this oil at $900 and something. Or he wouldn't disclose how much he's selling it for. Right? And he's lying to us in front of our face, something that we'll see that the government helped him. He said they didn't help him. Right? And we're relying on him. We're so happy that we're building a big scale refinery. He ends up trying to use it to terrorize us.
Okay.
To me, that's what I'm saying. It's not the same thing.
Well, the government you see that when it comes to you to condemn Boris, you dodge, take me, I go and land me in Dangote. Thank you. So no problem. I only get you. I only get you. You know, I only get you. I don't have to get you.
I said it's against the law to rig an election, right?
No. You see, against the law. Why don't you say Yakubu for it's going to 2 years now against the law? But no, it's the the tsunami Muslim, the Shia, they told the
let me ask you something. By the way, it's not only me who should be outraged by that. We spent 400 million naira to go to
all the elections budgeted for that.
Huh?
All the election is budgeted for. Pastor, let me tell you one thing there. Let me open one secret to you. You see, if we say about elected leaders in Nigeria, I want you to know we have a big fight. All this what we are doing, we don't even know. It's not we that is even electing those leaders. How can you want to conduct an election in Nigeria? The foreign agency will give you money to go and conduct your election. Do you know how much the foreign agency give to they give to Babudu Yakubu? Do you know how much is it? Those money for election, they're the one that pay it to Nigeria. You collect money for foreign agency to go and conduct your own election. Then you are telling me that you want to for what are there for Christmas? You are living in America, you're supposed to understand how this thing go. Why can't even? It's not only Nigeria. Look at the whole African country. Why are those people ruling there? Are the worst. Look at Kagame, what did I call it? Well, Rwanda. That is done for this. He win the election, I think, the 7 times. And that is 100
Okay,
dictator.
can I give you the nexus of that? Because that's a very good example, the Rwanda situation, right? It fits Nigeria like a glove, right? Now, I want you to pay attention on this. You see, in Rwanda, they have these Tutsis. They're anthropologically the wanderers that came into Rwanda. The indigenous population there are the Hutus. So the Hutus of Rwanda are like the Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas. The Tutsis are like the Fulanis, right? Not only do they have similar appearance as far as skin color and otherwise, they're the ones who migrated in there, right? So Britain and other European powers, they really do not change the attack. So it's not like they look at us as animals who would never really figure it out and put a stop to it. So they did the same thing in Rwanda that they're trying to do in our country. What is it? It's to use these Tutsis to take over Rwanda. And they did it for a long time. They're a minority, the Tutsis. They're taller, their nose are straighter, their lips are thinner, right? They're not the indigenous flat-nosed Africans like the Yorubas, the Hutus of Rwanda, right? So they were successful for a long time until the 1990s when the Hutus had enough. They say, you know what? These people